Chapter 376 Temporal Paradox. The emergence of the Lady Death's Heel slightly disturbed the Bright Republic's virtual mech community. The controversial mech gained notoriety as more and more women flocked to the mech. Mech industry insiders with nothing better to do started to investigate Crazy War Criminal's background. His sole mech alone aroused a fair bit of attention due to its uneven design. The account's identity had quickly been traced back to a nobody called Rabbit Clearwater. According to the Bright Republic's own records, the man was a novice mech designer that had never joined an influence nor studied at a prestigious institution. This stumped those who checked his background. When mech designers studied the Heel's design, they found that it contained a number of very profound traces that only very experienced journeymen and newly advanced seniors understood. This isn't the work of a novice mech designer. However, interspersed with pieces of profound design elements, most of the design adhered to the standard of a well-seasoned apprentice mech designer. The dichotomy of profoundness led the researchers to conclude that two different mech designers had worked on the design. The lead designer must be a newly advanced senior mech designer. He set the framework of the design and personally worked on detailing a number of key components. After that, his assistant performed most of the grunt work in a brief amount of time. There are too many traces of sloppiness in the design for it to be a deliberate project. Due to the lack of evidence, the people who investigated the design came up with an overly elaborate backstory. Crazy War Criminal was obviously a fake account that didn't even try too hard in obscuring its dubious status. No novice mech designer could design a mech of such a level. Instead, they considered the Lady Death's Heel to be the product of a training exercise of some sorts. The senior laid down the groundwork while the apprentice had to complete the design as fast as possible. As for the reason why the pair decided to publish the aerial light mech design onto Iron Spirit, nobody knew. Anyone who tried to dig any further eventually reached a dead end, as the people behind the account left very few traces. This mystery only formed a tiny interlude in the local mech community. VS had no idea that people completely mistook second account's identity. Instead, he prepared himself for the upcoming ritual. VS first took care of some routine matters. He took care of some overdue paperwork while issuing new instructions to his subordinates in the company. Ever since the LMC got the new Benson production lines to work, its production capacity almost tripled overnight. The mech nursery pumped out 3 silver-label black beaks every 2 days. Although the increasingly experienced mech technicians could speed up their rate of production, VS opted to control the pace and increase the level of quality control. The third-party manufacturers may be able to play fast and loose with the rules, but the LMC could ill afford a scandal resulting from delivering faulty products. "My men can do more," Chief Cyril argued when VS paid a visit to the fabrication floor. "If we slow down too much, the mech technicians will start to lose their edge. They won't feel challenged anymore." VS looked sympathetic at that argument, but stuck to his course. "Even if the men are willing, the machines won't be able to keep up. Neither the Dortmund or the Benson machines are optimized for speed. Pushing them harder than now will certainly lead to errors." They discussed a few other practical matters as well. VS wanted to add another testing and quality control phase at the end of the fabrication process in order to ensure that each mech truly performed up to spec. Chief Cyril actually approved of that. "It's about time the company implements something like that. Almost every medium mech manufacturer tests out their mechs before they send it through their channels. It's going to delay our delivery for at least a day or two, but our products will carry a lot more assurance to our customers." Setting up this kind of procedure entailed a lot of changes in the company's production cycle. Not only did they have to hire a bunch of test pilots to pilot the freshly fabricated black beaks, they also had to hire the supervisors and support crew. The LMC also needed to clear out a large area and erect an indoor-outdoor testing ground. Without the right facilities, the test pilots wouldn't be able to push the black beaks to their limits, The supervisors also needed a lot of equipment to measure the exact performance of the mechs and catch any alarming deviations before they led to disaster. VS threw the problem at Chief Cyril and Jake. Draw 300 million credits to build up a basic testing ground. We don't need anything too elaborate at the moment. With that taken care of, VS wrapped up his work and prepared to go under for a few days. He returned to his private workshop floor and sealed it tight. Lucky followed him up until he reached his bed and laid down. I'm going to be experiencing another out-of-body experience for a few days, Lucky. Just keep an eye on my body and don't let anything come close. Meow. I'm sorry you can't come with me. This system is already exerting a lot of its energy to transport my mind across space and time. I don't think it can spare the effort to bring you with me. Meow. Lucky huffed and turned his tail to VS and flew through a wall. VS sighed and turned his attention to his calm. He already possessed more than enough DP to purchase another mastery. Just the first tier alone costs 40,000 DP each. VS did not even consider purchasing the second tier of masteries at this point. His DP income wouldn't be able to bear the expense. Alright, enough stalling. Let's get this over with. VS activated the Mech Designer system and entered the skill tree. He navigated the all-encompassing trees until he reached the mastery section. Each mastery sub-skill offered VS the precious opportunity to jump in the mind of a mech pilot. As someone who always prided his secrets, VS did not feel very comfortable about sharing his mind with another person. When he acquired Night Mech Mastery last time, he happened to have clicked with Barley. They worked so well together that VS looked forward to meeting the mech pilot again. Too bad he went missing about a decade ago. VS sometimes tried to search for Barley's whereabouts but encountered nothing. He started to suspect the system about its choice of pilots. Of all the night pilots across time and space, why did it pick Barley of all people? Can it be that the system deliberately chooses someone who won't be around in this timeline? That sounded exactly what the system might do. It would neatly avoid all the inherent paradoxes that ensued whenever someone traveled back and forth in time. Even with his senior-level physics, VS did not wish to touch the subject of time travel for even a second. The amount of headaches and arguments that ensued from that topic alone could fill an entire galactic library. For example, what if his mind traveled back in time to a Vision mech pilot who faced a Larkin son on the battlefield? And what if that Larkin son turned out to be his grandfather Benjamin when he was young? If the Vision mech pilot somehow vanquished over Benjamin and killed him off, what would happen to VS in the future? Would his father and himself still be born? Would a parallel timeline ensue the moment the system brought him back in time, or would the main timeline automatically correct itself and wipe VS who came from the future out of existence? Even with all of the wonders of the galaxy, time travel proved to be one of the most elusive phenomena. As far as VS was aware of, no person, alien or machine successfully traveled back in time. That did not mean that it couldn't be done, but if some organization managed to do it, they certainly kept their mouths shut. Some conspiracy theorists spread out rumors that their current timeline had been skewed out of its original trajectory through the constant meddling of time-traveling agents. A lot of popular dramas revolved around this premise, but everyone dismissed the possibility out of hand. VS did not know if he could dismiss the possibility as well. Unlike nearly everyone else, he knew that time travel was definitely possible. He experienced it himself. From his experience with Barley alone, he knew that what he influenced in the past would definitely reverberate back to the future. Before VS embarked on his next mastery, he thought about making use of this circumstance. After all, traveling back in time was an extremely rare opportunity to influence the past and correct someone's mistake. He thought about trying to send a message to himself when he was young. The one thing that VS had always regretted that he fell into a rut once his mother ostensibly died. He turned into a living zombie who wasted his remaining youth and hardly applied himself in school. If he got some sort of reality check back then, he might have been able to focus on his studies well enough to attend an upscale institution such as the Limar Institute of Technology. Even if it's possible, should I even do such a thing? What would happen to VS if he induced a major change in his past? Would VS still be the same VS, or would he turn into another VS? What happened when VS returned to the present timeline? Would he remain the old VS, or turn into the new VS? What a headache! His senior level physics taught him a lot about how to improve the components of a mech, but it taught him nothing about the fields that fell outside of this scope. He still didn't know how an FTL drive worked, let alone figuring out the secrets to time travel. The only way he could become proficient in those fields was to study them by himself. With his superhuman intelligence, it wouldn't even take him very long to gain a shallow proficiency in those fields. Much of the galaxy revolves around starships. It's useful for me to understand some of the engineering related to these vessels. VS always admired the interstellar craft that brought humanity to the stars. However, it always took an extreme amount of learning to become slightly familiar with their systems. In general, mech designers stayed out of the way of ship designers, and vice versa. Neither occupation spared enough energy to branch out in the other one. The time that VS spent on studying starships could have been spent on deepening his knowledge on mechs. In the end, it wasn't beneficial for VS to allocate more than a couple of hours of spare time to become familiar with ships. I can do something about that later. Right now, I have another mastery to experience. VS found the relevant subskill in the skill tree and tapped it with his finger to purchase it. The system instantly deducted 40,000 DP from his account. Rifleman Mech Mastery I. 5. The system counted down the time. VS breathed deeply and tried to lay comfortably in his bed. His body would be undergoing stasis while his mind left his body, so VS did not worry too much about his body's health. 4. VS hoped the system would pick an entirely different type of mech pilot this time. Barley had been a rather stodgy night pilot who bought into the whole pomp and circumstance about nights. VS hoped to experience a more daring pilot who thought offensively instead of defensively. 3. Hopefully the system won't pick a woman this time. While he had nothing against women, VS did not wish to deal with a cranky host and make her feel uncomfortable about hosting a male mind. 2. On the other hand, experiencing a female's perspective on piloting mech would also enrich him in many other ways. Female mech pilots possess different habits and concerns, and if VS became familiar with their gripes, he could make his mechs more compatible with women, who made up around 30% of all mech pilots. 1. A suction force pulled his consciousness from his head and carried it along an incomprehensible tunnel that warped through time and space. After an indeterminate moment of time, his consciousness forcefully entered the mind of a mech pilot at a different time and space. Thankfully or regretfully, VS ended up in the mind of another man. The only problem was that the mech pilot currently fought against an overwhelming force of enemy mechs. The entry of a new consciousness momentarily disrupted the mech pilot's concentration, and an explosive shell impacted against his rifleman mech, knocking down while heavily damaging its chest plate. Get up! Chapter 377 Sectarian Strife. VS ended up in the middle of a battlefield on a terrestrial Earth-like planet. VS looked around the view screens of the cockpit and noted that the battle took place at a fortified military base placed in some kind of mountainous region that made it difficult for land-bound mechs to approach. However, no terrain could truly stop a mech from ascending up a mountain. The enemy Mechs carried modular mountaineering equipment that allowed them to scale the mountains with a bit of effort. In addition to the threat from below, a large amount of aerial Mechs systematically harassed the base from the air. While the defenders possessed a lot of anti-air, the sheer numbers arrayed against them slowly overwhelmed these weapon emplacements. "Get up!" VS mentally shouted at the consciousness of his current host. "Alvin, your comrades are dying! The base is about to be overrun. Your god demands you to fight." That brought the man named Alvin Callisto out of his daze. A surge of duty, devotion, and fury swelled in his mind as he dove back into his mech. The damaged rifleman mech climbed back up to its feet and resumed firing its laser rifle at the approaching waves of enemy mechs. While Alvin got back on track, VS took the opportunity to study his current circumstances. The battle took place on Rilrod, a planet ruled by the Holy Dominion of Apelix, a third-rate state from the Rolling Wind star sector. VS had never heard of this particular star sector, but that wasn't anything strange, as the galaxy was divided into many millions of star sectors. The Rolling Wind star sector actually fell within the range of the galactic heartland. This meant that the level of development was a lot more prosperous than in the galactic rim. When VS studied the mechs around him, he realized their prowess surpassed the third-class mechs used by states such as the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom. The mechs actually fell within the range of second-class mechs, which was nothing unusual for a third-rate state in the galactic heartland. "There is so much wealth laying around here that any casual state can arm their mech forces with second-class mechs." "What was that?" Alvin asked. "Nothing. Keep fighting." VS still had to figure out his own situation before he could offer any assistance to his temporary partner. Now that he got a sense of where this battle took place, he tried to figure out how far back in time he traveled. He quickly read the details from Alvin's mind. His metaphorical eyes widened as he realized he traveled 25 years ago. That was much closer to the present. This made it easier for VS to apply his current knowledge, but it also made it harder for him to analyze the mechs being used at this time period. Most of the mechs used in this conflict consisted of machines from at least 2 generations back. VS possessed a fair amount of experience with last-gen mechs, but he did not study the generation before that too closely. Still, if nothing else, he could make up this deficiency along the way. When he dove into the background of the war in question, he found out that it was actually a civil war. The Holy Dominion of Apelix worshipped a god predictably called Apelix. The religion had been founded by a charismatic leader that founded the state more than a millennia ago. Naturally, the leader proclaimed himself and his progeny to be descended from Apelix. Thereby, his bloodline enjoyed a supreme status in the Dominion. To an outsider like VS, the Dominion's history sounded like one giant scam. Inventing your own religion to justify your special privileges was the oldest trick in the book. A fair number of delusional founders turned to religion to solidify their rule. When VS peeked at Alvin's mind, he found to his regret that the mech pilot was a full-throated Orthodox believer in the Church of Apelix. The man had been indoctrinated to believe in the divinity of Apelix to the point where outsiders like VS would receive a punch in the face if they tried to tell them that they'd been lied to all their lives. This is a thorny problem. Even worse, Alvin fought on behalf of the increasingly corrupt Sunstar dynasty descended from the original founder of the state and church. Each subsequent generation took the power bestowed upon them by a mass of brainwashed sheep for granted. The Holy Dominion grew more oppressive over time. The current generation of the Sunstar dynasty regularly indulged in pleasure and often extorted the citizens of the Dominion of their wealth. Even if the citizens all believed in Apelix, they could only handle so much abuse. Tensions boiled over in the past couple of years and the church split into two. The so-called reformers claimed to be the true believers of Apelix. The rebel leaders proclaimed that he received a divine mandate of their god to cleanse the Sunstar dynasty from the galaxy. No matter if they spoke the truth, their message resonated among the oppressed. More than half of the Dominion immediately swung over to the rebels, leaving the Sunstar dynasty in control of a couple of important star systems around the capital. The planet Rilrod formed a vital part of the loyalists to the dynasty. This planet contained a lot of advanced factories that produced a lot of mechs each day. It was the non-port system equivalent of Bentheim, and whoever possessed it would gain a decisive advantage in this civil war. Alvin! Your mech is too damaged. You can't fight on. Don't distract me, Spirit! Alvin shook his head and tried to focus on the fight. His mech jerkily ran back and forth along the mech-sized wall that surrounded the immense military base. The wall already started crumbling from the sheer weight of fire being thrown in its way. A group of heavy artillery mechs stationed behind a hill constantly shelled the base and its walls with high explosive shells. If one of those shells hit the Firerunner mech that Alvin piloted, VS could kiss his mastery experience goodbye. Still, the mech functioned pretty well even after having all of its chest armor stripped. As VS studied its design, he became increasingly awed at its well-optimized design. This mech made full use of its materials and squeezed out every bit of performance hidden in the frame. As the name suggested, the Firerunner excelled in speed and mobility. It possessed a fairly high top speed for a rifleman mech at the cost of not being able to change its course as fast. This was a normal trade-off, and Alvin already possessed sufficient training to modulate his speed according to the situation at hand. Currently, Alvin weaved the Firerunner in a wave-like motion, dodging most of the fire sent in its way. The wall blocked most of the projectiles, allowing Alvin to face much fewer attacks than he should have. Still, the damage and stress sustained by the Firerunner deeply worried VS. Your mech is heavily damaged. The power reactor's compartment has been breached. I estimate this mech will only function without problems for about 10 minutes or less. You've got to pull back within that time. What nonsense are you speaking about, Spirit? Get out of my head! I'm not some random spirit. I'm a mech designer. What fart are you good for? I'm from the future. Just read what's on my mind. I don't have time for this nonsense. The priest will expel you later. VS faced a thorny issue. His host didn't care about his presence and wanted him to go. Obviously, VS did not wish to leave so soon. He was constantly absorbing Alvin's experiences as he struggled to fend off the overwhelming waves of rebel mechs. Even though he warned Alvin that the Firerunner wouldn't last, the mech pilot seemed determined to fight to the end. Although VS admired Alvin's determination to fight, he did not wish to go down with the ship. He turned his attention to the enemy mechs that assaulted the base. Most of them consisted of rifleman mechs. A handful of knights and other melee mechs acted as their meat shields. The melee mechs even put away their weapons in order to carry thick temporary shields meant for sieging. Alvin's laser rifle fared very poorly against these hastily fabricated slabs of alloys. VS could tell that the temporary shields mostly consisted of a mix of mundane metals and junk exotics. They possessed no merit other than their thickness. This slowed down the mechs that carried them to a crawl, but that hardly mattered up to this point. You're going at it the wrong way, VS argued Alvin. Even at your rifle's highest power setting, you can hardly burn a hole through those alloys. It's too thick. Alvin let out a frustrated growl. He'd been fighting against these shields over an hour, and pretty much all of his laser beams had been neutralized by this awesome defense. Then what do you suggest I do? VS thought about it for a moment. It was easy to point out a mistake, but hard to come up with a solution. Still, VS came up with something that stood a decent chance of working, but he needed Alvin's cooperation. Give me control over your body for a moment. I need to reprogram your laser rifle. What? Never! Begone, you demon! Go back to your pathetic rebellious masters. VS wanted to curse this impenetrable fool. Couldn't he tell that VS only wanted the best for Alvin? I'm not part of the rebellion, and I'm not some kind of demon. I'm just a mech designer who happened to land within your mind. I never even heard about the rolling wind star sector in my life. I don't have a stake in this fight. Don't bluster me with your lies, demon. I know what you are. Continue to spout your lies. It will do nothing to shake me from my faith. For the Sunstars. For Apelix. Alvin's lust for battle grew superheated, and he started to take unreasonable risks to get around the heavy shields of his opponents. A couple of times, his Fire Runner narrowly escaped death in an attempt to take down the enemy mechs behind the shield. The situation didn't look so good. The rebels eventually wore out their shields, but they brought out a lot of spares. This pretty much negated the defensive advantage of the defenders. Added with the numerical advantage of the attackers, Alvin's situation did not seem so good. 10 minutes eventually went by and the Firerunner's system started issuing a lot of alarms. Your mech won't last another minute. Eject. No. My faith is strong. The Sunstars shine upon me even now. I can feel it. VS wanted to strangle this stubborn, suicidal idiot. This religious nut threatened to cut his precious mastery experience short, effectively wasting much of his 40,000 DP. He couldn't afford to let Alvin die so soon. If persuasion didn't work, what about coercion? He never thought about using force against an uncooperative partner. He hit it off with Barley immediately last time, so he never thought about ending up in a situation like this. VS started to think up some ideas on how to pressure Alvin into doing what he wanted. He took inspiration from the conflict between the images he regularly conjured up for his mech. He particularly took note of the fight between the Crystal Leader's spiritual remnant and the other two images arrayed against it. What mattered the most in that fight was that the remnant possessed a lot more strength than its opposition. VS tried to compare his strength against Alvin's and found to his surprise that his mentality was a lot firmer than his host. I might be able to pull something off. He did not wish to kill Alvin, nor assimilate the mech pilot into his own mind. VS only needed to threaten the obstinate pilot a couple of times to get it to do what he wanted. Since you're a religious nut, then don't blame me for using your beliefs against you. If Alvin believed that VS was a demon, then he would act like a demon. Chapter 378 Mech Demon. Back in the present time, the body of VS quietly slept on the bed inside the underground private workshop floor. Rather than describe it as sleeping, it had actually been put in a form of stasis, allowing the body to remain healthy even as it did nothing. Lucky whisked inside the bedroom after doing who knew what. The cat missed his owner's touch and meowed softly at the sleeping body. Meow. It was as if Lucky asked when his owner would wake up and pet his head again. After receiving no response, the mechanical cat climbed next to VS and looked down at his sleeping face. That face suddenly woke up and broke the stasis put on the body. The eyes whizzed and whirled back and forth before focusing on Lucky's extremely close head. Meow! That was fast. Why did his owner wake up so fast? VS hacked open his mouth for a cough. And another. And another. A strange sound escaped from his mouth as he tried and failed to take control of voice. After a moment, he gave up and tried to move his limbs instead. He slowly climbed up to a seated position on his bed and jerkily moved his limbs before his eyes. Lucky stared at VS and started to feel apprehensive. He bumped one of his paws against VS, only to elicit not a single scratch or pet from VS. Meow? After a moment of contemplation, VS stood up and took a step forward, only to stumble and drop down on the floor in a painful heap. He hacked open his mouth, and strange sounds escaped from his throat that vaguely sounded like frustrated cries. As VS attempted to regain control of his faculties, Lucky stared at his body with bewilderment. After a moment, the cat's eyes narrowed into slits. This wasn't VS. In truth, as the system sent the consciousness of VS out of his body and back in time and space, something else remained inside his mind. VS completely forgot about what would happen to the living image of the crystal golem in his absence. The system only brought VS away, leaving the crystal golem inside the empty and defenseless castle of his body. After the crystal golem noticed the absence of VS, it reached out in the empty mind and slowly took on the role of the main consciousness of the body. Its strong mind slowly connected to each and every bodily function until it had completely supplanted VS as the primary mind of the body. Although a lot of incompatibility still existed, the crystal golem effectively possessed the body that had been begging to be taken over. Although the crystal golem lacked the experience to control a human body, it still possessed the capacity to learn. Over the course of several hours, the crystal golem became increasingly proficient at controlling the human body. It became satisfied once its movements rivaled a 4-year-old child. I am. Lucky kept a close eye on his unfamiliar owner atop a cabinet. The only reason why he hadn't attacked the stranger was because the body belonged to VS. His tail swished predatorily behind his hind body. The cat would only attack if his owner's body attempted to harm itself, or leave this floor. As for the crystal golem, it tried to recall its name, only to come up empty. Its original spiritual remnant had long forgotten the name of the entity it was part of. As for the crystal golem's current state, it was a completely new life form that only shared a loose relationship with its former identity. The crystal golem needed its own name. I am Feraxneal. Somehow, the word rang true within the crystal golem's spirit. It was not the name of its former identity, but the word stood for something powerful for the alien race it used to be a part of. No matter the meaning of the name, Feraxneal felt proud to carry this name. Feraxneal explored the floor but didn't manage to unlock the security features that blocked its access to the elevators. The possessed body gave up on leaving the floor and stumbled towards the labs, where it found a number of incomplete crystals inside a couple of lab machines. The body's eyes gleamed as it beheld these crystals. Some part deep inside the crystal golem's consciousness thought they possessed a lot more potential. As Feraxneal beheld the crystals, back at the Rolling Windstar sector, VS just ran out of patience with Alvin. Even if the mech pilot was ready to lay down his life for his beliefs, VS still needed to experience more to make this trip worth the DP he invested in it. His consciousness began to take on a menacing aura before it nipped at Alvin's unsuspecting spirit. VS immediately pierced through Alvin's feeble barriers and began to mess around. This caused the mech pilot to cry out in pain and instinctively pulled back with his mech. Your fire runner won't last much longer. Eject now. Never. Get out of my head, demon. Keep up your stubborn ways and I'll eat your entire spirit. Your soul will never be able to go back to Apelix when you die. That scared Alvin more than anything. He wasn't eager to die, but he believed he fought for a righteous cause. If the demon in his mind devoured his soul before it could return to the heavenly kingdom, then where would that leave him in his afterlife? You evil creature! He hissed and made a quick judgment. Even as the console of his mech blared in alarm, Alvin still hesitated on the decision to eject. His hand hovered over the lever that would pull the entire cockpit module away from the rest of the frame. VS noticed his host's hesitation and lost patience. He attacked Alvin's spirit once again, but this time aimed to take control over his motor functions. he briefly took control over Alvin's arm and pulled the lever in the mech pilot's stead. Even though Alvin quickly regained control over his rebellious limb, he could do nothing about the fact that his cockpit lifted out of Fire Runner and flew back to the center of the base. Anti-air defenses swept the vulnerable cockpit but recognized it as a friendly. A short moment later, the cockpit reached a designated landing ground filled with dozens of discarded cockpits. Alvin gritted his teeth as he slammed open the upper hatch. He climbed out of his smoking cockpit and sprinted towards the nearest mech stables. Along the way, a couple of servicemen checked him over. "Halt! Identify yourself." "Alvin Callisto, of the Puritan Warriors." One of the guards checked his credentials and confirmed his identity. "Here you go, pilot. Head over to Building 5A4-3. A spare mech is waiting for you there." "Roger that." Alvin stepped on a small floating platform that swiftly crossed the courtyard and brought him out where he heard the rumbling of explosive shells and saw the flashes of frequent laser fire in the distance. Even as looked forward to getting back in the battle, his mind turned inward. Alvin regarded the alien presence that entered his mind with an extremely wary attitude. "Why are you here, demon? Can't you possess someone else's mind?" VS chuckled and tried to act as demonic as possible. "Since you saw through my facade, let me tell you what I am. I am a mech demon." "A mech demon?" Whatever Alvin thought of VS, he had never heard of mech demons. "Yes, a mech demon, but I'm not what you think. I'm summoned by the Sunstar Dynasty to help you resist the rebels." Alvin's eyes widened and he stumbled on top of the floating platform. You, the Sunstar Dynasty would never consort with demons." "It is the truth. Do you really think you loyalists can insist against the overwhelming assault?" "Reinforcements are on the way. The base commander told us that we only had to hold out for a few more hours." VS mentally shook his head. "You dunce. Even Apelix himself won't believe those words. If reinforcements was on the way, the rebels would have been much more discreet. What I'm seeing so far is an enemy force that's so confident in their strength that they can batter every reinforcing troop into pieces." Although VS made a good argument, Alvin shook off the words as an attempt to sway his will to fight. "I will fight to defend the Sunstar Dynasty even if the entire galaxy is arrayed against me." VS sensed the conviction in those words. This Alvin was a true believer through and through, which gave VS very few options to prod Alvin to his desired course of action. All he wanted was to keep this idiot alive despite his wish to throw away his life. He kept himself mum as Alvin reached the mech stables. The structure sustained a fair amount of bombardment. A quarter of its stables had completely collapsed under the weight of fire, which gave the servicemen and mech technicians a lot of trouble keeping the remainder intact. Alvin reported for duty at the duty station, whereupon a frazzled officer assigned him another fire runner. "You're a lucky man, Mr. Callisto. This is the last intact fire runner in our stables. It's a well-used mech, so keep in mind that it won't perform up to spec." "That's not a problem, sir. As long as it can fight, I'm fine with anything." Once Alvin reached the fire runner, his platform lifted him up until he could jump inside the opened cockpit. The mech pilot seated himself before bringing the mech online. The rifleman mech booted up within a minute. Once Alvin gained full control over the mech, he drove it out of the stables and went to a nearby weapon rack where it grabbed a random laser rifle. After that, Alvin received his next assignment. His job was to reinforce the southwestern wall where the fighting was the heaviest. The rebels enjoyed much more favorable terrain there. The large amounts of crags and hills gave them a lot of natural cover against direct fire. Even though Alvin hadn't entered battle again, VS still soaked up the mech pilot's actions like a sponge. He only learned a fair bit about operating a rifleman mech in the earlier battle, but the situation back then had been too chaotic for him to make sense. This relatively uneventful transit provided him with a good baseline on what to expect. VS already noted that Alvin wielded his laser rifle in a way that would let him bring it to bear really fast. A rifleman mech pilot was always ready to shoot. "I'm here," Alvin declared as his Firerunner finally reached the broken and fragmented fortifications next to the crumbled southwestern walls. He wasn't the only mech to reinforce the position. A large amount of defending mechs littered the walls, having tried and failed to hold back the rebels intent on conquering the base. "Hey! Newbies! Cover us with your rifles!" Alvin obeyed the nameless captain's words and moved to reinforce a heavily battered elite unit of mechs. The rebels outnumbered the defenders at least 3-1, which meant that the mech pilot immediately landed himself in a precarious situation. VS couldn't stay in the background and do nothing. He constantly observed the enemy mechs as they continued to hide behind the thick shields held aloft by various melee mechs. He knew that if he wanted this battle to turn out to be something else than a massacre, he had to figure out a solution against those incredibly sturdy shields. The entire Loyalist force failed to come up with a solution against those thick shields. While VS knew how difficult it was to figure out a magic solution, he still had to try. He entered a deeply analytical state as he combined his visual observation with the scans taken by the Firerunner. He approximated the shield's material composition and tried to dig through his extensive base of knowledge for a way to exploit these materials. "I got it! Those shields are brittle when subjected to extreme cold." No material was completely impervious to every type of damage. The shields used by the rebels consisted of a large amount of fairly cheap materials in order to mass produce them to arm every melee mech that took part in this assault. With such low-quality materials, it was inevitable that a major flaw would persist in the alloy shields. "Alvin! Find a cryo-weapon! Find a way to freeze the shields." Chapter 379 Bedeviled. Alvin had no reason to respond to the demon. Why would he believe in the malignant demon's lies? "Begone with you, demon! My faith in Apelix is the only aid I need to beat these rebels." VS truly tired of those perfunctory displays of faith. The worst thing about them was that Alvin wasn't hypocritical when he said those words. "Your faith is doing well so far, has it? I'm sure you can outfaith your opponents, but what does that matter if your side is outnumbered by at least 3-1? Short of an intervention by Apelix himself, the battle was as good as lost. Even a bystander like VS could see that. He tried to broadcast his cold and brutal analysis of the situation to Alvin. The truth hurt much more than any threat spoken by a demon. VS showed Alvin the dire state of the walls. He showed the pilot the dwindling number of defenders, the lack of reserves, and the excellent state of the attacking mechs. "This can't be true!" Alvin cried out. "The true Dominion never loses!" If facts didn't work, perhaps another attack on his spirit worked better. VS invaded Alvin's core and inflicted some mental damage. This caused Alvin to lose control of his Firerunner, which almost caused it to hit a shell in the face. "I'll keep doing this until you listen." Alvin's resolve weakened a little. "What do I need to do?" The Dominion pilot hated listening to a demon, even though it pretended to help. Still, if the Sunstar dynasty summoned the demon themselves, then it probably wouldn't eat his soul. The defense at the southwestern wall started to falter as fewer reinforcements came to shore them up. The rebel mechs had lost a fair amount of mechs in their offensive push, but they were on the verge of creating a breach. VS urged Alvin to pull back his mech and head towards the nearest supply point. The Firerunner left the wall to the indignation of the Loyalist officers, but neither VS nor Alvin cared for their opinions. The Firerunner navigated the debris and craters until it arrived at the closest depot. Grab a fire hose. The gray one. That's the cryoprojector. With all the complicated materials being used these days, some of them easily caught fire. Base's G-Tally hosted different extinguishing solutions, one of which happened to be a cryoprojector that drastically lowered the temperature of any material. Cryoprojectors weren't available in the galactic rim. Even in the Heartland, cryoprojectors still used up too much bulk to be used as an independent weapon system for mechs. Besides, most mechs possess strong resistance against frost due to the extreme environmental conditions they might be subjected to. This pretty much relegated these kinds of projectors solely for firefighting. Grab a hose and point it at an enemy shield formation. Though Alvin still held plenty of doubts, he did as he was asked and grabbed a projector. The hose automatically extended itself from a socket as Alvin ran back towards the half-collapsed walls. Which setting should I use? Use a concentrated stream. It will take a while for the temperature changes go set in. Aim for the middle of their shields. Alvin proceeded to approach the enemy lines and hosed down the thickest concentration of mechs. The rebel pilots momentarily panicked before getting back their senses. Why would their shields be vulnerable to being frozen? It hadn't failed them so far. It takes a while for the changes to settle in. Blast each shield for around 8 seconds. That should be sufficient to wreck them over time. Soon after, the frozen shields started to crack. As the remaining defenders shot their weapons at the enemy mechs, only to be stopped by the oversized and incredibly thick shields, the slabs of alloys started to crack. One shield even caved in when shot by a rail gun. Both sides quickly caught on what had happened. This is a miracle! Ha ha! Apellix hasn't abandoned his children in their greatest crisis. Kill the mech with the cryoprojector! Protect Callisto's mech! 5th Squad, pull back and grab more cryoprojectors. I'll inform command of what's happened. Alvin's action started a remarkable change on the battlefield. Mech started grabbing every available cryoprojector in the base and began to how down the shields one by one. The aggressors faced an unexpected setback. The rebel mech designer in charge of fabricating the shield even slammed his table back at the rebels' main stronghold on Railroad. The Loyalists still have a competent mech designer among them. I thought every senior and master has defected to us. Another mech designer standing next to him rubbed his chin. Interesting. All the other elder mech designers in the Dominion are accounted for. Maybe the Sunstar dynasty managed to hire a guest designer. Humph. Whoever dares to intervene in our revolution will go down with the Sunstars. A single decent mech designer won't save their base from being conquered. The rebel-aligned mech designers did not speak nonsense. Even after neutralizing most of the shields, the Loyalists were still in a precarious situation. VS privately made the same judgment as he piggybacked behind Alvin's mind as he frantically tried to freeze as many enemy shields as possible. Eventually, he realized that this base wouldn't last a day. Alvin had no chance of surviving past this day. Even if he did the unthinkable and surrendered, the rebels wouldn't take him prisoner. Wars between religious groups often turned out to be the bloodiest. The realities of this situation forced VS to reevaluate his strategy. He already harvested a little bit more of Alvin's experience in maneuvering his mech. He only missed out on the most important bit, which was observing him when he fired his laser rifle. After making a decision, VS chose an opportune moment to interrupt Alvin by making another attempt at invading his spirit. Ack! VS happened to have interrupted Alvin at the same time the attackers shot apart his cryoprojector. The damaged nozzle spewed out an uncontrollable spray of freezing liquids and gases before the connection forcefully shut off. Are you trying to kill me, demon? Oh wait, of course you are! Stop whining and get back to shooting. Since every other cryoprojector was in use, Alvin went back to wielding his laser rifle. VS closely studied Alvin's thought processes and instincts as he dove from cover to cover, relying on his firerunner's mobility to avoid getting pinned down. The broken walls and the increasing accumulation of rubble, mech wrecks, and debris made it harder for the firerunner to take advantage of its relatively high top speed. It was not the most agile mech by far, and often Alvin had to rely on various tricks to get around an obstacle in the way. Still, the fluid manner in which Alvin navigated the increasingly crowded battlefield gave VS a lot of insight on what really mattered to a rifleman mech. Alvin's proficient use of the firerunner illustrated that having a high level of agility was not necessary to avoid enemy attacks. Rather, running fast enough while performing minor changes in velocity and direction proved to be sufficient to throw off the aim of any enemy mech that targeted Alvin's mech. Of course, skill and fervor only brought him so far. His firerunner regularly got hit by glancing shots that Alvin failed to dodge in the nick of time. VS mentally frowned again. At this rate, the firerunner would be chewed up before Alvin could reveal all of his piloting skill. VS quickly analyzed the enemy mechs and tried to figure out their weaknesses. Those red railgunners pack a punch, but they run out of projectiles rather fast. Just stay away from them while they focus their fire on you. The laser riflemen mechs draw much of their power from the modular backpack module. If you can manage to damage the backpack's integrity, a lot of failsafes will set in, disabling the extra power source entirely. Don't bother trying to wear down their knights. Those models are built to withstand lasers. Leave them to the railgunners. One major difference between the Galactic Heartland and the Galactic Rim was that railguns supplanted the role of ballistic rifles entirely. Though they lacked in versatility, they more than made up for it in sheer power. The ability to send out a huge kinetic impact was extremely useful in breaking apart the enemy's turtle shells. Alvin intensely disliked VS. He outright ignored the sensible advice and stuck to his old ways. This frustrated VS to no end and forced him to teach another lesson to Alvin's spirit. Ah, that hurts. The forceful invasion unsettled Alvin and disrupted his fighting pattern. The firerunner stumbled again and attracted a lot of enemy firepower for a moment. Listen to me or suffer. Evil. You're pure evil. VS needed to prod Alvin several times in order for him to follow his suggestions. His battle performance instantly improved by a significant margin. Despite this success, Alvin thought that VS had performed some demonic witchcraft to accomplish such a result. Alvin became crazed from the pressure exerted by the demon. Somehow, Alvin became a rabid dog, and channeled nothing but his instincts, and the core of his training to resist the relentless rebels that sought to overrun the southwestern walls. Much of the reason why Alvin fought so hard was because VS learned how to manipulate his spirit. As he became more familiar with spiritual attacks, he realized he could do something else than inflict pain. It's much like assimilation, but instead of taking over his entire spirit, I can choose to affect a couple of aspects. Even though his attacks looked crude and did a lot more damage than necessary, VS enjoyed a strong advantage over Alvin in terms of mental strength. This left the mech pilot helpless. If not for being in a position of control, VS would have gotten spooked that such a thing was even possible, although he doubted a lot of humans could perform such an attack. Only through extremely special circumstances did VS end up in Alvin's mind. Callisto! A loyalist officer barked over the comm. This is no time for heroics. You are disrupting our defensive lines. Fall back to the inner defense lines. The gratuitous mental damage inflicted by VS caused Alvin to disregard the order. VS had to prod Alvin yet again in order to turn around. VS noticed that the more he intervened, the less Alvin became capable of thinking rationally. By now, he'd gone halfway feral. He fought on mostly through instinct and training. While that helped VS understand the most important skills to rifleman mech pilots, he did not wish for Alvin to die so soon. He decided to do something drastic. He wanted to take over Alvin's mind entirely. The action came with a lot of risk, but as long as he did not completely assimilate Alvin's damaged mind, then the act would still be reversible. VS had no intention of taking over a religious nut's mind. After deciding on his course of action, VS practically swarmed over Alvin's mind. His previous attacks wore out the mech pilot's defenses, so he could offer no substantial opposition to the takeover. Alvin screamed and instinctively pulled back. His Firerunner went from fighting a pitched battle to fleeing as fast as possible. The remaining loyalists all looked at Alvin's mech like it had gone mad, but they quickly turned their attention back to the attacking mechs. If VS had to describe his takeover, he would say that his mind turned into a blanket that covered Alvin's most essential elements of self. They represented his consciousness and formed the main control center of his body and mind. When VS covered himself over those elements, VS effectively captured Alvin's consciousness and hijacked its connection to Alvin's body and mind. For a brief period of time, VS was Alvin. A flood of information streamed into his mind, but VS blocked most of it, only letting the purest piloting instincts go through. Let's see if I can pilot a mech this way. When VS gained sufficient control over the process, he attempted to interface with the Firerunner. Aya! Alvin cried out in pain yet again, but this time it was VS who suffered the brunt. The neural interface might have connected with Alvin's brains, but it was VS who attempted to connect with the mech, not the original consciousness. VS thought to circumvent his inability to pilot a mech by hijacking Alvin's body and mind, but it seemed that things weren't so simple. The pain caused VS to eject from Alvin's spirit. His own spirit sustained a moderate amount of damage as well, and he was in no shape to make another attack. Not that it mattered, because Alvin's mind received so many shocks he effectively turned into an idiot. Without any active control, the Firerunner collapsed. This turned it into a sitting duck and a magnet for enemy fire. Less than 30 seconds later, the mech blew up. Chapter 380 Crystal Cube. When the Firerunner blew up, some force grabbed V's consciousness and pulled him back to his present time and space. His mind came back online in his own body, but he felt an enormous amount of fatigue. The brief but intense ordeal on Railroad severely taxed his spirit. As he took a brief rest, he looked around and found to his alarm that his body hadn't woken up in his bed. Instead, his body somehow ended up in the lab. VS jumped off the chair and looked around for anyone who could have moved his body here. "Who's there? What did you do to me?" The only thing that greeted him was a bemused Lucky. The gem cat meowed at him as if he was relieved that VS had returned to his senses. VS looked back at the lab machine and found to his surprise that it looked a lot different from when he previously left it. The most important change was that a strange cube the size of his palm rested in the lab machine. Last he recalled, he only left a tiny crystal the size of a thumb in the machine. The clues painted a rather unsettling picture. VS turned his attention inward and regarded the crystal golem that temporarily resided in his mind. "Did you take over my body?" The reconstructed spirit flashed some sort of emotion. VS thought he sensed satisfaction from the imaginary entity. "You did, didn't you?" Even if he knew, it was not as if VS could do anything about it. Despite the crystal golem's unorthodox birth, its strength of spirit was still incomparably pure. VS wasn't sure he could overpower the spirit in a mental battle. He left the crystal golem alone and beheld the strange crystal cube. He tentatively picked it up and studied it from all sides. He detected nothing unique about the crystal, but the matter probably wasn't so simple. He whipped out his Vulcan eye and made a quick scan. The multiscanner spat out a bunch of dense readings. VS only took a second to interpret the data. An enormous amount of miniature circuits had been packed inside the crystal cube. That almost caused VS to drop the scanner. What had the crystal golem been up to? Why did he create this cube? What did the circuits do? He recalled the Crystal City's ability to harness light and briefly suspected the cube to be some sort of weapons interface. However, the circuits in the crystal cube did not match the circuits of the crystal spires. Seeing as the crystal cube was inert, VS felt disinclined to study it further. I'm severely behind schedule in designing my rifleman mech. I can't afford to waste any time on fanciful alien technology. His most recent mastery still stayed fresh on his memory. VS wanted to leverage his experiences into elevating his second original design as fast as possible before the details became vague. Thus, after making a brief decision, VS entered the elevator and went down to the restricted vault. He deposited the strange crystal cube in one of the lockboxes and left it there for later. After that, he returned to his private workshop floor and freshened up before putting himself in his best condition. He thought back on his experience with Alvin and found that it was a shame the experience ended too soon. I don't know why the system chose to partner me up with an obstinate fellow like him. Even if he wasn't a religious nut, he was already doomed to die that day. He couldn't help but add a mental complaint to the system. Why put him in a hopeless situation where defeat was imminent? Couldn't it have given VS more time to absorb some experiences? Fortunately for VS, he already went through a mastery before. His time with Barley taught him a lot of general knowledge around piloting that was applicable to any kind of mech. Armed with this foreknowledge, VS skipped much of the things he learned before and could devote his full effort into deciphering and understanding the experiences that specifically pertain to rifleman mechs. It's barely enough. To be honest, VS truly felt he got the short end of the stick this time. Even leaving out the common elements, his harvest disappointed him somewhat. Still, he had to work with what he got. No matter what, I'm still a better mech designer than before. Just to make sure he hadn't hallucinated the entire trip, VS looked up the rolling Windstar sector on the galactic net. It actually exists. It also has the holy dominion of Apelix. He quickly browsed its recent history and found that the dominant religion had indeed undergone a schism some time ago. To his astonishment, the loyalists who served the founding Sunstar dynasty actually made a comeback late in the war. Long after Alvin perished on Rorod, the loyalists obtained a lot of outside help that repelled the rebels from deposing the Sunstar dynasty and erect another holy leader to helm the third-rate state. In the end, Alvin got his wish, and the Sunstar dynasty still stood standing, although they paid a heavy price to hang on to their current position of power. VS failed to uncover any traces of Alvin. He'd been an average pilot before VS entered the mech pilot's mind, and did not live long enough to make a lasting impact. Well, enough dilly-dallying around. No matter what I think of Alvin, he's long dead now. I don't have to worry about his vengeful ghost coming to haunt me in the coming days. The system's selection of Alvin Callisto prompted VS to believe it definitely intended to pick only those marked for death as his mastery partners. Before, he considered the decision to be a detriment that deprived him of helpers. After finding out that he might be hitchhiking in the minds of uncooperative people, he drastically changed his opinion. It's better if my partners can't do any damage to me in the future. Unless they're as friendly as Barley, I should attempt to kill off my partners the next time I redeem another mastery. With no further barriers to designing his next mech, VS proceeded to pick up his work again. Before he could do the actual designing, he first had to purchase a couple more licenses. He already set aside a handful of licenses and only held off on acquiring them if his newly acquired mastery offered no protest. These licenses still look good. There's no problem in snapping them all up. VS proceeded to buy a number of small components meant to improve a mech's ability to wield a laser rifle. They consisted of components that improved precision, various targeting aids, and an advanced processor specialized in parsing all of the data. VS remembered that he drew a sensor system from a golden lottery ticket a while ago. He briefly inspected it and found out that it was a long-range mech sensor primarily used by light mechs. Although he could implement it in his current design, it wouldn't be able to reach its maximum theoretical range due to all the interference from his mech's other systems. It's also too expensive to mass-produce right now. He frowned when he checked the raw materials needed to build the sensor module. Despite taking up a small amount of space, the module alone might cost up to 20 million credits to fabricate. That was way too much for a single secondary component. The main reason why the price jacked up so much was because the license made use of exotics that VS had to import from another star sector. VS decided to purchase a native sensor system instead, one that seamlessly integrated with the targeting system he recently acquired. After finishing his purchases, the company account decreased by about 800 million credits, which was a hefty amount, but a necessary investment nonetheless. Different from last time, it took a lot of effort for the LMC's financial department to release the funds. Along with the company's growth, its financial controls had tightened up as well. VS could no longer draw on the account directly, but had to submit a lot of forms in order to obtain the necessary funds. Even though it took a couple of hours for the financial department to release the funds, VS didn't begrudge the accountants for taking their time. It's good that they're checking where the money flows. We can't have a scammer trying to pretend he's me and swindle my company out of all of our liquid funds. After all of the paperwork went through, the LMC gained a couple more licenses for VS to use in his designs. At this point, VS met all of the conditions to complete his next design. He breathed deeply and began to channel the crystal golem. He connected with its spirit and invited it to share his senses and take part in the design process. The crystal golem eagerly accepted the invitation and melded closer to VS. Unlike his own attempts at smothering Alvin's spirit, the crystal golem faced a willing human. Both of them mutually intertwined themselves, causing VS to enter a supremely elevated state where two minds instead of one was at work. A small part inside him believed that this state would engender a much stronger X-factor for his design. It might even be possible to breach past his bottleneck this time. Let's get to work. VS called up a design program and loaded in his draft design before fleshing it out. VS already set a vision for his rifleman mech to be a consummate run-and gunner. Borrowing from Alvin's experiences, he tweaked the draft design to enable it to reach a slightly higher top speed in exchange for a bit less agility. He also planned in other deviations from the original draft. These mostly consisted of minor tweaks and changes in configuration that rifleman mech pilots appreciated. Once he finished modifying his draft, he went on to design the actual mech. As usual, he started from the interior of his mech and worked his way outwards. He defined the internal frame of the mech and planned the placement of the various core components of the mech, such as the engine, cockpit, and power reactor. The rifleman mech envisioned by VS would be a fairly slimmed-down medium mech, so he wouldn't have a lot of room to work with. This presented a lot of challenges to VS, as he had to stuff all kinds of components inside his mech without any of it spilling out. He had to make some sacrifices in order to obtain sufficient room. After a few minutes of contemplation, he made his choice. I can cut back on the redundancy since it's not supposed to be a damaged sponge. I still need to implement sufficient compartmentalization considering that this mech remaining space will be stuffed with energy cells. Many rifleman mech models often skipped out on redundancy. This weakened the mech in the event of sustaining crippling damage. The loss of a vital component would severely impact the battle readiness of the mech. VS accepted the trade-off because it was the least bad choice available to him. He considered expanding the bulk of the mech to be unacceptable as it would severely impact his design's mobility. His experience with Alvin taught him that rifleman mechs needed as much mobility as possible. While VS faced a lot of limits on speed and agility with his decision to stick to the medium weight class, his design could at least withstand a decent amount of enemy fire. While it sounded as if VS made a lot of compromises, VS strongly believed the end product would still perform to a decent standard. The nature of designing anything involved making a lot of trade-offs. The key factor that distinguished good designers from the bad was the ability to make the most favorable exchanges possible. This minimized the loss in performance, and kept the overall specs of their designs close to their most optimal ideal state. His current vision for his mech hinged on providing a lot of mobility, a decent amount of firepower, and just enough armor to grant it a couple of extra lives. Of course, VS also hoped his gimmick would play a role in increasing the value of his design. "I'll have to arrange an entirely different internal structure to accommodate the center crystal." Just because VS intended to make use of large laser propagator based on alien technology did not mean he could slot it in the chest of his design like any other component. Chapter 381 Looming Threats. Time flowed by as VS fully immersed himself into designing the rifleman mech. The crystal golem in his mind frequently added its own input on the design as well, leading to frequent changes that turned the design's appearance into something unique. The most drastic change entailed hunching over the posture of his design. VS went short of imitating the extreme angle of the crystal golem's original race, but even then the change looked obvious. VS even figured that the hunch would make his mech more distinctive, although it also made it harder for the mech to turn its head to the rear. The change in posture shifted the balance of his design and forced him to perform a lot of extra calculations in order to prevent his mech from tipping over. He spent most of the first month into fleshing out his design's internal architecture. While the crystal propagator installed in the center of the chest introduced a lot of complications, VS possessed enough competence to adapt to the situation at hand. This wasn't his first rodeo, and nothing could top the internal complexity of the Caesar Augustus design. After working extensively with Jason Kozlowski's debut design, VS ceased to be impressed with mechs that only hosted two different weapon systems. "It's not that hard to accommodate another weapon system on a rifleman mech design." VS merely had to ration his weight and space allowances carefully. The internal architecture that he came up with for his rifleman mech design reflected his earlier priorities. He added as much compartmentalization as possible, but cut short the level of redundancy. In any case, VS put his faith on the armor to prevent the worst from coming to pass. It would still take a decent amount of effort to get past his design's compressed armor. Since VS recycled most of the component licenses he acquired for the Black Beak design, VS did not have to puzzle over how to integrate them into his second design. He already knew how all of the parts performed and what kind of conditions they demanded. The power reactor, the Trailblazer engine, the cockpit, and a lot of other components that VS previously implemented in the Black Beak design smoothly integrated in his rifleman mech design. VS only faced some challenges when he attempted to slim down the components in order to free up a bit more weight and space. Modifying third-party components came with a lot of risks, and almost no apprentice mech designer would attempt such an action. VS only went through with this move because he possessed enough knowledge to understand some of the inner workings of these components. Still, most of the components already went through countless optimizations, so VS did not free up that much capacity. Some of his modifications came paired with minor losses in performance. VS already took into account that a lighter mech had to sacrifice some capability in order to increase its mobility. Even if he used the same components as the Black Beak, his first and second designs fulfilled different roles, thereby necessitating a lot of adjustments. He finished up the work in 3 weeks, which was fairly fast by his reckoning. VS spent the next 2 weeks on simulating the performance of the internal structure and tweaking it to eliminate any faults. The tests and simulations revealed a lot of substandard implementations that unnecessarily lowered the performance of his mech. VS spent a lot of time to correct these mistakes and smoothed over the performance of his mech's internal design. That should wrap it up, VS said at the end of the first part of the design phase. The hardest part is over now. VS accomplished a lot of work, including getting the central laser propagator to work. Still, VS only came up with an untested application. It remained to be seen if the gimmick performed as expected. Starting from the second month, VS worked on the exterior of his mech, including the armor system and the laser rifle. Before he started work on them both, VS took the time to take a day off and check in with his company. He left his private workshop floor with Lucky in tow and visited the different departments. Everything appeared to go on track, although the sales of Brown's label Black Beaks had dropped to its lowest level. Demand for the Brown's label Black Beaks are stagnating because the third-party manufacturers have met the immediate demand for this specific design, Gavin answered VS when he visited the marketing department. Elemental Mech Engineering is particularly worse off since it primarily serves the domestic market. You have to understand that the Black Beak, while fairly popular, is a premium offensive knight. I understand. VS nodded. Both its type and price segment limit the popularity of the Black Beak. It's never meant to take over the market for knights. By now, EME only devoted a single production line to producing the Black Beak. While they still sold some Black Beaks every week, the sales volume was a far cry from when the designs still enjoyed a lot of hype. What about Vaughn? How are they faring trying to push the Black Beak across the border? It's the same as EME, but multiplied a couple of times. While they've never been able to conquer a lot of market share in any of the foreign markets, they're making plenty of sales when you add up the modest demands of more than a dozen different states. They're currently exporting the Black Beak to 12 states and counting. All of that adds up. This benefited the LMC as well, since Vaughn Industrial paid 3.5 million credits per mech. Currently, it was difficult to predict how many Black Beaks Vaughn would be able to sell each month, but Gavin spent a lot of time on analyzing the foreign markets. Right now, Vaughn is in a good place. They're easily able to export more than 100 Black Beaks a month. It will be tough to push more mechs than that. This means that at a minimum, the LMC can expect to receive at least 350 million credits in licensing fees. Naturally, like any income stream, these earnings didn't take into account the various overhead costs and other expenses of the company. In particular, the loan the company took to finance the Benson production line significantly increased the company's interest burden. Still, the LMC's financials looked good enough to VS. We're making far more money than we spend, even with all of our recent expansions. That's true, but there's still a war going on, Jake replied after he went over the financials with VS. There's a recent spate of destructive going on in the Bentheim region. It's only a matter of time before the Bentheim system itself will get hit, and Cloudy Curtain might get swept up in the chaos as well. What are you saying? I'm saying we should prepare for the worst. VS turned serious at those words. I know there's a possibility the Visions decide to raid our planet, but we've already made as much preparations as possible. We've upgraded our contract with Sanyao Ablin Security Services, and I've even set up the avatars of Myth, although they're still in infancy. However, our main source of security is our relationship with Walter's Whalers. If the Visions decided to raid Cloudy Curtain, the Whalers couldn't sit by and let the Visions run amok on their home planet. gangs enjoyed a complicated relationship with states. Any gang that claimed a planet but failed to defend it against foreign aggression would be pushed from their position of power. Even though such a measure would be costly, the Mech Corps had swept up these kinds of cowardly gangs enough times to demonstrate their point. Every citizen of the Bright Republic must defend their homes if able. Still, just because the Whalers possessed the obligation to defend Cloudy Curtain didn't mean it had to defend every location. In practice, gangs mainly held on to their core territories while letting the invaders lay waste to infrastructure that no one except the Republic cared about. The Whalers are our friends, and they know how much benefits the LMC brings to this planet. They'll definitely lend a hand if the Visions wants to raid the Mech nursery. Jake looked a bit skeptical at VS. As a former retainer of the Larkin Sons, he was no stranger to partnering up with the less respectable parts of society. Still, the gang culture in Rittersburg was nowhere nearly as intense as the gang culture of the Bentheim region. If you say so, I'll believe you, but it's better to prepare too much than prepare too little. What is your suggestion? His COO put forth a bold proposal. I suggest we hire a mercenary corps for a couple of months. We need a lot more Mech to fend off even a minor Vision raiding party. I don't know if you haven't heard yet, but there's word that the 3rd Emodri's Legion is circling around the Mech Corps in order to reach the Bentheim region. All hell will break loose if they succeed. VS frowned deeply at that information. Even VS hadn't heard anything about the Visions sending an entire legion deep into Republican space. However, if Jake mentioned it to VS, then the news must be true. The Larkin Sun estate must have informed the man. I see. In that case, the risk of hiring a couple of bad apples don't look so bad, he replied after considering the matter. You have my permission to hire a mercenary corps. Just one. I don't want any complications. Make sure they're trustworthy. I don't mind paying above the market rate in order to ensure their quality. Just don't set a lengthy contract term. A defense contract under these circumstances cost a lot of money, although they charged a lot less than dedicated security companies such as Sanyal Ablin. The cost still added up to an unreasonable burden after a year. By then, the avatars of myth could take over the duties previously performed by the mercenaries. Even though it cost a lot of money to set up his own personal force, the running costs looked a lot more reasonable than paying mercenaries to do the same job. Mercenaries existed and thrived on fulfilling temporary needs for wealthy clients. VS personally did not think much about them even as he sold his products to them, but he did not dismiss their worth entirely. In these dangerous times, he could use all the help he could get. After taking care of impactful decisions like that, VS returned to his private workshop floor and resumed his design work. All that's left is the exterior and a round of simulations before I can fabricate the first prototype. The most important part about the exterior was that VS had to apply the Veltrex armor system without overburdening his mech. As an armor system optimized for knights, it functioned perfectly when the 3 layers were thick enough to express their unique strengths. VS knew that he performed a misdemeanor by applying the same system to a skinny medium rifleman mech, but the nature of the compressed armor still ensured the armor remained strong. Although the thin plates of armor did not live up to their potential, they enormously improved the survivability of his second original design. It's not a knight, but it doesn't have to be. Sometimes, VS had to thin out the armor plating so much that their effective defense barely exceeded the standard of uncompressed armor. In those cases, VS substituted the expensive materials with the much cheaper HRF armor system that VS had last applied to the Mark Antony line of mechs. He laughed to himself when he drew on the old license he obtained from the system as a reward for completing an early mission. I never thought I would go back to using this low-quality formula. If it worked, it worked. VS ensured that the Veltrex armor system covered most of the essential sections of his design while covering some of the joints and other tricky areas with the much less demanding HRF armor system. It's not what I envisioned, but it mostly gets the job done. The use of two different armor systems led to a slightly unique appearance for his rifleman Mech. Chapter 382 Laser Rifle. If VS had to describe his second original Mech's appearance, then he would describe it as fast. Every curve and line evoked a sense of impatience and flightiness, as if it hated to stand still. The permanently hunched posture made the Mech look like it was permanently on the prowl. Everyone who looked at its appearance would have the misconception that it hunted for a living. Even though VS had not yet designed a customized laser rifle for the Mech, everyone could easily imagine the threat it kept contained within its speedy frame. This was a Mech that hunted other Mechs for a living. His artistic sense prompted him to coat his design with a mottled brown pattern. Although camouflage was pretty much useless in this age, the darker tones and subdued coloration brought a sense of understated class to the premium-priced Mech. VS added a slightly brighter yellow starburst pattern around the center crystal embedded in the chest. This would draw enemy fire towards the crystal laser propagator, which was very resilient against lasers and most types of thermal weaponry. The chest also boasted the thickest application of Veltrex armor plating, so even if the enemy missed, his Mech would still be fine. Mostly. The double armor systems contrasted strongly even if VS tried his best to obscure the different materials. The areas around the joints, neck and anywhere with minimal armor looked noticeably thinner, and adopted a slightly different texture that VS couldn't remove without using special and expensive coating. I can't do anything about the weaknesses inherent with the HRF armor plating. At the very least, I've got most of my design clad in compressed armor. It's going to be very hard for its opponents to aim for those weak points as long as it keeps moving. The main reason why he couldn't apply thicker armor to the joints was because adding more would cripple his design's mobility. By prioritizing mobility over armor, VS ensured his Mech retained a decent amount of agility and a fair amount of top speed. It also accelerated swiftly as well, which would help with abrupt changes in direction. After subjecting the design to various simulations, the design met most of its promised performance levels. The only areas of concern seemed to be armor coverage, power supply, and heat management. Every Mech design constantly juggled the latter two concerns. Compared to other rifleman Mech designs, his current work did not seem so cumbersome. Power supply formed the most complex issue. VS planned to employ a laser rifle that drew its power from external battery packs instead of the Mech's internal armor. Most often, Mechs of the Republic carried spare battery packs inside a small, well-armored backpack module. These widely available backpacks slotted into the Bright Republic's modular fitting standard, which VS had installed on the back of his design. This separated the weapon's power usage from the power usage of his Mech. Some saw it as an advantage, as rifleman Mechs could happily drain their external batteries without worrying about draining their Mechs dry. Mechs could also carry a lot more energy in total, leading to longer deployments in the field without worrying about resupply. On the other hand, bringing along a backpack module adds to the weight and makes the Mech vulnerable to attacks from the rear. It's not a pleasant thing if the backpack module explodes along with all of those energetic batteries. The explosions wouldn't be as violent as the overcharged energy cells on the glowing planet, but the force of it could still cripple a Mech. In effect, his choice of relying on external battery packs introduced a vulnerability in his design that contrasted sharply with his design's durable exterior. It was like building an impenetrable fort but leaving the front gates exposed. Still, those battery packs contained numerous safeguards to prevent such a disaster. Packs rarely exploded these days. Many other rifleman Mechs utilized external batteries as well, as many Mech pilots hated the limits imposed by relying solely on internal energy cells. With regards to the Mech itself, its power supply should lasted a very long while. Due to using the same components as the Black Beak, his rifleman Mech design could go on for ages before needing to resupply its internal energy cells. This capability comes at the cost of peak performance. although riflemen mechs don't particularly need it unless they want a quick burst of speed. In this regard, the weapon type determined the staying power of a rifleman mech. Ballistic rifleman mechs and railgunner mechs generally lasted as long as they still possessed ammunition. In a pitched battle, it would take less than an hour to run dry. Due to these limitations, mechs that relied on projectiles generally focused on maximizing their performance in the limited time they remained combat effective. Their peak performance could reach very high levels, although these mechs tend to wear out quickly as well. Still, laser riflemen mechs are the kings of attrition. The ease at which forces could replenish energy cells and batteries made laser riflemen mechs the favored type of mechs in larger battles and longer campaigns. Lasers dealt a lot of damage, but they took time to really take effect. This made them less deadly in short bursts of combat. Laser rifles also tended to grow hot really fast, so mech pilots had to pace their shots over an extended period of time. These traits tended to push mechs that used laser weapons into high-endurance configurations that lasted for a long time. Mercenaries tended to prefer the burst lethality offered by ballistic weapons, while armies and larger outfits leaned towards laser weapons for their ease of supply and their staying power. Naturally, this would only be possible if the weapon did not draw on the mech's internal power. Those mechs ran out of power faster, but offered even higher levels of mobility, as they weighed the least out of all riflemen mechs. Still, all of these tendencies are merely guidelines. It's not set in stone that all armies only use laser weapons and all mercenaries stick to ballistic weapons. VS opted to design a laser rifleman mech in order to provide Melker with a mech that allowed him to bring out his full strength. The private market still hungered for rifleman mechs of all kinds, including those designed to wield laser weapons, so VS did not worry about a lack of demand. He only needed to convince the market that his mech was worth purchasing over the competition. That's what the gimmicks are for. I've already integrated an untested laser crystal in the chest. All that's left is designing the rifle. He already bought a standard 10-year license for a basic but proven laser rifle design. Its robust and durable qualities along with the lack of frills made it an excellent base for modifications despite its generic and forgettable nature. 1.5 months already went by. VS planned to finish the laser rifle in 2 weeks before devoting another month for testing and iteration. A lot of time has already gone by. Anything can happen at this point. The sooner I finish this design, the better off the LMC will be once I'm called for other duties. Meow. Floating above his head, Lucky materialized and landed atop his head. The mechanical cat's bone-like exterior made it uncomfortable for VS to offer his head as a perch. Get off my head! VS tried to grab hold of Lucky in order to move him from the top of his head, but Lucky quickly turned intangible once his hands went up. Meow. Lucky excitedly meowed as he avoided the hands and hovered back and forth in the isolated design room. I'm sorry for not spending enough time with you, but I really need to get this work done. Meow. I know. I'll make it up to you later. Meow. Yeah, I'll order another batch of yummy minerals soon, however, don't think of getting anything better than junk exotics. Meow meow. You'll bankrupt me if you insist on dining on the best stuff. I don't have a glowing planet hiding in my pockets, you know. Times like these reminded him that he shouldered an excessive burden. His entire company and hundreds of workers relied on the functioning of a single lead designer. When mech manufacturers grew past the point where they would be called small, they rightly expanded from a single designer to a team of designers. This wasn't the first time VS thought about expanding the LMC's retinue of designers. The only problem he faced was one of trust. VS carried too many secrets, any of which could ruin his life and career if others found them out. The problem was that if he kept those secrets to himself, others wouldn't be able to understand his design philosophy. Subsequently, their work would never match his exacting standards. Either VS had to keep loosen his standard, or he had to resign himself to working by himself. After I finish this project, assuming I don't have any other obligations, I should try to cultivate Carlos as the LMC's second designer. Even though Carlos fell short of what the LMC demanded, VS still trusted his friend over any other mech designer who would wish to apply to work in his company. His average background and relatively poor talent meant that no one else got to him yet. As his first benefactor, Carlos would trust VS unconditionally. This is for later. I still have a rifle to finish. VS took the existing design of a laser rifle and separated its components. After categorizing each component, VS designed a laser crystal that would fit inside a rifle before determining which components could be left out. He puzzled over the issue for several days. He tried to strip out as many components as possible to slim down the rifle. VS subsequently filled up the void by shrinking the rifle or allocated the extra capacity for larger battery packs and heat sinks. When VS previously designed the weapon for the Tainted Sun, he added heat rods to the Grazer rifle. His current weapon project did not call for the same, as conventional lasers used up much less energy compared to a highly energetic gamma laser. While VS had always channeled the spirit of the crystal golem during his design work, it was only once he started work on the laser rifle that it emerged from dormancy. You probably know a lot more about these laser crystals than me. If you have anything to suggest, I'm willing to listen. The crystal golem's second opinion proved to be highly useful in trying to integrate the alien technology in a conventional human weapon design. It helped a lot with integrating the crystal with the remaining weapon components left inside the rifle design. In the end, VS cut about 40 to 50% of the components utilized in the laser rifle design. VS could have squeezed more performance savings out of the weapon if he went even further, but he was loath to do so. Once he started taking out the really essential stuff, the rifle would suffer a large degradation in performance. It was not worth it to take these essential components out. Actually getting the entire monstrosity to work according to spec was a lot harder than creating a proof of concept. VS needed to maintain the laser rifle's level of performance compared to the base. Even though he possessed some experience in designing a laser rifle, he still lacked in comprehensive experience. In the end, I'm not a weapon designer. While he found it interesting to work on a laser rifle, it only became possible for him to do so due to all of the extra skills and sub-skills he picked up along the way. It would be cumbersome to branch out much further. If not for the necessity of trying to stand out from the competition, VS would never waste his time with designing a custom laser rifle. It took a little longer to finalize the laser rifle. The extra time allowed him to work away the imperfections and increase the efficiency of his weapon until it matched the performance of the original weapon license, but only taking up half the weight and a lot less space. At this point, VS was almost ready to fabricate his prototype. He only needed to polish the appearance of his mech and optimize its design for a couple of weeks. That reminds me. I still haven't integrated the festive cloud generator in my mech. Chapter 383 Personal Kingdom. VS derived a fair amount of the technology used in his design from studying the remains of the crystal builders. His design's appearance and hunched posture faintly echoed the long-dead race's appearance. It was clear that the design formed something of an homage to the alien race. He did not do so because he worshipped the aliens, but because he wanted to please the crystal golem. The spirit inside his head had always nudged his design choices in this direction, and VS found it best to accommodate its wishes in order to maximize the chances of strengthening the X factor of his design. A thrilling sense of anticipation ran through his body as he thought about the end product. Besides its specs and its technical aspects, his design also excelled in the spiritual sense. It could in fact be one of its strongest points. VS couldn't wait to complete his design and experience its X factor in full force. The black beak may be better put together as a mech, but its X factor simply can't compare against this rifleman mech design. Still, the success of his design in terms of X factor depended on the mood of the crystal golem. VS attempted to please it in any way he could without setting back the performance of his mech. As for the festive cloud generator, VS decided to integrate it into the head of his design. He hesitated on the exact appearance of the head, but in the end chose to imitate the crystal builder's strange head shape. Just like the alien race which inspired this mech, VS designed the head to be a roughly humanoid shape but without any defined eyes, ears, nostrils, or mouths. Instead, he spread a random amount of pin-shaped holes throughout the front, sides, and back of the head. He only filled a couple of them with sensors, leaving the rest of the holes plugged at the very end. The head looked unsettling, and added to the threatening nature of his rifleman mech. Due to the strange shape of the head, VS found it to be the perfect outlet for the festive cloud generator. He integrated the module inside the neck and connected it to the holes in the head via dedicated channels. As for the color of the vapor, VS decided to use the same understated brownish color as the exterior coating for his mech. My black beak either releases black or red phoenix flames, depending on the edition. In order to add some flair to those who requested it, VS added in a soul blue shade as an alternative. This would turn the head into some kind of horrific entity that resembled a skeleton that came back to life. VS thought this would give his design a much better visual impact compared to vapor dyed in earthen tones. I don't think many people will go for this option though, VS considered. Rifleman mech pilots aren't eager to call out attention for themselves. If the heads of their mech suddenly burn in bright blue, they're liable to attract a lot more enemy fire. The black beak could afford to be focused on by enemy mechs, but his rifleman mech fared poorly if put in the center of attention. Even though both mechs shared the same armor system, one had been designed as a damage sponge and the other had been designed to dish out the damage. After adding in the cloud generator, VS essentially finished iterating his design. After this, he would no longer add new features and functionalities to his mech. From now on, he would proceed to optimize his design and smooth out its flaws until he ended up with a polished rifleman mech that wouldn't shame itself on the battlefield. I'm almost finished, he celebrated to himself, though the only one who heard his words was a bored Lucky who lounged around above his head. Getting these laser crystals to work is a bit of a pain, but it's well worth the effort. These gimmicks did not change the game entirely, but they provided a substantial amount of benefits, so long as VS could actually turn them into reality. That was still in question, as VS had never fabricated crystals up to this scale. The hardest part was already over. After completing his rough and polished design, VS no longer needed to strain his mind on making difficult design choices. All that remained was correcting any inefficiencies that VS had inadvertently introduced in the design. VS proceeded to throw his design in a large number of elaborate simulations. Through the use of complicated mathematical models, VS crunched the numbers and tested whether the armor coverage contained any hidden weaknesses or how many times the laser rifle could fire in quick succession before it malfunctioned or blew up. All of this was relatively boring work. Any results the simulations spat out prompted VS to make minor tweaks such as thickening a plate of armor by a couple of millimeters or shifting one component to the left by a similar margin. This was precision that entailed a lot of repetition. The bigger design teams have dedicated analysts to process these simulations. It was a waste of time for mech designers to concern themselves with this kind of work. While it demanded a high understanding of mathematics and physics, it also involved relatively little design judgment, so the work didn't have to be done by a mech designer. If I work alone, I can finish a decently optimized design in a little over 3 months. If I have an entire team to back me up, I can either shorten the time by half, or get much more work done in the same amount of time. The tedium of taking care of every single detail brought a great burden to VS, and it would only get worse over time. As his designs grew more complex, the amount of details that needed to be taken care of increased as well. Eventually, it was a lot more efficient to offload the less essential tasks to assistants. They don't need to be as good as me in terms of design ability or mathematical understanding. They only have to be good at their assigned task. Many larger mech companies as well as the state-backed militaries relied on the works of design teams. The work of a single person always took longer to complete. The lack of involvement of others also made the mechs designed by a single person very insular in nature. This meant that such mechs possessed very pronounced strengths and weaknesses. This didn't sound so bad, but sometimes a mech designer was so myopic that he overlooked a critical weakness in his design that would instantly plummet its value once revealed. VS was not so conceited to think he could keep track of everything, including the things he didn't know. It seems like it's inevitable for the LMC to become more professional. VS would always treat the LMC as his own personal kingdom. He merely considered the act of expanding his design team akin to hiring a couple of court wizards. As long as VS kept a tight leash on them, they would be unable to pose a threat to him and his kingdom. Still, just because he resolved to create a design team didn't mean he could gather a number of people with the snap of his finger. Hiring a number of competent assistants is easier than done. The best people are claimed by the major players when they are a long way from graduation. He needed to cultivate talent from the ranks. In that regard, calling any of his employees talented would be stretching it. The only way he could cut short the arduously long training process was to utilize the advantages of the system. Before I design my third mech, I'd better stuff Carlos with a bunch of intelligence attribute candies and see what happens. VS doubted that Carlos possessed more intelligence than the average among humans. If his intelligence attribute happened to have shot up straight to 2.0, that was a different story entirely. His friend would experience a sea of change, and would be able to digest every textbook that VS had gathered in a matter of days. While VS daydreamed about cultivating Carlos, an alarm suddenly interrupted his thoughts. A red light flashed for several seconds, long enough for the seriousness of it to set in. VS forcefully halted his isolation and raced towards the terminal that connected to the outside world. He quickly called up Jake. "What's going on outside?" "It's bad. The visions have come." That was all VS needed to know. His jaw dropped and his heart skipped a beat. Even though he made a lot of preparations for their possible arrival, VS secretly hoped they never decided to come to the Cloudy Curtain system. Out of all the rural systems around Bentheim, Cloudy Curtain was one of the poorest and least developed economies in the neighborhood. Despite the rising importance of the LMC to the planet, agriculture still remained the dominant export of this planet. Even if the Visions wanted to starve Bentheim of their food, the most a couple of mechs could do was burn some fields and destroy some processing plants. It would be impossible for an entire legion to scour the entire planet of all crops within a month. And when they left, the farming consortiums could simply clean up the wreckage and plant another batch of crops. No, the Visions hadn't come to raid some farms. Their goals should be more than clear. VS looked grimly at Jake's projection. "They're coming for us, aren't they?" Sanyal Ablin thinks that's likely the case. The 3rd Emodri's Legion is out in force, and they're simultaneously hitting over 20 different planets at once. All of the targeted planets in question are hosting some kind of industry related to mechs or ships. In other words, the Visions definitely targeted his mech nursery. How many mechs are they bringing along? If you take into account the historical patterns as well as their usual modus operandi, They're likely bringing in one company of space-borne mechs and two companies of land-bound mechs. Mind you, these are full-strength companies. They can't compare against the mechs and people employed by the private sector. Leaving out the space-borne mechs, Cloudy Curtain had to withstand the fury of more than 80 military-spec mechs. Can the mech nursery withstand such a force? It's doubtful, Jake replied, revealing his own apprehension at the nearing fleet of combat carriers. The defenses of the mech nursery can't even withstand a single company of Legion mechs. Two companies can absolutely overrun our base, although that doesn't take into account our mobile defenses. The mech nursery still possessed a way to survive the Vision Fury by relying on their allied mechs. Talk to me about our mech disposition. We've just discovered the Visions, so it's not clear how many mechs we can call up. Right now, Sanyal Ablin has promised 24 high-quality mechs to our defense. These are top-of-the-line third-class mechs, so they'll be able to punch above their weight against the Visions. The S nodded in understanding. Sanyal Ablin's security services was a subsidiary of the Kansa clan. As a partner of a second-rate state, the Kansa clan was more than capable of maintaining such an expensive force of mechs in the standard of third-rate states. Still, even with the LMC's current earning levels, they could ill afford to expand their already hefty contract with Sanyal Ablin. They couldn't rely on more than 24 mechs from the security company to defend their manufacturing complex. As for the avatars of myth, you should know more about them than me, seeing that they're under your sole command. As far as I'm aware of, your cousin Melker has been drilling them non-stop in their current service mechs. Although they only bring 9 mechs to the table if you include your cousin, their capabilities should be on par with the average Vision squad. That brought their side to a third of the amount of mechs the Visions would bring to bear. They were still horribly outnumbered, but if they fought cleverly, they still stood a chance of repelling the raiding force. What about Walter's Whalers? Have they gotten in touch yet? They have, but… Jake hesitated a little. They aren't exactly eager to come to blows with the Visions. They'll do their part for sure, if only to meet their obligations, but we can't force them to hold their ground. That's a problem. The S frowned deeply. If the Whalers chickened out, where did that leave him? How about the mercenaries? Please tell me they're prepared to face the Visions. Chapter 384 Black Mark. About that. Jake sounded like he swallowed a sour lemon. I think it's best to switch you over to Melker. He's been coordinating the mech nursery's defenses. VS waited for the comm channel to switch to Melker. VS? I've been meaning to speak to you. I just heard the short version. Tell me about the readiness of the mercenaries. Who did you hire and what kind of issues do they have? Melker sighed on the other side of the channel. It's complicated. First, do you know what mercenaries do during times of war? Some of them join the Mech Corps or get conscripted by them, right? Yes, and it's always the best of them that get snapped up one way or another. Usually, mercenaries prize their freedom and identity, so the Mech Corps usually contracts them to defend less important places that still need to be protected. So right off the bat, the best mercenaries have disappeared, leaving the hiring market with the non-elites and the small to medium-sized mercenary corps who aren't worthy of notice. VS added on to Melker's explanation. He could predict where his cousin was going with this story from his own understanding of how the market worked. Since this is a time of war, plenty of companies are shivering in their pants. They can't bolster their security forces fast enough, so they've immediately hired the leftovers who are still worth a damn. The latest war between the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom already raged on for a couple of months. The most far-sighted companies already made their moves long ago. When you tasked us some time ago to hire some mercenaries as well, the outfits that were still available at that time are like the last kids you'd pick to join your team. They all come with various amounts of baggage. The only good thing about them is that they know their records look bad, so they've all been setting reasonable prices. Did you hire a cheap group then? Not exactly. Melker shook his head. Those guys are liable to cut and run when the going gets tough. I'm not stupid enough to put my faith on those types. Besides, none of these cowards indicated that they wanted to take on an assignment that would force them to fight directly against the Vision frontline forces. VS snorted. Good luck with that. I don't think those mercenaries can afford to be picky. They'll probably go bankrupt very soon. It's better to be bankrupt than dead. Melker shrugged. In any case, there aren't that many mercenary corps who are willing to accept a high-risk defense assignment, which is what's applicable to our situation. I've had to spend days negotiating with various outfits available for hire. And the result? Well, after discussing it with the LMC's upper management, we've settled on a medium-sized group called the Udis Mudriders. Charming name. The name of the outfit alone did not inspire much confidence in VS. The Mudriders specialize in extended patrols, wilderness reconnaissance, and other missions of that nature. They're really good at what they do, so I've decided to contract them even if they don't specialize in defense. His cousin must have a good reason to do so. Then what's the problem with the Mudriders? There's no way in putting it gently, so I'll just say it. The Mudriders have a black mark on their record. VS instantly turned serious. Really? And you hired them anyway? What was a black mark? In the mercenary circles, the Mercenary Association kept track of each mercenary outfit's performance, and whether they fulfilled their obligations. They were much like the Mech Trade Association in that regard, though they did not wield any real power or maintain their own defense force. In short, they acted solely as neutral arbiters. In their record-keeping, they frequently had to deal with mercenaries that failed to do their jobs for some reason or another. The MA would often be called to investigate the circumstances if the mercenaries and their employers failed to come to an agreement. Either the mercenaries would be acquitted, or they'd receive a red or black mark on their records. A red mark signified a warning sign. It meant that the mercenary corps in question had fudged their job somehow. These marks instantly lowered the valuation of the corps, but fortunately for them the MA offered plenty of options to redeem themselves, usually through demonstrating good behavior in the next handful of missions. It was a different case with a black mark. The mercenary corps had to do a completely unforgivable act in order to acquire a black mark. This usually entailed actions short of becoming a full pirate, but still looked pretty bad. Most often, this consisted of destroying something that they'd been assigned to protect, fleeing too early in battle, or getting caught doing something wildly illegal. Many mercenary corps gave up on the spot once they received a black mark. Sadly, the Mech pilots wouldn't be able to get away with it either, as the black mark persisted in their personal records as well. Many pilots therefore chose to retire from the mercenary business entirely. To those who for some reason or another desperately wanted to stay in the business, the MA offered a couple of ways out. The most popular one would be to redeem themselves through completing a number of missions with exemplary behavior. Unlike with red marks though, the mercenaries wouldn't be able to remove their black marks with a string of boring and safeguard or patrol duties in the middle of nowhere. They specifically had to demonstrate their valor through completing high-risk assignments. This is the first high-risk assignment for the Mudriders. Melker continued to explain. They received their black marks at the outbreak of the war when they were contracted to defend a lucrative natural preserve planet. For some reason, they did not prepare for the war and got caught with their pants down when a deep-ranging raiding party entered the system. You can guess what happened next. These Mudriders already sounded like idiots to VS. Who didn't know that a war was imminent back then? Okay, so their peacetime contract obliged them to defend the operations on the natural preserve, but they never actually expected to face the fangs of the Mech Legion. Did they run immediately or did they at least pretend to put up a fight? It's actually both. They used to be a fairly large mercenary corps with over 70 mechs. Half of them mutinied against the mercenary commander and fled the system just hours after the arrival of the Visions. The other half became so demoralized that even if the commander wanted to make a stand, the circumstances forced him to pull back as well, hence the black mark. While VS felt a lot of sympathy for the mercenary commander, that did not mean he appreciated the commander's leadership abilities. Right, and now we're the ones they're tasked with defending. How many mechs do they have? There's only 24 left. The good thing is that most of them are advanced mechs. The Mud Riders who piloted the frontline mechs didn't hold much loyalty to the Corps and don't possess strong wills. What's left are the true core of the Mud Riders. 24 mechs, most of them on par with the mechs of the avatars of myth. That sounded a bit better. This brought the defending mechs to at least half the strength of what the Visions might bring to bear. It was still short of ensuring victory, but VS could not afford to be picky at the moment. Melker proceeded to tell VS a few other details about the Mud Riders that he should know before suggesting that he should meet with the mercenary commander in person. The Mud Riders are based in the mech stables next to ours. You should really speak with the commander and try to convince him that the mech nursery can hold as long as they are committed to the fight. VS nodded. He knew how important it was to prop up the mercenaries after suffering an enormous spout of bad luck. I'll go do that. He cut the comm channel and proceeded to leave the underground portion of the mech nursery with Lucky in tow. As he briefly glanced at the various floor, he noticed that the manufacturing complex had gone into full crisis mode. His people halted every non-essential operation such as fabricating mechs and began to stow away every loose component and material laying around in the open. Under the leadership of Chief Cyril, the mech technicians also started to tidy up the production lines and began to wrap them up with makeshift armor plating in order to protect them against collateral damage. Out of everything in the mech nursery, the LMC could not afford to lose its 3 production lines. As the most valuable physical assets of his company, the Vision raiding force would definitely do their utmost to pound the expensive machines into scrap. Once he reached the surface, he saw that most of the office buildings had actually been retracted underneath the ground. While that didn't guarantee they would escape unscathed, it at least made them less of an obvious target. As for the mech stables, for various reasons these structures couldn't be moved, but their sturdy construction could take a fair amount of blows before they succumbed. VS and Lucky moved to the largest structure which had been assigned to the Udi's Mud Riders. Upon reaching the entrance, the Mud Riders must have gotten prior word of his arrival because their mech pilots and support personnel all stood at attention in front. VS got the sense that a fair amount of pilots used to serve in the mech corps. It stood to reason that they stuck to the Mud Riders when everyone else left the group. An older man stood in front and approached VS. "Welcome to the Udi's Mud Riders. I am Commander Marin Husen, the man in charge of these bunch. Isn't that right?" The Mud Riders shouted in unison. The discipline of those who remained still appeared to be strong. The display quietly allayed some of the concerns that VS still held. At least the Mud Riders hadn't been left with the dregs. Once Commander Husen dismissed his men and women, he led VS to an office that he appropriated for his use. "I appreciate you coming to pay us a visit. You don't seem like the corporate types who let their underlings do all of the work." How was VS supposed to respond to such a remark? "Your Mud Riders form a vital part of our defense, so I can't afford to remain hands-off. Now, I'm aware of your outfit's recent history. It doesn't look good." Husen let out a deprecating smile. "It is not a secret that my Mud Riders are much diminished. In truth, we've had it too easy in the last decade. We've expanded too fast and brought in strangers to fight alongside us. We trusted them to watch our hides, but at the critical moment, they turned their own backs to us and left. Can you guarantee that it won't happen again? We truly need your commitment to this coming fight." I will stake my mercenary honor on this task. I would rather die than to see the mercenary corps that I've built out of my own flesh and tears dissolve due to another act of dishonor. That sounded great, but Commander Huzon did not speak for his entire crew. Even though his men showed an encouraging display of unity, who knew if any of them held second thoughts? Once a single mech pilot ran away, his departure might lead to a cascade of defections, especially in the heat of battle. VS crossed his arms. Actions speak louder than words. I'll reserve my judgment until the visions actually come. That's fair. Huzon nodded. All I can tell you is that we'll do our best to defend these premises. But if you want to employ us at our best, then you must grant us the autonomy to operate according to our strengths. What does that mean? I've been arguing with the man you've assigned to coordinate your defenses, and we have a disagreement on how my Mud Riders should be employed. And you haven't resolved your argument? No. The robust mercenary commander shook his head. We're trained to fight on the run. We are a skirmishing force, not a frontline unit. Standing behind the walls and letting the enemy come to us isn't what we do. It turned out that Commander Huzon wanted the Mud Riders to be deployed outside the Mech nursery. Instead of defending the walls, the Mud Riders would harass the incoming raiding force from the flanks and force them to split up their focus. The idea sounded good, but the problem was that nothing held the Mud Riders back from running away if they chose to do so. VS understood why Melker was hesitant in granting them so much leeway. They already possessed one black mark in their record. Let me speak to my cousin about it before I make a decision. Chapter 385 Defense Plans. After leaving the mech stables occupied by the Mud Riders, VS paid a visit to the facility that held the avatars of myth. Melker already used the budget provided by VS to good use. The mech stables looked like a bunker that could withstand a lot more punishment than the one he visited before. It had also been built on top of a collapsible tunnel that led to an underground network. VS. Melker greeted him as he arrived. I believe you have met the Udi's Mud Riders? They look like they have something to prove. You can't trust what you see. They purposely put their best foot forward. Melker admonished him as he led him past the mechs of his own personal force. They all looked decent, but the two gold-labeled black beaks took the crown. The two offensive knights radiated a subtle flavor that spoke of bloodthirst and anticipation. VS mentally nodded in satisfaction. Their X-factor should enhance the two mechs by a small but noticeable margin. After finishing the small tour, Melker led VS to an underground command center of some sorts. A dozen or so new hires staffed the various workstations in the highly secure chamber. VS recognized them as part of his own personal force due to the temporary uniforms they wore that matched Melker's own. His cousin seemed to have opted for a sober black uniform of stiff, high-quality fabric along with touches of blue. The uniform gave those who wore them a lot of stature, and VS approved of the look. Perhaps he would instruct Melker to turn permanent. This is our first command center. Here, we will coordinate our surface defense. There are other command centers underground, but it's not necessary to use them yet. The chances that the Visions are bringing tunneling machines are very low. In the middle of the command center hovered a projection of the star system and the Mech nursery's vicinity. From our latest observations, the Vision combat carriers are making swift progress to the inner system. They'll arrive in orbit in about 11 hours. That's very short, and we don't have enough time to bolster our defenses. VS studied the space plot and traced the trajectory of the Vision ships. Is there any way to threaten their ships? No. I've already made some inquiries and it's impossible for us to damage them. They're very well guarded by an entire company of space-borne mechs. As you know, the Mech Corps isn't maintaining any garrisons in this star system. Instead, the job of defending the system and planet is left to Walter's whalers. I see. Even with their recent windfalls, it took time for the whalers to train competent mech pilots and acquire new mechs. This raid happened way too soon for the whalers to put a strong resistance. VS did not forget that they lost a lot of mech pilots in the Glowing Planet campaign. VS also had a first-hand look at how they operated back then. Typical for gangs, battles in space was not their strong suit. They much preferred to operate on land, as that was more intuitive and required less brain power to understand. In order to excel in space like a true space-borne fighting force, the whalers would need to hire a lot of ship captains and mech officers who understood orbital mechanics and other highly technical knowledge. Let alone orbital mechanics, VS doubted that the average gang member learned how to count past 10. Okay, it's hopeless to contest divisions in space, but the whalers are much better off on the ground, right? Melker nodded. That's one thing that's gone right. Dietrich has been in touch with us, and they've promised to defend Freslin and the mech nursery, depending on where the Visions plan to strike. However, he did warn us that while the mechs are much better than what they used to have, the mech pilots are mostly green and untested. They won't be able to stand their ground in a pitched battle. That meant instead of relying on the whalers to be the main force that blunted the Vision's spearhead, they could only be employed to perform less critical roles. VS let out a grunt in frustration. Seems like everyone is doing their best to shirk responsibility for the most arduous task. Will Sanyal do their jobs at least? They've informed me that they are committed to fulfill their contracts, and for once, I believe them. The credibility of SAS as a whole is on the line here. That meant that the mech nursery could at least depend on a core of 24 very capable mechs to hold the line. At least the LMC got their money's worth in that regard. The defense picture started to become clear to VS. He looked at the map that showed the mech nursery and its surroundings. VS chose to plant the highly defensible manufacturing complex in a complex forest environment tens of kilometers away from Freslin. This was near enough for his employees to live in the second-largest city of Cloudy Curtain and commute to the mech nursery every day. It was also far enough away from the city that attack on the mech nursery would not pull in innocent bystanders. Melker swiped his finger at the star-shaped walls of the mech nursery. The Visions have come to raid our location, so they won't be wasting time on whittling us down. Standard Vision doctrine calls for concentrating their force and breaching our defense line in a single powerful push. This strategy works well enough against most company-owned premises. Inside the complex, Sanyal Ablin's mechs and weapon emplacements formed a stiff defense, especially against missiles and aerial threats. We've got a lot of turrets. Don't depend on them to repel 2 entire companies of Vision mechs. They're mostly employed for anti-air duty. If the Visions are stupid enough to fly a mech over our heads, every turret will be able to draw a bead on such an exposed target. It was a little more problematic for the turrets to target land-bound mechs. In addition, they made for very obvious targets. Their complete lack of mobility easily turned them into punching bags for agile mechs that could dodge the incoming turret fire. Well, the Visions won't drop down on top of us at the very least. VS consoled himself. So if I'm reading this map correctly, the SAS mechs will hold the wall while the whaler reinforcements will wait at the outskirts of Freslin? That's correct. The whalers are obliged to defend their citizens first in case the Visions split. If the raiding force doesn't decide to hit Freslin, then the whaler mechs will be departing in our direction and hit the Visions from the flanks. That sounded identical to what the Udi's Mud Riders requested. The difference was that VS knew that the quality of the mech pilots from the whalers precluded them from being employed in the most difficult position. I see. That's why you're so adamant that the Udi's Mud Riders join the Sanyal mechs on the walls. We don't have too many front-facing resistance otherwise. Melker nodded his head but let out a breath in concern. Really, VS, you could have spent more time and resources on bolstering your defenses. Rushing the construction of the mech nursery helped a lot, but the base builders haven't completely finished building all of the systems that makes this complex defensible. Well, I can't help the timing of the 3rd Imodries Legion. Who is leading that unit? A descendant of the Duchess of Imodries named Lady Amalia. She's young and way down the line of suggestion, so she's certainly set out to make a name for herself. That sounded really bad for Cloudy Curtain and the rest of the Bentheim region. 2 types of leaders typically took charge of the Vision legions. The most common type would be career officers, who mostly inherited the position from their parents. They were much like the Larkin sons in that they possessed a strong military heritage. It was the other type of leader that posed a huge threat to the LMC. Mech legions led by ambitious heirs often did whatever it took to earn military merits. At the highest level of non-royal nobility, the fight to inherit a dukedom often led to lots of tears. Okay, if it's someone like Lady Amalia, then we can expect the Vision raiding force won't be cowed by our defenses. VS recalled the few instances where he witnessed the Visions in battle. One particular moment stood out. It was when the fleets of the Mech Legion and Mech Corps temporarily banded together to escape the glowing planet. Once they shook off the pirates, their fleeting reticence quickly dissolved, and both sides started slinging punches at each other without any regard for caution. Melker laid down the most pressing issue. 24 Mechs from Sanyal-Ablin will hold the walls. The squad of Mechs under my command will stay back as a reserve. The 30 Mechs sent by the whalers will approach the Visions from the direction of Freslin once they've committed to the assault. That amounted to 63 Mechs, which sounded deceptively impressive. In truth, VS would be a fool to assume they would all be completely willing to commit to the fight. The whaler Mechs especially formed the most unstable element. They could only be used as a distraction as best. The Visions definitely wouldn't expose any weaknesses for them to exploit. While their nobles often fought among themselves, their individual unit cohesion was extremely high. Therefore, the linchpin of the defense of the Mech nursery rested on the role of the Udis Mudriders. Will the Udis Mudriders really be useful if they stand the line? Definitely. Don't mistake them for being only good for skirmishing maneuvers. A mercenary corps of that caliber won't leave any gaps in the training of their Mech pilots. Besides, the Mech nursery's premises are large enough that they can still run around as much as they want to inside our defensive perimeter. Alright, so they'll definitely be useful if they defend the Mech nursery from the inside. But won't they be more effective if we accept Commander Huzin's request to let them range outside the perimeter? Melker conceded that point. That's true, but this isn't a situation where everyone gets what they want. The Visions are upon us in less than half a standard day, and we only have so many Mechs to go around. You have to realize that the Visions will attempt to breach the walls in a single go with all they got. It's vitally important we contain that initial push, and that requires a lot more than the 24 Mechs than what Sanyal-Ablin is offering. Well, we've also got the avatars of myth. VS, don't tell me what to do. Melker curtly rebuked VS. Even though the Visions are likely to employ the direct approach, there's always the chance they'll sneak around or pull of something else. A reserve is always needed to provide against contingencies, and they also need to be some of our best and most reliable people. No one else but my avatars can fulfill this role. This left a fairly bleak picture for the Mech nursery's defense. Melker truly convinced him of the necessity to leash the Mudriders to the walls. Commander Huzin and the rest of the mercenaries wouldn't be glad to hear that, but the mercenary contract they signed with the LMC didn't leave them many options for refusal. Seeing as you've failed to convince them, I guess I'll go ahead and talk to Commander Huzin myself. VS replied and turned to leave the command center. Do you have any suggestions on how to handle the Mudriders? They're a disgraced mercenary corps. Those who remain care a lot about their own honor. As career mercenaries, the thing they hate the most is retiring in ignominy with a permanent black mark on their records. Maybe you can use their honor against them. I'm not the most silver-tongued person, so I haven't been able to do that myself. I hope you have better luck. Ha! VS smirked. As if I'm any better. It's more like my mouth is made of wood. Chapter 386 Divided Opinions. The appearance of a vision radiating force into the quiet star system of cloudy curtains sparked an enormous panic. The only inhabited planet of the system turned into a beehive of activity. With a population of less than 20 million, the people of Cloudy Curtain never really paid attention to what went on in the stars. The planet was content to ignore the galaxy, and the galaxy in turn left it alone. Its status as an agricultural backwater always caused others to overlook Cloudy Curtain as a place of importance. In the previous wars between the Republic and the Kingdom, the aggressive Visions always seemed to overlook this tiny planet in favor of the much more attention-grabbing Bentheim system. In any case, if the Visions ever succeeded in conquering the Bentheim system, the peripheral star systems around this core location would automatically fall in the Vision hands without another shot. Therefore, the sudden appearance of the Republic's eternal boogeymen in the Cloudy Curtain system of all places caused an enormous ripple effect among the populace. Many sleepy citizens didn't even know what to do in the event of an emergency, which was something unthinkable in a crisis-ridden place like Bentheim. With millions of people running around like headless chickens, a number of influential organizations forcefully took charge. The Planetary Assembly was not among them. During a crisis of life and death, no one paid attention to the local politicians. In recent times, the ruling coalition had taken a large hit in popularity. Their stranglehold on local politics was a thing of the past. Nevertheless, the Greens and the White Doves never relented in their public criticism of the pioneers, the LMC and VS. The White Doves in particular rightfully argued that they had warned the people for years. I told you so! What was Mr. Larkinson thinking for setting up a giant mech plant on our peaceful planet? Say no to Mechs. Tell the LMC to blow up their entire factory before the Visions land. Don't give them a reason to lay waste to our cities. The war has nothing to do with us. Brighter Vision, I don't care what I call myself. Just leave us alone. The immigration authorities lied to us. I thought this was one of the safest planets in the Komodo star sector. I wanted a quiet retirement, not a first-class seat to a mech battle. Most of these voices came from the capital planet of Orinoco, which in recent times became a bulwark for the previous status quo. The businesses and influential people who congregated there purposefully amplified the voices of the discontent. On the other side of the planet, Freslin, which had become a lively city of mech enthusiasts, fought back with their own words. You fricking cowards! The Republic should have you shot for your treasonous words. Newsflash, dumbass, mechs are prevalent in every corner in the galaxy. No matter how hard you try to bury your head in the sands, there's no way you can avoid bumping into mechs. Millions of Republican mech pilots have fought and bled to preserve your freedom. And you want us to roll over and destroy our own mech builders on our own accord? You should be ashamed of yourselves. I don't know about you, but the Visions are the enemy, not one of our own. If you're so eager to lend them a hand, then go tumble out of the Bright Republic this instant. The raucous debate grew superheated even as the Vision combat carriers neared the divided planet. For some reason, the Republican commissioner remained mum and did not face the public in order to advocate for calm and solidarity. With the critical absence of the only figure on the planet that could unite both sides, the contradictions between the two sides widened to an extreme. In the middle of this debate, the response of Walter's Whalers revealed their stance on this issue. As the only organization on the planet with a substantial amount of mechs, they had a responsibility to defend the citizens against unbridled Vision slaughter. According to the social compact between the Republic and the gangs, the latter would only be obligated to fight if the Visions ran out of control and unscrupulously harmed civilian targets. As a mech manufacturer, the LMC fell outside of this consideration, as every business of this nature was by definition a military target. This meant that nothing forced the whalers to defend the LMC's new partially underground megacomplex. However, Walter himself released a statement professing friendship and support to the local Mech company. They decreased the amount of Mech stationed around Orinoco, stating somewhat correctly that Orinoco did not hold anything worth destroying by the Visions. Naturally, all of the pampered politicians and magnates in Orinoco howled loudly at the whalers, to no avail. The whalers operated mostly outside the jurisdiction of the local government, so they had absolutely no reason to listen to the instructions of a bunch of self-absorbed fat cats. Along with the whalers, the pioneers also provided a crucial amount of leadership and support in these trying times. They mobilized thousands of volunteers to reassure the inhabitants of Freslin and stem the outbreak of panic and hysteria. Hold together, people! We are not alone! Hold yourself together, and don't forget that we are part of the Republic. Once the initial confusion subsided, the citizens of Cloudy Curtain began to make their preparations. Several emergency services came together and formed coordinated response plans. They also wiped the dust from the almost forgotten emergency shelters that had been built just after the founding of the planet. Even though many of the systems had rusted away or fallen into disrepair, the emergency services brought them back to minimal functionality and opened them up to the public to take shelter. Many more inspiring moments occurred in the hours leading up to the Vision arrival. Doom mingled with hope in equal measure as Cloudy Curtain faced its first true test against adversity in centuries. At ground zero of this event, VS just stepped out of the bunker and thought of something great. He abruptly turned his body and regarded a floating Lucky with a gleam in his eyes. "Hey Lucky, you can turn intangible whenever you want, right?" "Meow? So why not do me a favor and wipe out the raiding force? You can pass straight into their cockpits and kill the vulnerable pilots with ease." "Meow! Meow!" Lucky very avidly shook his head, which caused VS to frown. What was the problem? The plan sounded perfect. "You can't or you won't." "Mio! Why can't you do what I just described? What's limiting you?" "Meow meow meow." It was times like these that VS wished the gem cat came with a human vocalizer. Many artificial pets possess the ability to speak in a human language. It helped a lot with kids. However, Lucky somehow lacked this function. VS spent over 5 minutes trying to communicate with his pet. "So not only does it take a lot of energy to pass through mech armor, you can't maintain your intangible state if subjected to extreme amounts of kinetic or thermal energy?" "Muh!" Versus always thought that Lucky could maintain his intangible state without limits, but even that turned out to be too good to be true. Lucky always expended a certain amount of energy and processing power to maintain the state. Both of them spiked whenever the cat faced a major disturbance, such as getting shot at by projectiles and lasers. This wouldn't be too bad if Lucky got shot at by infantry weapons. Guns of that scale only led to minor stress. Mech-scaled weapons were a different matter entirely. They unleashed so much energy that Lucky could only last a few seconds if targeted directly by such an awesome amount of firepower. Once VS found out about these limitations, he changed his mind about pushing Lucky in a direct combat role. Instead, he wanted Lucky to stick close to him until the Visions arrived. After they begin their attack, try and see if you can sneak inside a vulnerable mech in the periphery and pick off its pilot. Meow meow meow. Lucky made it clear that it took a lot of effort to do such a thing, as Lucky found it very difficult to pass through the armor and working systems of an active mech. He could only take care of 3 or 4 mechs in this manner before needing replenishment. 3 or 4 mechs are enough. We can use all the help we can get. Besides Lucky, VS also planned to go into action once the Visions breached the walls and attempted to smash through the tunnels that led to the underground floors. With a clever application of his full stealth augment, he might be able to unleash a full-powered laser beam from the Amastendera. It's better if Melcher wields the Amastendera, but he can do more with a mech than with a pistol. VS did not trust any of the security officers who worked for Sanyal Ablin with the precious laser pistol. Thus, for lack of a better alternative, he planned to keep hold of the Amastendera and use it himself if he found the right opportunity. The recent shooting practice he got when he played the lottery at the Crystal City refined his handling of the pistol. Though his marksmanship could not be compared with a professional soldier, he could at least shoot straight at a stationary target or a giant moving mech. After taking stock of his own situation, VS resumed his journey towards the Mudriders. When he arrived at their mech stables, Commander Husen took him aside again and looked at him with a hopeful expression. VS did not have good news for him. Melcher has apprised me of the situation. While I'm not an expert in these matters, I trust his judgment. We need more mechs at the front. If your mechs can bolster the mechs of Sanyal Ablin, we can blunt the Vision charge and force them to reconsider the merits of attacking the mech nursery. This is a gross misuse of the Mudriders, Husen instantly protested. Let us range outside, and I'll promise you that you won't regret it. Unspoken in the mercenary commander's words was that if VS insisted otherwise, that he might regret his decision. VS took note of the commander's tone but remained firm. You signed a defense contract with us. I skimmed over it along the way, and it states quite clearly that while you have operational command over your forces, you still have to deploy them according to the needs of your employer. Now, as your employer, I'm telling you that you are needed at the walls, not away from them. I won't brook any further argument on this issue. Although Commander Husen was at least twice as old as VS and experienced countless of conflicts, he still felt a sliver of a threat from the mech designer's tone. The mercenary leader turned grim. The contract also states that the Mudriders still reserve the right to refuse any unlawful or suicidal orders. Don't kid yourself. This isn't a suicidal act. We aren't facing the full might of the 3rd Emodries Legion. They just threw 2 companies of mechs at us as an afterthought. Their raid on our facility is just an afterthought. As long as you work together with us, I'm sure we can succeed in fending off the Visions. We can't, Husen shouted back at VS. The Mudriders have been through hell and back, and we've changed beyond recognition. One more trip back to hell will break our men. I'm not sure there will be anything left of the Mudriders if I announce your plan to my mech pilots. VS stood silently in front of the mercenary commander with a grim expression. He could not afford any further compromises. Not when it concerned the well-being of his company. Are you a mercenary or a crybaby? I'm not so sure, because you sound a lot like the latter. Commander Husen looked indignant at VS. He tightly gripped his fists. The two fell into an impasse. The fate of the LMC and the Udis Mudriders both rested on who yielded first. Chapter 387 3 Mechs. The two argued back and forth, but they largely repeated the same arguments. VS hadn't been able to come up with a compelling argument to convince the Mudriders to partake in the defense with all their heart, so VS simply chose to be firm and unyielding. Certainly, he felt a little bad about the Udis Mudriders, but compared to his own benefits, why should he care about the well-being of some random mercenaries? Are you not a mercenary? VS pressed, having just reminded himself of Melcher's advice. Do you still wish for the Udis Mudriders to exist after this assignment? If the mech nursery falls, your mercenary corps is ruined. You'll lose every opportunity to clear your records of your black marks. Commander Husen frowned. Is the alternative any better? You're throwing us to the meat grinder. That's because you signed up for this job. You wanted to prove your valor, right? Then do so. Proving your courage means you should stand up to adversity when everyone else tells you to run away. It's disgraceful of you to hear you try so hard to shirk your duty. Do you need a reminder on what a high-risk assignment entails? It's not a walk in the park, for heaven's sake. Even if you're right, you are going too far with this. You are not our commanding officer. Your word isn't law. Don't think that I won't dare to pull my forces out of this death trap of a complex if I think you're about to throw away our lives. If the Mech Corps hears about your words, they'll scoff at them. The nature of combat doesn't allow us the privilege of choosing our battles. The Visions are spoiling for a fight. So what? Countless pilots of the Mech Corps are doing their duties right now without any complaint. If they can step up, why don't you? That's because the Mech Corps enjoy the best training and the best equipment. Their mechs are all top-notch machines while my Mud Riders are working with 5 to 10-year-old mechs. Boo-hoo. I've seen your mechs. You can't fool a mech designer's eyes. Your mech models are all robust designs. They've got plenty of life in them yet. And we'll risk losing most of them before the end of the week if we clash head-on against the Mech Legion. Obviously, VS did not manage to shake Commander Hudson's position. After a brief moment of silence, VS decided to resort to the carrot rather than the stick. If the Mud Riders do this for I won't skimp on the rewards. We're already entitled to the highest class of hazard pay as well as compensation for any damage we might incur. Still, no matter how much money you throw at us, it won't make the dead come back to life. I'm not talking about more money. How about receiving a couple of exclusive mechs in exchange? Are you kidding me? Hudson began to turn his back to VS. Wait a minute! These aren't your average mechs. VS quickly followed up on his statement. You must have heard about the LMC and its latest model, right? The Blackbeak's characteristics fits perfectly with the Mud Riders. It's mobile, resilient, and doesn't require frequent resupply. I'll personally fabricate 2 top-tier gold-labeled Blackbeaks for your mercenary corps. Although it sounded ridiculous that VS attempted to bribe Hudson with a couple of mechs, the mercenary commander couldn't help but halt in his tracks. He knew about the renown of the Blackbeaks. They were excellent mech models and their quality surpassed the machines that the Mud Riders currently employed. 2 mechs might not sound like much, but the rarity and status of any gold label mech from the LMC could not be belittled. VS worked hard to elevate the value of his handcrafted mechs exactly for moments like this. Commander Hudson knew what kind of treasure that VS was offering. I'll also add in one of the first copies of the Laser Rifleman mech that's currently in development. I can't say too much about the design, except that it shares most of the traits of the Blackbeak and will certainly outclass any of your current rifleman mechs. As much as Commander Hudson acted tough, every mercenary was a mech geek at some level. They passionately slobbered over mechs and could talk in detail about them to their fellow mercenaries. They favored different brands and followed the exploits of various famous mech designers. As an up-and-coming mech designer, VS hadn't managed to build a huge following outside of Cloudy Curtain, but his talent was more than evident from the meteoric rise of the LMC. This might not be so important to Hudson personally, but he did not think about his own benefits. Rather, he thought about how owning 3 prestigious mechs would affect the renown of the Udi's Mud Riders. Outfits that owned and flaunted rare and valuable mechs attracted a lot of attention, for good and ill, but mostly the former. Hudson fell silent as he thought about how he could use the gold label mechs as an opportunity to revive the Mud Riders after surviving this assignment. He could already see it now. With the surge of interest from the possession of the exclusive mechs, the Mud Riders could easily replenish its ranks even if most of the new hires would never be able to pilot the valuable machines. In effect, their combat effectiveness only played a secondary role compared to their fame. It was enough to treat them as mascots. Hudson looked at VS with a speculative look, but the mech designer kept his expression neutral and composed. VS did not open his mouth again because he did not want to fall into a trap. It did not cost the company a lot of resources to fabricate those mechs for the Mud Riders. That did not mean that VS was eager to fall into a one-man bidding war and be forced to raise his offer to a ludicrous level. 3 mechs was enough. He did not know what Hewson was thinking about, but the man offered up his hand for a shake. Deal. After VS left the mech stables, he silently sighed in relief. He only went out on a limb there. Although he could have raised the price if Hewson remained stubborn, even he had his limits. It was an extremely unpleasant experience to be blackmailed by the mercenaries that you had already hired. The Mercenary Association heavily frowned upon what happened just then, although exchanges that happened under the table always took place anyway. This was one thing that no rule or regulation could abolish. In any case, while Commander Hewson placed a lot of importance on those 3 mechs, the bureaucrats of the Mercenary Association would likely swipe away the report within the blink of an eye. After all, it was just 3 mechs. VS might as well offer a fruit basket instead. Just after VS left the mech stables of the Mud Riders, a lot of shouting and movement erupted from the place. Even if Commander Hewson let himself be persuaded by VS, it was another challenge entirely to convince the rest of his men to go along with Melker's defense plans. VS left them to it and returned to the command center. Men and women dutifully labored to bring the mech nursery's defensive measures up to full readiness. While Sanyal Ablin controlled most of the defensive systems, a handful of other functions remained in control of VS and his forces. Melker looked up from a projection of an intricate battle simulation. It showed a large amount of miniature Vision mechs punch through the outnumbered mechs from Sanyal Ablin and begin to divide and surround each separate group of mechs. Meanwhile, the mechs outside the base that represented the Whalers and the Mud Riders stood in place, well away from the fight. They never moved forward for a single instant during the entire battle. The simulation painted a very grim picture of what would happen. VS. Melker raised his head with a hopeful expression. How did your talks go with Commander Hewson? Did he relent on his stance? It took some convincing, and I also had to throw in an incentive, but he finally agreed to station his mechs at the front. Thank you. You've been a lifesaver for me. That's just what I needed. With the tentative cooperation of the Udis Mud Riders, the defenses at the walls stood a much better chance of surviving the initial push. Melker showed VS of how the battle might play out. If the Visions stick to the most convenient strategy in their playbook, although I have to mention that there's no guarantee they'll stick to it, then our job will be to put up enough of a fight to make them reconsider. VS picked up on the distinction between Melker's words. You don't think there's any hope we can defeat the Visions? Impossible. All the evidence we've gathered suggests that the 3rd Emodri's Legion is a standard Vision Legion. That means that their mechs are designed and built to military standards and their mech pilots went through strict, systematic training. There's no way they'll expose any flaws for us to exploit. We have to beat them fair and square. The problem with beating them fair and square was that the mech legions specialized in those kinds of fights much more than irregular mech outfits. So if we can't defeat them, we just try to bleed them as much as we can in the hope they get scared of all the blood they lose? Essentially, that's the plan. Melker nodded without shame. It's a different story if the mech corps is stationed here, but all we have are a handful of disparate mech forces, and we're still outnumbered to boot as well. The only factor that's in our favor is that the Visions won't be setting out for a fight to the death. They only want to do a quick smash and run attack. VS nodded. We're not important enough to force them to sustain massive losses. Now that I think about it, it's already generous for the Visions to send out 2 mech companies to destroy only 3 mech production lines. In their eyes, we are targets of opportunity. Exactly so. The 3rd Emodri's Legion is hitting over 20 star systems at a time. They aren't necessarily out to inflict massive damage to our industries. They are attempting to put a dilemma on the Mech core forces stationed in the Bentheim system. Will they move out to reinforce the besieged star systems? Will they split up to help each system at once, and risk getting ambushed, or will they choose to abandon some systems in favor of more strategic ones? All of them posed very interesting questions, but VS left the problem for the higher-ups of the Mech Corps to come up with a response. VS knew well enough that Cloudy Curtain ranked at the bottom of their priorities. He could not count on the Mech Corps to provide any timely assistance. VS studied the simulation along with Melker. With the help of the Mud-Eaters, the Vision's mechs had a much harder time trying to penetrate inside the complex. However, the simulation turned a little fuzzy then, which indicated that the AIs found it difficult to predict what would happen next. Melker slammed his fist against the tabletop. This buggy system! Even if the AIs could make up their minds, we can't rely on their results, Melker. It's all up to fate right now. You're right, he sighed. I predict that the Visions have to sustain up to 20% losses to make them reconsider their raid. They won't shy away before then, because they're trained to accept adverse losses in the course of their duties. Their willpower can't be shaken. We can only hope their commander is rational enough to weigh the risk of further losses just to smash a single manufacturing complex. With those words, VS left Melker with the final planning. VS did not have much to bring to the table. Before the Visions made their landing and revealed their mechs, VS could not even use his expertise as a mech designer to identify any potential weak points. VS returned to his office and helped coordinate the evacuation of personnel and the buttoning down of various valuable equipment. Everyone moved to prepare for the incoming raid. Over 10 hours went by in relative quiet, only to be broken when the planet's perennial cloud cover momentarily parted to make room for a large number of mech transports. The Visions descended from orbit. Chapter 388 Self-Harm. The combat carriers possessed the capability to descend from orbit and land on any planet with a standard amount of gravity. That did not mean they did it all the time. Any ship that landed on a planet became a sitting duck. Therefore, the Vision combat carriers remained in orbit and instead sent out smaller transport ships that conveyed the mechs to the surface. One peculiar nature about Cloudy Curtain was its ever-present cloud cover. The clouds not only blocked vision, but various other signals as well, so the Visions wouldn't be able to coordinate between their space and ground forces very well. However, this did not hinder their operations too much, as Cloudy Curtain itself hosted numerous quantum entanglement nodes that maintained contact with the wider galaxy, which could all be hacked in many ways. The Visions also deployed floating comm buoys to maintain secure lines of communication. Most of the transports predictably flew towards Freslin. However, 2 transports deviated from the rest and headed towards Orinoco. How many mechs do these transports carry? VS asked as he stood beside Melker in the command center. His cousin carefully studied the models and also looked up the details on the galactic net. This particular model normally carries 6 mechs. The Visions apparently don't think much of us if they feel confident enough to hit 2 targets at the same time. Both of them found the Vision decision to be an unexpected gift. Their odds of withstanding the Vision push drastically increased with the absence of those 12 or so enemy mechs. Will the Visions wait for those mechs to finish up in Orinoco before attacking the mech nursery? They shouldn't be, Melker mused. You have to be aware that the Vision raiding force has already entered this system for more than half a day. The Mech Corps already knows about them and will free up a response force sooner or later. The Visions don't want to stick around for too long. I predict they will only stay for 2 or 3 days at most. Raiding forces only came equipped to attack rear echelon facilities. Neither their mechs or pilots could compare to the best of what the 3rd Emodries Legion had to offer. Furthermore, they also lacked the supplies to fight an extended drawn-out engagement. Their plan was to get in and out as fast as possible, doing as much damage along the way as they could. As a detachment of the Vision Raiders flew towards Orinoco, the citizens of the capital city panicked. Walter's whalers practically left the city undefended, and only a handful of influential organizations maintained a loose collection of mechs. These mechs would not be able to pose a threat at all. The strong pacifist tradition among the old elite discouraged any meaningful investment into forming a proper standing force of mechs. Some mechs even looked severely outdated to the point where only grandfathers and grandmothers could identify their exact model on sight. The impending arrival of the Visions at Orinoco led to a fierce discussion among the upper echelon. Representatives of the ruling coalition, the local businesses, and the farming consortiums all gathered together to discuss potential countermeasures. I don't see why the two biggest consortiums are content to look on from afar. I know you guys have built up a secret force of mechs. This should be the best time to make use of them. Those are slanderous rumors. We are peaceful farming consortiums. The war has nothing to do with us. It is categorically impossible for us to send out any mechs, because we don't have any in the first place. Why are we arguing among ourselves when we don't even have any mechs to send out? Why do we not meet with the whalers and attempt a reconciliation? Are you kidding? They'll rob us blind if we attempt to negotiate with those thugs and brutes. Let us announce a widespread evacuation and hide out in the wilderness. The Visions may be able to do an enormous amount of material damage, but we can always rebuild after they leave. My businesses will be ruined if the Visions have free reign in Orinoco. As the different interest groups in Orinoco tried and failed to come to a consensus, a series of thunderous explosions happened outside. The force of the explosions shook the floor and even unsettled the footing of the people in the conference room. A door slammed open as a security officer hastily entered the gathering. Sirs! Massive explosions have destroyed the spaceport, the planetary assembly building, various storage yards, and the headquarters of the 5 biggest companies in Orinoco. An anonymous message has only given the occupants 2 minutes of time to evacuate before the bombs set off. Several people looked at each other with a stricken expression. Awful! The sudden chaos plunged the capital city in a full-blown pandemonium. People panicked and ran in every direction. The Visions spotted the destruction as well. Seeing that most of their strategic targets blew up on their own accord, the 2 transport ships that previously headed to Orinoco changed course and joined the main raiding force to Freslin instead. Just this act alone revealed the motives of the explosions. By destroying the most valuable structures in and around the capital city ahead of time, the Visions had no more reason to stop by. Who is responsible for those bombs? Don't they know what they've done? This is naked treason. Whoever destroyed my headquarters will pay. The consequences of such an act was very severe, but whoever bombed those places managed to accomplish their goal of diverting the Visions away from their city. After all, if they didn't persuade the enemy transports to change course, the Amodri's mechs may have decided to destroy a lot of other infrastructure as well. While certain people in Orinoco sighed in relief, others in Freslin looked furious. In the command center, VS looked grim. I knew it was too good to be true. It looks like we'll be facing the full force of the Visions after all. Unlike VS, Melker couldn't accept what had happened. As a bona fide Larkin son and a former cadet of the Mech Corps, he found the self-sabotaging actions of the bombers to be a profound betrayal of what it meant to be a citizen of the Bright Republic. The Mech Corps won't take this lying down. They'll certainly investigate the bombings after this is over. I know you're angry, Melker, but this isn't the time to focus your attention on those bastards hiding in Orinoco. We have to get ready to meet the Visions. The 2 lagging transports that previously headed towards Orinoco caught up to the main formation that flew towards Freslin. A tense hour went by as the transports reached a flat and uninhabited plain well outside Freslin. The Visions deployed jammers at that moment, making detailed observation impossible with the equipment at hand. They've set down around 40 kilometers away from our base, Melker noted as he changed the center projection to a plot of the local terrain. After their mechs embark from the transports, there is a chance they will stop by Freslin first. However, it doesn't have anything in particular worth destroying, so it's likely they'll go for the mech nursery as soon as they are deployed. It did not take long for the Visions mechs to move. After a brief period of organization, over 85 mechs set off in the direction of the mech nursery. Long-range sensors hidden in the forests around the mech nursery caught the broad strokes of the Vision movements, but lacked the power and sophistication to observe any detailed information such as the type and models of the individual mechs. 85 mechs is more formidable than we thought. VS frowned as all of the readings tentatively concluded there was definitely more than 80 mechs on the move. The numbers are never exact. The amount of mechs in a standard Vision company always fluctuates for some reason or another. 40 mechs is just a guideline. The addition of 5 additional mechs mattered a lot to the defenders. It meant that they might have to beat at least 5 mechs more in order to make the Vision commander lose heart in his raid. If some unknown organization hadn't decided to blow up Orinoco ahead of time, then the mech nursery wouldn't have faced more than 75 mechs. Melker couldn't help but boil up inside at the thought. Still, he finally managed to get a grip. He adjusted his visor on his head, which maintained a blue glow for now. He started to issue some commands, directing most of the mechs from Sanyal Ablin and the Mud Riders to man the section of walls that faced the incoming threat. The projected plot showed several dots moving into place. Most of them congregated at or behind the walls and spread out patterns several lines deep. Other mechs stationed themselves in the center or on the other sides of the walls. "What's going on right now?" VS asked. "Before the Visions come into range, they'll definitely try to soften us up." It didn't take too long for Melker's prediction to arrive. A swarm of missiles approached the mech nursery from a great distance. The Visions had staggered the launches of the missiles so they would all arrive at their target at roughly the same instant. "How many missiles?" Melker barked to a sensor operator working behind a nearby console. 5,000 missiles, sir! They are all of a light design." Both VS and Melker relaxed a little. Light missiles packed the least amount of punch. That was not to say that they didn't feel threatened by the swarm of missiles, but at least it did not match their worst fears. "Inform Sanyal Ablin and every rifleman mech to intercept the missiles." "Done, sir, though Sanyal Ablin says they've already moved." Even though Melker acted like a base commander, the truth was that none of the forces defending the mech nursery answered to him. Except for the avatars of myth, every other outfit involved in the defense listened to their own commanders. That was why VS considered Melker to be a coordinator instead of a commander in this battle. He could only make suggestions that others might not follow up upon if they thought they knew better or if it harmed their interests. "The upcoming battle hinges on the Mud Riders," Melker explained. "The mech pilots of Sanyal Ablin are professional enough to do their duty, but your friends from the Whalers need a lot of encouragement in order to convince them to attack the Visions from their flank. If the Mud Riders can hold off the initial push, everything else will fall apart. I'm confident Commander Hewson knows what's best for his mercenary corps, but I'm not sure if all of his mech pilots follow suit. Last I heard, a big argument erupted at their mech stables." They no longer had any time to do anything about it. With the Visions about to arrive at their doorsteps, they needed to trust in the measures they already prepared. At this time, the high-flying missiles finally arced into view of the mech nursery. At this time, the manufacturing complex had retracted almost all of the non-essential structures underneath the ground. The only structures that remained above ground consisted of defense measures. The turrets grabbed the most attention. over 100 different turrets installed and controlled by Sanyao Ablin automatically swiveled towards the incoming swarm of missiles before unleashing a rain of lasers and projectiles. The anti-air fire struck a lot of missiles, but plenty more made it past the initial volleys. Even as the missile swarm visibly decreased, too much had been sent their way. Less than 1,000 made it through and began to impact the entire surface of the inner perimeter. VS didn't look too worried at the explosions happening above his head. Most of the missiles landed on empty soil, or impacted the walls and reinforcement enclosures that sheltered the defending mechs. Sanyao Ablin's ECM is top-notch. Melker nodded in satisfaction. Over 90% of the missiles have been led astray, as expected of a subsidiary of a faction from a second-rate state. Perhaps the Visions hadn't expected the missiles to end up damaging barriers and clumps of dirt, because the 85 Vision mech suddenly slowed down their pace. They're beginning to realize we might not be the pushovers they thought we were. Melker guessed what went on in the enemy's minds. After all, hardly any company invests so much of their resources into fortifying their manufacturing complexes. The two Larkin sons waited with bated breath at what the Visions would do next. Chapter 389 Prudence. The Vision mech force unexpectedly paused in their approach. Neither VS nor Melker knew why, but they could make a guess. Haven't the Visions gathered intelligence about the mech nursery? VS asked with a puzzled tone. Surely they must have known what they were about to face. They might not have done their due diligence. In their eyes, the LMC is just a regular up-and-coming mech manufacturer with only 2 years of history at most. Can you say that every mech manufacturer is able to erect such a massive defensive installation as the mech nursery in such a brief amount of time? Definitely not. Anyone who casually read his background would know that VS only possesses a distant backer. Being a nominal disciple to a master mech designer did not afford him a lot of protection regarding these situations. Some masters even apprenticed thousands of mech designers at once, and only instructed them casually if they spared the time for them in the first place. In any case, the amount of growth he experienced in recent times was very much out of the norm for an apprentice mech designer of his age and background. Now that the Visions became aware that they faced something other than a pushover, they must have paused to reassess their plans. It's too bad their commander is prudent enough to interrupt their approach. Melker shook his head. I would have preferred if whoever is leading them is overconfident. That way, it's easier to spring them into our traps. We can't have everything. At least we've increased their apprehension to us. Not really. The Visions still won't think much of us once they find out how many mechs are defending this place. They still outnumbered us by a comfortable margin. It only took about 10 minutes for the Visions to make their move. This time, the main formation of mechs remained in place while over 20 mechs started to sweep forward in different directions. Damn! They're being especially careful now. The maneuver revealed that the commander of the Emodri's raiding force wanted to scout out their target before they made their next moves. It was the safest and most considerate action to take, and it did not take that much time to gather intel as the mech nursery was only so large. Just as they stared at the plot which kept track of the approaching enemy scouts, Melker suddenly received a comm request. He accepted it, causing a projection of Huzin's face to appear next to the central projector. The Visions have sent out their scouts. Let us out of the walls, and we'll hunt them down. We're fast enough to catch at least a third of them off guard. No, Melker immediately replied. Remain in place. The Visions may be dangling some bait in order to draw us out. Let them come to us. Understood. VS scratched his head. Isn't it better to deal with the scouts now that they've separated from the main body? This is a good opportunity to whittle down their numbers. Do you think the Visions are that easy to fool? Don't trust what the sensors are telling you. I bet this stationary group of mechs here have already started moving elsewhere. And those dots that depict solitary mechs might be accompanied by 4 or 5 more mechs each. Ah. VS realized Melker's point. The Visions might have already been aware of the sensors placed in their surroundings. If they knew that others spied on their mechs, they would have deployed their own countermeasures. But how will we know where they are if we can't trust this plot? We wait until they arrive. As long as we don't take the bait, they'll eventually give up on their tricks and resort to the direct approach. A tense hour passed as the Amodri's Legion scouts came into visual view of the Mech nursery. The high walls blocked most of their direct vision, but that hardly halted their attempts to observe the defensive measures of the base, as most of their sensors did not need line of sight to work. Merely getting close enough was sufficient. Melker tasked a couple of marksmen to shoot at the scouts whenever they thought they could pull off a shot. While most of them missed, they successfully curbed the brazenness of the scouts. Not once did Melker command anyone to go out and hunt down the scouts. Sanyal Ablin's mechs consisted of medium-weight models that specialized in defense. They could never catch up to the light mechs. Only the Udi's Mudriders might have been able to do so, considering that a fair chunk of their forces consisted of light mechs. In truth, these light mechs did not make for good defenders, but Melker was deeply unwilling to pull them away from their walls. Their light firepower might mean the difference between victory or defeat. After the scouting phase ended and the light mechs pulled back, the Visions arrived just beyond the maximum engagement range without any attempt to obfuscate their approach. They stopped short of coming into rifle range. Instead, they spread out and guarded every approach. Moments later, it became apparent why they did so. A dozen or so artillery mechs began to shell the walls. The explosions ruptured the surface of the walls made out of a blend of junk exotics and various bulk materials. Although they looked extremely firm and thick, they couldn't withstand a concentrated artillery barrage. Melker gritted his teeth. The Visions usually don't bother to shell an industrial target. Their commander appears to be an exception. He's treating us like a serious target. None of the mechs or turrets possessed the capability to retaliate against the distant artillery mechs. The most they could do was shoot at the incoming shells as they arced into the walls. More than 2/3 of the incoming shells never reached the Mech nursery, but the remainder that got through slowly broke down the targeted section of walls. Minutes passed by as the cracks turned into a hole, before widening up into a breach. After the last shells landed, the breach had become so wide that it could fit 2 mechs walking side by side. That's not good, VS noted. The artillery mechs then shifted their aim towards the turrets spread throughout the surface of the Mech nursery. The weaknesses of the turrets hammered home with each shell that got through the intercepting fire. Their complete lack of mobility turned them into stationary targets that would get destroyed sooner or later. If the Vision artillery mechs hadn't managed to destroy their target in their current salvo, they just sent out another one until the turret finally stopped working. This went on for over 2 hours until the artillery mechs expended all of their shells. By then, over 70% of the turrets that Sanyal Ablin had previously erected turned into hollowed-out ruins. Fortunately, no one lost their lives, as nobody manned the turrets. Their operators worked at a SAS-controlled command center deep underground. By now, the Mech nursery hardly hosted any people. The only people who remained consisted of those who played a role in the defense of the facility. As for the civilian employees, VS all sent them back to Freslin where they lived. Even if the Visions managed to breach through their lines and massacre everyone within, at least VS wouldn't have too much guilt on his conscience. What will they do next, now that they've destroyed most of our turrets? They've spent several hours on the surface already, Melker replied. The Visions should be looking to wrap this up. The longer they stay on the surface, the higher the chance they'll encounter the reinforcements from Bentheim. No matter how careful the enemy commander wants to be, he can't fall behind schedule. Every defender tersely waited for the Visions to make their next move. Evidently, they had enough of paying around, because they shifted their formation in favor breaching through a defensive line. Surprisingly enough, the Visions suddenly put forth 2 heavy knights. Damn! They brought out heavy knights. They'll be leading the charge. VS did not need to hear an explanation to realize how bad the situation turned against them. If the Visions only brought their medium mechs, then they stood a decent chance at fending off the incoming Visions. Now, though, the appearance of the heavy knights changed everything. Even the most basic models of heavy knights withstood at least 4 times as much damage as a medium knight. In effect, the 2 heavy knights possessed as much as an impact on the battle as 8 extra medium knights. In general, only military forces employed heavy mechs. Not even Sanyao Ablin fielded a single heavy mech despite having the resources and capacity to do so if they borrowed their backers' help. The appearance of the heavy mechs alone caused everyone's morale to drop. Every mech pilot from SAS and the Mud Riders knew how tough these mechs could be. The odds of killing them fast enough was minute. VS! Conventional forces will take too much time to bring down those heavies. By the time they can be repelled, every other Vision mech will have free reign inside the perimeter. We have to take those heavy mechs out early. Why are you looking at me like that? Because you frequently pull a miracle out of their butt. If you're hiding a secret weapon, then this is the time to employ it. Well, I've got the Amistendera. Will that be enough? Melker shook his head. I've already considered it. While it's a devastating weapon against people, it won't do too much damage against mechs. A beam at maximum power is probably capable of piercing through the armor of light mechs while dealing heavy damage to medium mechs, but it will just bounce off if pointed at a heavy mech. That was really bad news, but VS already expected something along those lines. The Amistendera granted its wielder near absolute superiority against any kind of human-scale battles. Sadly, it did not change the paradigm that humans would be able to defeat a mech in an even fight. A group of 2 heavy knights accompanied by 30 mechs started to form into an assault formation. The melee mech stood in front, while the ranged mechs stood at the rear. It's going to be too late to do anything soon. VS! Tell me you've got something. VS panicked a little. He did not possess any other deadly weapons like the Amistendera. Neither would he be able to purchase any other solutions from the system, as he recently drained most of his DP on his second mastery. Only until Lucky lazily flew past his vision did he remind himself that he might have one last resort. Lucky! The cat halted in its flight and turned its head at VS. Meow? He pointed at the projection of the heavy knights readying themselves for a charge. Can you take care of these 2 heavy mechs? You have to assassinate the pilots and destroy some controls or essential components. Can you do that? Meow. Lucky did not meow in a reassuring way. The cat looked at the 2 heavy mechs with their thick plating of armor with very visible dread. It would be tough for his intangible form to burrow through all of that compressed armor. The cat tapped the air a couple of times. VS communicated frequently enough with his pet to understand Lucky's vague meaning. So you say you can definitely take out one mech, but you're not sure if you have the energy to take out the other? Meow. One heavy mech taken out is better than none, Melker told them from the side. He's right, Lucky. If you can do it, then go for it. Lucky hastily floated out of the command center in a zip. None of the sensors showed his position, which worried VS a little, but at least the Visions wouldn't have any warning either. He hated sending out Lucky so early in this battle. VS wanted to save up Lucky as a trump card or employ him as an assassin that would quietly take out a couple of enemy mechs stationed furthest from the main battle. Instead, the appearance of the heavy mechs forced VS to play this card ahead of time. The battle hadn't even entered its most crucial phase and VS already started running out of cards to play. As VS waited for Lucky to make his move, Melker turned to leave the command center as well. "There's nothing more I can do here. I'll be boarding my mech before I join up with the rest of the avatars. Stay here and keep me informed, VS." "Will do." At least Melker could fight the divisions personally. As a mech designer, VS enjoyed no such privilege. Chapter 390 Pressure. Besides the two heavy knights that attracted most of the attention of the defenders, the other Emodri's mechs looked well built as well. VS forcefully shook off his fear and began to focus on what he could do to help. "As a mech designer, I can still be of use." Out of all the defenders, he knew more about mechs than everyone else put together. In battles like these, mech designers sometimes assisted frontline units by analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy mechs. They also kept their eye out for weak points generated by battle damage. VS kept his eyes trained on the projections that showed the approaching Vision formation. The enemy finished their preparations and began to set out towards the broken gap in the wall. Now that the enemy came into range of the mech nursery, their jamming failed to block its powerful sensors. Detailed telemetry poured into the command center in rapid tempo, swamping the support personnel. They tried their best to help the processors identify the mech models. "Report!" VS barked. "Sir! The enemy regiments have been identified. One company comes from the 5th Vavulan Chasseurs and the other company is detached from the 1st Meandering Monkeys." Additional projections popped up that provided a brief overview of the two regiments of the 3rd Emodri's Legion. The mech's 1st Meandering Monkeys all took on a mottled brown-green coating, and predominantly consisted of light and medium mechs. Much like the Udi's Mudriders, the monkeys excelled in long-range wilderness operations, and would usually be deployed in wild, untamed planets. The 5th Vavulan Chasseurs, on the other hand, consisted largely of frontline mechs coated in gray and pale blue to better blend into an urban environment. They eschewed light mechs entirely and based their full force around medium melee mechs and a fair amount of medium frontline mechs, the latter of which replaced their humanoid arms with ballistic cannons or laser cannons. VS understood the enemy composition. The Meandering Monkeys only made up the numbers and didn't form that much of a threat. The true threat lay in the Vavulan Chasseurs, whose formidable mechs had been designed to break through enemy defenses. Their allocation of 2 heavy knights to this minor raid further underscored their power. Right now, they couldn't withstand 2 heavy knights at once. It was not that the heavy knights possessed the means to run down every mech and kill them in a single blow. Their true threat lay in their ability to act as immovable obstacles that absorbed everything the defenders dished out. Having just come off a mastery experience where the attacking force cleverly used disposable heavy shields as a means of approach, VS knew the value of an impenetrable defense. So long as those heavy knights remained operational, a large portion of the mechs from Sanyal-Ablin and Mudriders would have to divert their firepower to hold back their inexorable march. At this time, the Vision mechs entered into range of the defending mechs' rifles. "Open fire!" Almost every rifleman mech among the defenders proceeded to open fire behind the walls. The initial volley of fire largely hit their marks, only to be stopped by 2 enormous tower shields. "The Visions have sustained minimal damage." The Visions cleverly arranged their assault formation into a column of 2 ranks. With the 2 heavy knights in front, the more vulnerable mechs at the rear had little to worry about. Occasionally, some of the fire slipped around or above the shields, but the rest of the Vision mechs only sustained glancing damage. Despite enduring a rain of fire, the Vision mechs remained in formation and continued to march forward. The only downside to their formation was that they moved at a snail's pace in terms of mech speeds. Heavy knights carried an immense amount of high-quality armor, and their shields weighed as much as an entire light mech or more, so it was a given that they moved as fast as an elderly person. Their relatively slow pace meant that the defenders slowly managed to chew up the shields. Nevertheless, these shields did their job as they forced the defenders to expend a large amount of munitions that might have otherwise been targeted at the lighter mechs. As the formation of chasseurs neared the walls, the mechs of the meandering monkeys started to branch out and pressure the sides of the mech nursery. Their diversion forced Melcher to request the Mudriders to split some mechs away from the center and deter the flanking mechs from breaching an undefended part of the wall. "Fire on the mechs behind the knights!" Melcher ordered in the central command channel. Once the enemy mechs entered a certain range, it became possible for some of the defending mechs stationed in the far left or right of the walls to target the sides of the incoming column. This time, they achieved some solid hits, although the frontline mechs quickly turned their cannon and retaliated in kind. Most of their fire splashed against the walls that the defending mechs hid behind, but the intense barrage succeeded in suppressing them. At this moment, the inevitable collision became imminent. The chasseurs showed movement that indicated that they were about to bypass their heavy knights and breach the defensive line. "Open fire! Ignore the knights! Focus on the frontline mechs!" The melee mechs of the chasseurs carried a substantial amount of armor. The frontline mechs, on the other hand, had been built to scale, so their individual quality left much to be desired. Their deadliness came not from their superior equipment, but from the training and coordination of their mech pilots. Even though their basic level pilots would never be able to advanced pilots, as long as they gathered in a sufficient amount of numbers, they would be able to suppress any enemy formation, which was what they did right now. Their twin cannon barrels outputted at least twice as much firepower as a rifleman mech. What they lacked in flexibility and close combat effectiveness, they more than made it up in the sheer amount of firepower they could unleash in a short amount of time. Of course, they also overheated very quickly and expended their energy, or munitions, rather fast, but in a short raid like this, endurance didn't matter too much. The only reason why the defenders maintained their ground was because the cheap construction of the frontline mechs also made it easy to take them out. Plenty of mechs turned inoperable after sustained concentrated fire, but the chasseurs continued unabated. They had already steeled themselves for some losses. To the Mech Legion, losing a couple of frontline mechs was nothing, as each of them came with a unit price of around 10 million credits or less. Their mech pilots mostly managed to eject well in time, so the Visions actually hadn't lost any lives at this point in time. "Watch your fire! Don't aim too high! We can't afford to hit their cockpits when they eject!" The Mudriders and the Sanyao Ablin mechs purposefully avoided targeting the cockpits of the Vision mechs. Neither groups wanted to incur any more enmity than necessary. If news came out that they excessively slaughtered too many enemy pilots, then they would certainly be hunted down by the 3rd Emodries Legion. The Mech Legion, on the other hand, held no such scruples. If they saw an opportunity to eliminate an enemy pilot, they would gladly do so in order to damage the Bright Republic's vitality. At this time, imposing manner of the Visions reached an oppressive level. Many of the mech pilots stationed on the walls started to vacillate. Why did they even need to resist the Visions in the first place? Neither the quality nor the quantity of their mechs could match the combined force of the chasseurs and the monkeys. Melcher tried his best to firm up their side's resolve, but everyone knew that the battle might take a turn for the worse once the enemy melee mechs came into play. To the chasseurs, their frontline mechs only played a side role. The regiment invested most of its resources in cultivating their melee mechs. VS quietly stood in front of the central projector of the command center and balled his fingers into fists. "Come on, buddy! Make your move before it's too late!" Just as the Visions were about to make their final sprint, one of their heavy knights suddenly halted. Even though the mech shield had almost been chewed apart from withstanding all of the enemy fire, the frame itself only suffered a couple of scuffs. The mech still possessed a lot of fight, and shouldn't have halted too suddenly. The momentary halt of that mech caused the entire column of chasseurs to come to an uneven halt. Many of their pilots turned their attention to their halted comrade, unsure why the mech turned into a statue. Moments later, fumes started to leak from the frame. Small explosions erupted deep within the frame that destroyed vital components. The heavy knight abruptly powered down and fell over face down like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Everyone was taken aback, including the defenders. What had happened to that seemingly invincible mech? Moments later, a tiny blur escaped from the chest of the fallen heavy mech. It darted towards the next heavy knight, only to be met with a barrage of fire from a couple of quick-thinking mech. The fire went straight through the tiny blur, forcing it away from its original course. In order to escape the fury of the chasseurs, the blur instead changed course and dove deep underground. "I knew you could do it, Lucky!" His pet managed to succeed in taking out a heavy knight. Even though his sneak attack only worked once, the consequences for the Visions were dire. With the takedown of one heavy mech, the remaining one now became the focus of the defending mechs. They all diverted their firepower to that heavy, blasting apart its shield in short succession, and started working away at the mech's heavy armor plating. While the Vavulan chasseurs fell into a brief bout of confusion, to their credit they regained their senses extraordinarily quickly. They all became enraged at the strange attack and switched tack almost immediately. Their mechs all charged forward at their full speed, leaving the defending melee mech scrambling to meet the charge. "Hold the line! Set off the traps!" The ground before the Vision mechs briefly exploded as mines hidden just below their feet became armed. Although the explosions all hit multiple mechs, their power left much to be desired. In order to hide them from the Vision scanners, they only came in relatively small packages. Still, even if the mines mostly failed to breach the armor of the stricken mechs, they did succeed in slowing their charge. Ultimately, this caused the chasseurs to clash against the defensive line with less than perfect force. Still, the line almost buckled then and there as the handful of knights failed to withstand the impact of the charging mechs. For a moment, both sides recovered from the charge, but then the true melee began. "Hold them back! Don't let them through the gap!" The previous artillery bombardment opened up a wide gap in the defensive walls that the defending mechs struggled to stop her up. However, the intensity in which the chasseurs pressed down upon them indicated that they wouldn't be able to hold for long. VS frantically studied the mechs of the chasseurs, but found to his disappointed that they'd been too well designed to expose any obvious weak points. Only upon sustaining damage would vulnerabilities begin to show, but that was easier said than done as the Visions constantly rotated the mechs that faced the front. As soon as a mech sustained a heavy blow, it pulled back and another mech of the chasseurs filled its place. This spread out the damage and prevented the chasseurs from suffering a loss in combat effectiveness. This way, they managed to maintain a constant level of pressure to the defenders, who all lacked the numbers to pull off the same tricks. The mechs of the Udi's Mud Riders suffered the most out of this exchange. They possess relatively few medium mechs, and most of them hadn't been designed for a stand-up battle. Several of their mechs succumbed in quick succession, prompting Melker to make his move ahead of time. Chapter 391 Rallying Cry. "Mud Riders! Pull back from the front and go to the flanks! Contain the meandering monkeys and prevent them from breaching our flanks!" Commander Husen eagerly pulled back all of his surviving mechs. In their place, the avatars of myth finally committed to the battle. Although the defensive line instantly stabilized at their arrival, neither VS nor Melker smiled, because according to their plans, they should have kept the avatars in reserve for a longer time. Still, the avatars fought valiantly, proving that Melker did an excellent job in hiring the initial cadre. Led by Melker himself, their ranged mechs laid down accurate support fire from an elevated position on the walls. They mainly trained their firepower on the frontline mechs hanging back from the melee. "Knights, Pin down that incoming heavy mech. Don't let it shoulder its way inside. The melee mechs led by the two gold-labeled black beaks crashed against the Vision mech with uncharacteristic fury. The two mech pilots of the black beak got caught up in the fervor and fought back with ferocity. They pushed aside the enemy medium mechs and approached the sole surviving heavy knight from two different directions. Out of the way, you puny mechs! The brash and angry mech pilot of the heavy knight broadcasted. The black beaks purposefully ignored the warning and began their awe-inspiring clash with the heavy knight. While the black beaks quickly showed that they couldn't withstand a frontal clash against the heavy knight, their superior mobility allowed them to circle around their lumbering opponent and pressure its vulnerable back. This forcefully halted the forward momentum of the heavy knight, because it could ill afford to let an enemy pester its slightly weaker rear armor. Annoying gnats! Stand still for me! The heavy knight continued to make wide horizontal sweeps with its large broadsword, only for the nimble black beaks to jump back well before the blade reached their former position. The two elegantly styled mechs continued their dance around the heavy knight. The red vapor leaking from their red-dyed relief-studded shoulder pauldrons caused the area around the heavy knight to be partially obscured in bloody mist. VS estimated the cost of the heavy mech to be around 300 million credits. To be held back by a pair of mechs with a fair market price of around 100 million credits was very impressive. As the heavy mech became more flustered, VS became more familiar with its design. He opened a channel to the two pilots of the Black Beak and issued some advice. The knight you're facing is very top-heavy. Its legs look sturdy, but they're actually strained to their limits. Focus on the rear knee joints, it's the weakest part of its legs. The sword it's wielding is large and heavy, but the arms are burdened by an excessive amount of armor. Forget about trying to chip away at the arms, it's actually a trap. Its left side is its former shield side. The heavy knight is balanced only when it wields its tower shield. Now that it's gone, its balance is out of whack. Press its left side to further destabilize its footing. The vulnerabilities he pointed out did not lead to an instant defeat, but they successfully enabled the pilots of the Black Beaks to keep the heavy knight on its back footing. Not even the Visions expected for their heavy knight to be pinned down by a pair of knights. The rest of the chasseurs began to move to help out their beleaguered comrade, only to be stalled by the rest of the avatars and Sanyaleblin mechs. The front line fell into a momentary stalemate, but that would only last 10 minutes as most. The mechs from Sanyaleblin had the edge in quality, but they were hard-pressed to hold back the superior numbers of the chasseurs, especially since they didn't attack as a horde but instead utilized rigid coordination. VS knew that grueling grinds like these tested each side's resolve and depth. On both accounts, he favored the Visions over the defenders. None of them besides the avatars truly wished to stand their ground. The LMC was just a client to them. Once the battle turned ugly for them, VS had no doubt their will to battle would plummet. Every minute, another mech succumbed, mostly on the defending side. A couple of pilots died or sustained heavy wounds, but most decided to eject early rather than risk their lives. This hastened the attrition of the defending side, and despite the valiant efforts of the avatars of myth, they could not halt the overall trend. Damn it, where is Dietrich and his mechs? VS wondered. Due to all of the enemy jamming, VS lost contact with the whalers stationed outside of Freslin. On the flanks, the situation didn't look much better. The meandering monkeys took advantage of the mech nursery's lack of numbers to defend its perimeter and spread out to pressure the walls from multiple directions. The turrets that survived the previous artillery bombardment suppressed them from climbing over the walls for now, but the monkeys constantly whittled them down with their ranged weapons. They jumped and ran around with such fleeting grace that the turret operators hardly managed to land any hits. The situation on the flanks alleviated a little bit when the surviving Mudrider mechs moved to face the flanking monkeys. This curbed their daring actions, but only for a limited time. The Mud Riders were outnumbered at least 2-1, and the turrets would only last long against the full might of the light mech company. As VS bit his lips, a crackling comm channel came to life. VS! Dietrich, you're here! VS responded with a much relieved tone. This entire battle revealed the precarious nature of the defenders. With any help, VS predicted that the Visions would have no trouble breaking through the perimeter. The timely arrival of 30 friendly mechs breathed a lot of life into VS. Where are you right now? Are you in a position to hit the Visions? We're 2 minutes out. We can already see the flashes and hear the noise from here. Fada and I are leading our rookies forward as we speak, but don't put your hopes up on our mechs. They're rookies for a reason. You don't have to hammer the Visions. As long as you can divert their attention and split them up, it's enough. VS filled Dietrich in on the current tactical situation. While Dietrich wanted to turn the whalers towards the first meandering monkeys, VS argued otherwise. The monkeys are a distraction. Defeating them while they're all dispersed will take too much time. By then, the 5th Vavulant chasseurs will have succeeded in breaking through. We can't let that happen. As long as they stalled the chasseurs and inflicted increasingly severe losses, the Visions would finally begin to realize it wasn't so easy to break into the mech nursery. At that point, their commander had no choice but consider the gains and losses of continuing the raid. However, in order to reach that point, the combined defensive force had to inflict enough casualties to make the Visions second-guess their actions. VS proceeded to watch on as the loose collection of whaler mechs approached the sides of the main engagement. They met a couple of scouts from the monkeys, which lost them the element of surprise, not that they counted upon it in the first place. Instantly, the Visions adjusted their maneuvers. Some of the flanking monkeys pulled back from trading potshots at the Mud Riders and moved in the direction of the incoming reinforcements. As for the chasseurs, they did not let up their forward assault, but instead turned most of their frontline mechs around to face the whalers. Damn it, careful Dietrich! They're sending out all of their frontline mechs along with a number of light mechs in your direction. Those frontline mechs might not be clad in a lot of armor, but they possessed a lot of firepower and could run at a decent speed as well. As the two sides clashed, the whaler mechs instantly became entangled in a messy firefight. Although they utilized much better mechs than before, their young mech pilots proved incapable of drawing out their strengths. Compared to the old guard who largely perished in the Glowing Planet campaign, the fresh-faced recruits lacked a lot of hands-on battle experience. Facing an even number of light and frontline mechs, the mechs commanded by Dietrich couldn't help but falter in their steps. Dietrich, Fada and a handful of veteran pilots did all they could to shepherd the rookies, but they already had their hands full trying to resist the elites among the Vision mechs. Even though the arrival of the reinforcements from Walter's whalers failed to make a big of an impact as VS had hoped, at least they successfully diverted a large portion of the enemy mechs. The main engagement at the gap of the walls still proceeded frigidly. Sanyao Eblin failed to persist when they still drew the attention of an entire company of chasseurs. A handful of their mechs had steadily fallen in the last couple of minutes. With each single casualty, the battle turned further and further out of their favor. To be frank, even with the successful diversion of the frontline mechs, the remaining defenders still fell into an awkward situation. Just as VS contemplated doing something drastic, the battle between the three knights finally came to a conclusion. One of the Black Beaks retracted the sword that had punched through the ragged-looking rear armor of the heavy knight. The weighty mech quickly collapsed while the two Black Beaks banged their swords against their battered shields before raising them into the sky. "Avatars!" they shouted into the open. The pure exultation in their voice along with their dramatic victory couldn't help but lessen the inevitable air of victory around the chasseurs. The Visions grew indignant, and quickly diverted some of their mechs to take out the Black Beaks. "Come! Let us see if you have what it takes to take down a myth. The two night pilots brazenly taunted the chasseurs. If VS didn't suspect them of doing so spontaneously, he would have thought it was a deliberate ploy to lower the morale of their opponents. In any case, their actions succeeded in changing the overall pattern of the most crucial portion of the battle. The battle at the gap in the walls turned into a muddled mess as the chasseurs tried to vent their fury on the two Blackbeaks. However, the gold label mechs proved difficult to pin down. Unlike the lumbering heavy mech, their lighter and more balanced construction allowed them to dance aside most attacks. Those that landed on their shield or armor only dented them a bit or created shallow cuts. Compressed armor was no joke, and without exerting enough force, the mechs of the chasseurs wouldn't have much success in punching through the layers. We can do it! VS faintly hoped. The valor displayed by the two Blackbeaks astounded everyone. Much of that came from the skilled handling of their mech pilots. Melker had indeed picked up a pair of treasures on Bentheim. However, these pilots only felt free to act this way because they piloted an excellent pair of mechs. These two particular gold label mechs had been the latest copies of their line. VS improved much in recent times, and he managed to pass on some of these benefits to his latest handcrafted mechs. Although the physical performance of the mechs hadn't received much of a bump, they still boasted superior agility due to the gems that VS had secretly implanted in them. In addition, their X factor came out a bit stronger than before, as VS invested a substantial amount of mind energy into their construction. Both of these factors boosted the performance of the Blackbeaks to an unheard of level. Just as VS thought that his battle had taken a turn for the better, another mech from the chasseurs appeared from the rear. VS instantly felt his joy bleeding away at the sight of the incoming mech. The quality of this mech stood out starkly. This must be the commander of the raiding force, and by the looks of his fancy mech, he must be a noble as well. Chapter 392 Personal Intervention. The nobility enjoyed an exalted status in the Vija kingdom. They stood above the vast majority of commoners in each single aspect. Even the non-hereditary knights who earned their titles through merits also operated within the kingdom with impunity. Wealth, power, status, and more became within reach if one acquired a noble rank. As a citizen of the more egalitarian Bright Republic, VS and the rest of his state simply couldn't wrap their heads around why the Vesians accepted the rigid caste-like division of society. When the experts spoke about the noble phenomenon, they simply shrugged their shoulders and explained it was a matter of culture. In other words, every citizen of a kingdom state had been brainwashed from birth to accept such a backwards-sounding structure. After all, with the continued advance of science and technology, the ancient justifications such as the mandate of heaven, the divine right of kings, superior bloodlines, and other such excuses had been debunked as pure excuses. The various states set up as feudal monarchies simply couched their privileges in more modern terms. Most of the times, the various kingdoms justified their right to rule by pointing out their investment in terraforming the planets and establishing the colonies. Once the initial population accepted the rulership structure, it slowly became a given that their state would always be ruled by so-called royals and the aristocracy. Humans possessed the capacity to accept all kinds of absurdities as long as everyone else around them believed them as well. Right now, the entire battle for the Mech nursery entered a brief pause at the sudden entrance of the Vesian commander. VS zoomed in on the projection and studied the mech in more detail. It was definitely a mech that surpassed the typical premium price point. The abundance of jewels and decorative alloys alone must have cost as much as a Blackbeak, but they only made up a portion of the exterior of this flamboyant-looking mech. VS peered at the epaulette on the left shoulder of the mech. It depicted a hand holding aloft a notched sword being shone upon by a single golden star. So it's a knight. That meant the noble certainly earned his knighthood through his own efforts. VS would have rather faced a baron than a knight, because the latter often turned out to be mediocre descendants of brilliant mech pilots. Sir Ravanac! The chasseurs broadcasted in the open. Their morale instantly surged while the morale of the defenders plummeted. This Sir Ravanac calmly stepped forward as if he was approaching a picnic instead of a battle. His mech consisted of a mace-wielding medium melee mech. It carried a heavy two-handed mace that looked heavy enough to crunch the armor of any unmech. Only comics such as the Black Beaks appeared to be sturdy enough to withstand a direct hit. The more VS studied its design, the more his expression soured. This mech is too high class. He should have anticipated that the raiding force would be led by a noble who piloted a powerful mech. His machine alone could wipe out every defending mech with ease as long as the rest of the chasseurs and the monkeys tied them down. VS knew he had to intervene in person. He turned away from the central projectors and moved to exit the command center. Tell Melkert to stall the noble as long as he can. As he ran through the halls and reached the surface, he stepped on a small but swift floater platform and commanded it to convey him right towards the breach. The speed of the platform caused the wind to whip against his form, but the floater platform's sophisticated anti-grav modules and inertial dampeners allowed him to comfortably remain on his feet. Even as he traveled to the front, VS kept his eye on his comm, which projected what happened once the noble reached the battle. Melkert tried to approach and drag out the fight by engaging in a conversation with Njite, but Sir Ravanac did not brook any further delays. Enough! Press the attack! Wipe out these Republican dogs and smash this entire factory into pieces! The chasseurs resumed their fight with twice as much vigor now that their noble commander personally took charge. The Mechs from Sanya-Eblin had almost reached their breaking point, and this sudden push only accelerated their inevitable defeat. Even with the avatars of myth backing them up, they wouldn't last very long. Sir Ravanac's mace-wielding mech entered the fray as well. Melkert quickly decided to command his two night mech pilots to divert the noble as long as possible. The two Black Beaks moved to stall Sir Ravanac's mech. Unlike before where they faced a sluggish heavy mech, Sir Ravanac possessed a much better balance between power, speed and armor. Sir Ravanac's abundant experience also allowed him to maneuver around the chaotic battlefield in a way that prevented the Black Beaks from pincering it from two different directions. While the chasseurs led by their commander almost overran the defenders, the battle at the flanks fared no better for the defenders. Dietrich, Fada and the handful of veterans failed to stiffen the backs of their rookie pilots. The quick and agile mechs of the meandering monkeys constantly played tricks on the newly recruited whalers. In every area short of weight class, the mechs of the whalers fell short compared to the Vision machines. Sorry VS! Dietrich sent out as his aerial marksmen supported his rookies from a low altitude. If he flew any higher, he risked being shot from the air by the frontline mechs that supported the light mechs from the rear. We can't get rid of these Vision light mechs. It's taking all we can to preserve our mechs. With no further hope for reinforcements, the mech nursery was about to be broken through. Without a cohesive force of mechs to stop the raiding force, the Visions would easily be able to penetrate past the gates and wreak havoc inside the underground floors. The various defenses and barriers integrated in the tunnels would only slow down the Visions up to a point. Only mechs could defeat other mechs. That was the ironclad rule in these kinds of war. When VS finally reached the gap in the walls, the avatars of myth and the Sanya-Eblin mechs already started pulling out. The chasseurs succeeded in pushing through the gap, though they paid for their aggression with the loss of a couple more mechs. VS controlled the floater platform and manually controlled its flight path to climb on top of the walls. At this point, no one paid attention to a single person, but VS knew this would change very soon. With one hand, he activated his full stealth module, and with his other hand he drew the Amastendra from his pocket, which unfolded into an elegant-looking laser pistol. Once the Amastendra came online, he dialed its output to the highest setting possible. When facing mechs, he could not skimp out on power. "I've only got 10 shots. I have to make the most of what I have." At the highest power setting, the Amastendra would only be able to pump out 10 high-powered beams before it forcefully entered a lengthy cooldown cycle. It was a heavy price, but a worthy one as well. The setting was meant to pose a threat to mechs, however slightly. "With this pistol's maximum output combined with my aim, it's probably futile for me to try and take out Sir Ravennak's mech." The Amastendra still possessed enough power to threaten a mech clad in compressed armor, but he'd have to be precise enough to hit a weak point. Melker might be able to pull that off, but VS held no such confidence. After weighing the matter back and forth, VS decided to strike the tightly packed formation of chasseurs. Right now, they attempted to press forth through the gap in the walls. This granted VS with a unique opportunity. No matter where he aimed at, he was guaranteed to hit an enemy mech. His lackluster marksmanship wouldn't be much of a detriment in this target-rich environment. No, the only thing he had to be careful of was the inevitable retaliation. From the way their ranged mechs quickly trained their fire on Lucky when he flew out of the first heavy mech, VS expected instant retaliation after he fired the first shot. One of his hands briefly brushed on his stomach where his trusty old shield generator rested. If his stealth augment couldn't save him, he at least trusted the shield generator to protect him long enough to get away. Now that he entered stealth, he had to move quickly in order to take advantage of its short duration. He commanded the floater platform to climb up high in order to obtain a commanding view of the battle. Once he became satisfied with his position, he extended the Amastendra and gripped it carefully in a two-handed grip. He carefully took the time to aim his weapon before he unleashed the first shot. The sheer amount of energy passing through the bubble of stealth caused it to fluctuate. The powerful white-hot laser beam immediately caused the mechs of the chasseurs to bleat out an alarm as the beam struck the back of a swordsman mech trying to press forward. The beam vaporized the relatively thin layer of uncompressed armor and continued to burn through to strike the mech's power reactor. The component instantly failed, causing the rest of the mech to shut down. VS quickly adjusted his aim and raked the singular powerful beam from the Amastendra through the rear armor of a bunch more mechs. Although he failed to take down another mech, he did manage to startle the chasseurs into a momentary halt. The handful of frontline mechs that supported the main push quickly turned around and bombarded the air where his floater platform previously hovered. However, their response was just a tad bit too slow. VS wasn't an idiot. As soon as the first shot subsided, he stomped on the floater platform, causing it to initiate an emergency descent. As the invisible bubble of stealth restored around his form, he barely managed to evade the furious volley of fire flying over his head. The chasseurs didn't know what they were dealing with. VS probably figured they thought they faced some kind of powerful stealth bot. Just as they figured they took down the stealth bot, VS opened fire yet again from another position. This time, the powerful beam passed through the rear armor of another mech, but failed to hit anything critical. However, the power behind the beam was so strong that it wrecked a lot of internals, to the point where the strength of the mech suddenly dropped by at least a half. For the subsequent shots, VS kept the floater platform moving as he fired the Amastendra. While this severely affected his accuracy, the sheer damage and chaos that ensued from his actions successfully turned around the battle. Only after he shot his 8 laser beam did the chasseurs manage to hit him directly. His shield generator flared up, protecting his body from the explosive shells that detonated against his form. He yelled in pain from the energies bleeding through the near-impenetrable shield. A wash of heat and force flung him away from the floater platform, which the chasseurs quickly shot into pieces. VS tentatively managed to regain control over his altitude with the help of his anti-grav clothing. With the loss of the floater platform, he wouldn't be able to fly as fast as before, but at the very least he managed to preserve his life. He quickly checked the charge of his shield generator. Its charge dropped from 80% to a dismal 47%. Damn it, I can't afford to get hit another time. Even until now, VS hadn't been able to recharge his ultra-compact shield generator. This piece of wondrous technology was completely beyond his present capacities. He figured that the only way he could recharge the shield generator was to go back to Limar, something which he wasn't keen to do before he advanced to journeyman mech designer. The shield generator is a lifeline. What will Master Olsen think if I come back so soon with a depleted charge? VS could only fire 2 more full-powered beams, but the damage he caused had reserved the entire trend. He managed to fell 5 mechs and heavily wound a couple more. The chasseurs completely lost their imposing manner, while the defenders thought that VS had deployed some secret trump card. Now, the only variable that mattered was Sir Ravanac. Would the knight insist on pushing forward, or would he finally decide to pull back? Chapter 393 Unseen 3. What the 5th Vavulan chasseurs didn't know was that VS almost expended all of his means. His stealth augment almost ran out of power, while his pistol could only unleash 2 more powerful beams. VS hoped to fool Sir Ravanac into thinking that he could continue to harass the chasseurs from the dark. Now that they had just succeeded in hitting VS, it was important for him to demonstrate that he could continue to pose a threat to their rear. My stealth charge has almost run out. I've got to finish this quickly. He positioned himself at a different angle and elevation and proceeded to fire at the uncertain chasseurs yet again. This time, the mechs had put up their guards and oriented some mechs to the front. His 9th shot managed to carve through the shield of a knight mech, but failed to inflict significant harm on the mech itself. Even as he unleashed his shot, his form dove down quickly, allowing him to dodge most of the counterattack, although a volley of rapid-fire laser beams managed to clip his left side, causing the shield generator to whine in protest. 38% charge! His stealth field was also on the verge of giving up. Without any further thought, VS snapped his Amastendra for the last time. This time, he chose to shoot Sir Ravanac's mech despite knowing that it wouldn't have much of an effect. His aim was a little off, and the beam streaked above the fancy mech's head. VS quickly corrected his aim and slashed the beam downwards until it hit the mech's shoulder blades. Unfortunately, rear armor or not, the Amastendra's full-powered laser beam only left a shallow furrow inside the plating of compressed armor. The only thing his final shot managed to accomplish was to pull Sir Ravanac away from his fight against the Blackbeaks. Both knight mechs looked like hay had gone through a giant tumbler. One mech lost its shield and had its entire left arm smashed, while the other mech had its beak flattened while suffering a severely dented leg. Ultimately, the 2 offensive knights highlighted the shortcomings of their type, which was that they lacked the true resilience of a defensive knight. Now, will you decide to pull away or not? VS frowned. Whatever the case, he did not have the luxury to hang around. He quickly dove back behind the wall just before his stealth augment ran out of power. Without any concern for his dignity, VS quickly dropped down to the ground and ran towards the nearest underground access point. As VS sought refuge underground, the battle in the gap had turned into an awkward state. Neither the chasseurs nor the defenders fought with all of their might. The latter had almost run out of steam while the former kept up their guard for further sneak attacks. The power exerted by VS and the difficulty in pinning him down had truly struck a nerve in the minds of the Visions. They quickly lost a bunch of mechs, which robbed the attackers of much of their energy. Even though they would still be able to break through the defenses, the amount of casualties they'd suffer along the way might quickly reach an unacceptable point. Even as Sir Ravanac agonized over the decision, the 2 battered Blackbeaks did not show signs of giving up. Their pilots continued to press on the mace-wielding mech, preventing its pilot from considering the situation with a sober mind. With much of his raiding force stalled, who knew how many mechs he would lose at the end of this raid? It would be a joke to suffer more losses than their targets. These Briters are too stubborn. Why did they fight so hard to preserve a single facility? The losses that the chasseurs already sustained put the noble in a difficult spot. He already lost a number of mechs. If he did not achieve any results, his superiors would scorch him over a fire. Yet if he recklessly continued the assault, the cost would become so unbearable that he might get sanctioned over the disaster. Perhaps the pressure had been too much for him, because Sir Ravanac eventually gave in to his fears. Pull back! In his consideration, it was better to retreat and claim that the intelligence officers screwed up by underestimating the defenses of the facility they were supposed to destroy. At worst, he'd receive a reprimand. He could always regain his honor in subsequent battles. If he instead pressed on with the attack, he might be able to break the defenders, but he might also lead his unit to a bad end. In that case, the consequences would be much more dire. Losing his knighthood was the worst thing that could happen to him. Once he lost the protection of his elevated status, his enemies among the Legion would certainly pounce on him. He'd lose everything he'd worked for these past couple of decades. The chasseurs slowly receded from the gap. The defenders didn't follow, as they weren't in a state to pursue. Only a third of their mech still possessed the strength to fight back, which was way too little to pose a significant threat to the diminished chasseurs. In order to guard against any further sneak attacks, Sir Ravanac's mech joined the most intact mechs at the rear guard. As the chasseurs gradually quickened their pace, the defenders realized that they successfully repelled the Visions. We did it! They're gone! What a hell! Where did those laser beams come from? As the mechs at the walls celebrated their success, both the Udi's Mudriders and Walter's Whalers experienced the same thing. The meandering monkeys completely gave up on their harassment, and pulled back to escort the deflated chasseurs back to their transport ships. Almost no one could believe they pulled it off. Even as they celebrated their success, they still held a lot of doubts. All right, men, knock it off. The Visions may still change their minds. Start policing the battlefield and make sure to replenish your supplies. The different outfits quickly went into action. They retrieved their fallen mechs and pushed aside the hollow wrecks of the Vision mechs. All of their pilots managed to eject to safety long ago, so the defenders had no scruples about moving them away. In actuality, the mechs held a lot of value. After handing them over to repair shops, the mechs could be brought back to working condition. The defenders already started contemplating their salvage rights. This was one of their rights, and while other employers might quibble over how to distribute or retain the wrecks, VS could care less where they ended up. After a few detours, VS wearily returned to the command center and watched the center projection for the latest movements. Where are the Visions? The first meandering monkeys and the 5th Vavulan chasseurs are in the process of boarding their transports, sir, someone reported. Have they left any mechs behind? Not as far as we are aware of, sir. VS worriedly waited for the Visions to make a move. The worst part about it was that due to the jamming, they couldn't get any detailed or reliable readings of their movements. For all they knew, the Visions managed to pull the wool over their eyes and maneuvered around for another attack. Detecting ship movements. The transports are lifting off. Fortunately, some things couldn't be hidden, and the massive amount of power needed to lift a number of transports carrying lots of mechs could be observed from dozens of kilometers away. The Vision mechs are being brought back to orbit. Only after the transports climbed past the perennial cloud cover did everyone truly begin to relax. Most of the defending mechs stood down in order to recover from the brief but intense battle. Out of all the different outfits that took part in the defense, the Udi's Mudriders actually suffered the least. Though they lost a number of mechs at the start, they stopped suffering any major losses once Melkor diverted them to hold the flanks. The meandering monkeys never made a serious push. Both VS and Melker scoffed when they heard about how the Mud Riders got off light. Sanyaleblin suffered the most. Out of their 24 mechs, only 7 of them are still in fighting condition. 5 of their pilots lost their lives as well. And the avatars? My men did well enough. Melker grunted with some amount of satisfaction. I'm sorry to say that most of our brand new mechs got wrecked. Some of them can still be salvaged, but the others are a total loss. I'm glad we haven't lost any pilots. As for the whalers, Dietrich mentioned that their rookies had flat out performed dismally. The enemy frontline mechs chewed at least a third of their largely uncoordinated force of mechs. It appeared that the whalers required a lot more time and training in order to become an effective fighting force again. With victory came the spoils. In the evening, VS held a brief celebration over barbecue. Mech pilots from every participating outfit mingled together and sang drunken songs. As the rank and file forgot about the horror they faced in the afternoon, the leaders gathered together in a quiet conference room, both to debrief them all and to distribute the rewards. Sanyaleblin, your sacrifice has been noted. Please inform your branch office that I'm ready to transfer the money that you are owed. VS nodded to the grizzled mech commander that hailed from the security company. Next time, beef up your defenses, the commander grumbled. The bills from SAS would certainly be steep. VS had pushed them into a position where they had to fight against a military force that outnumbered them by a fair margin. The commander could have easily have decided to give up on defending the mech nursery, but his professional pride called him to stand his ground. VS respected and appreciated the sacrifice the commander made. Of course, all of the extra money that the LMC owed to the security company would certainly be painful. After VS and SAS exchanged their words, Melker turned to Commander Husen. Your Mudriders fared well, but you didn't play that much of a rule. Hey! We managed to pin down most of the meandering monkeys. Just because they're light mechs doesn't mean they pose no threat. You didn't adjust your deployment once the monkeys pulled out much of their mechs to face our incoming reinforcements. The meandering monkeys managed to pin down your entire mercenary corps while outnumbered 2-1. Melker's observation put Commander Husen in a tight spot while VS quietly sighed. For all their earlier agreements, Husen still found a way to shirk his duties. While VS respected the losses they sustained in the initial push, they failed to make any contributions in the rest of the engagement. Enough, Melker. VS stretched out a hand and intervened. The UD's Mudriders haven't contributed as much as we hoped, but we can defer to the terms in the contract in that case. Their final remuneration will certainly take a hit once we run through the compensation formulas. Though Melker didn't look like he was done, he deferred to VS and took a step back. Fine. They quickly discussed the performance of the avatars and the whalers before carving out the loot. All of those wrecked Vision mechs became prizes for the taking. Without any suspense, Sanyaleblin received the lion's share of the loot. The whalers received a modest amount of what remained while the Mudriders only received a handful of the most ruined hulks. As for the avatars of myth, considering that they worked directly for VS, they had no need to fight over scraps. Tomorrow, we'll continue this discussion. By then, the processors will have finished their calculation. We can come to a final agreement on your compensation at that point. Everyone nodded and left the conference room, leaving VS alone with Melker. Where's your pet? He hasn't shown up, VS replied with concern. I'm not even sure if he's even intact. Maybe it just needs some time to recover. That strange cat of yours has a lot of tricks in store. I don't believe it's gone for good. As Melker turned to leave the room, VS scratched his cheek. The LMC managed to survive the raid, though it had reached the brink during the battle. If not for his personal intervention, he wouldn't have managed to bluff the commander into cutting his losses. This isn't supposed to happen. Lucky, and I can't keep intervening to save my hide. VS already planned to enact a lot of changes. First and foremost, he intended to elevate the avatars of myth and bolster their numbers to a full company. The time for training and adjustment is past. It's time they become a worthy personal force of mine. Chapter 394, Silver Lining. The local press called the Third Emodri's Legion's failed attempt to raid the Mech nursery the Battle for Cloudy Curtain. They certainly had a flair for the dramatic, as the name suggested that the Visions had been on the cusp of conquering the planet. Just as everyone thought that the Visions would stomp the LMC flat, the up-and-coming Mech company surprisingly held them off. Although the outfits hired by the LMC sustained a lot of losses, it became a fact that they actually repelled 2 Vision Mech companies. Every citizen in the Freslin area swelled with pride. Their tiny rural planet actually contributed to the war, in a splendid war. A company founded by one of their own citizens hadn't flinched against the invaders but instead fought back with endless ferocity. Ha! Cloudy Curtain still has some teeth. We're more than a bunch of farmers who only know how to cultivate cloud rice. Who said that people from Cloudy Curtain can't fight? We've smacked the Visions right in the face. Compared to the jubilation of the citizens in Freslin, the mood turned much grimmer over at the other side of the planet. Orinoco suffered a substantial loss. Worst of all, it had likely been done by their own side. The spaceport, the planetary assembly building, all those company headquarters and all kinds of infrastructure turned into hollow craters and fields of debris. Many of the pieces that erupted from the blasts even went on to damage the surrounding structures. Tragedy swept the entire capital city as emergency services worked day and night to rescue those buried underneath the wreckage. Although the occupants of the buildings had been warned of the bombs, they only had 2 minutes of time to evacuate their workplaces, which was much too short for most of them. The only reason why the casualties hadn't surpassed 1,000 was because most workers stayed away from work due to the raid. Blame and recrimination hadn't started flying yet, but the undercurrent already started surging. The political and economic alliance that dominated Cloudy Curtain for so many years started fraying apart, as each side blamed the other for setting off the bombs. I don't know why you have the shame to show yourself in public. Instead of risking your own lives to fight the Visions, you blew up your own structures and killed your fellow citizens. If I didn't know any better, you're likely working for the Visions. Don't point your fingers at me. Our company has suffered the worst of all. What about you? Your company headquarters somehow got away unscathed. Don't think we're clueless about your ambitions. You've always wanted to supplant us over the years. The Vision raid was the perfect excuse to do us in. Throughout the Bright Republic, the Third Emodri's Legion's shocking raids unsettled the entire Bentheim region. The near-simultaneous raids strained the Mech Corps, which had to choose where to send their forces quickly and in enough numbers to make an impact. The Mech Corps largely failed. The raiding forces went in and out as quickly as possible while inflicting as much damage as they could. They mostly struck smaller star systems with barely any defenses. While that meant they only caused a marginal amount of damage, the damage to everyone's morale was enormous. The Third Emodri's Legion basically terrorized the entire periphery around the Bentheim system while suffering very few losses. This changed the aspect of the current war, as the citizens of the various rural systems finally realized that even they couldn't escape its horrors. The Bright Republic moved quickly to support the stricken star systems. Cloudy Curtain was no exception, as a handful of ships arrived from Bentheim to support the disaster relief and begin to rebuild some of the infrastructure on Orinoco. However, alongside the aid, the Republic also sent out investigators. The self-sabotage incident in Orinoco had become famous throughout the entire state overnight. The power brokers over at the capital city huddled like rats and kept their heads down in front of the ongoing investigation. When VS heard about the news, he shook his head. Whoever set those bombs aren't stupid enough to leave any traces. Those investigators will probably spend a few weeks in Orinoco before they compile a meaningless report and go back to their fancy offices in Bentheim. It doesn't change the fact that our political opposition is completely discredited in front of the Republic. Gavin responded. While everyone mourned for the dead and started preparing for HT funerals, Gavin and the rest of the marketing department already started slobbering over the golden opportunity presented to the LMC. It doesn't matter who is ultimately responsible, they're all made from the same cloth. The ruling coalition is finished. VS nodded. Right now, the White Doves caught the most flack of all. The raid exposed their ideology as an unrealistic fantasy that did not fit at all in the brutal age of Mechs. Many citizens of Cloudy Curtain also fingered the pacifists as the group that was most likely responsible for setting off the bombs. It's all well and good to celebrate over their misfortune, but do you have to publicly Leonize our own battle so much? VS had changed his anti-grav clothes into a dark, formal suit in order to attend an upcoming funeral. Over a dozen Mech pilots died to defend the Mech nursery, and he owed it to them to pay his respects. Thus, he found the contrast between the solemnity between the funerals and the exuberant publicizing of their success in the media to be jarring. It was as if the LMC danced on the graves of the fallen Mech pilots in order to score some points from the public. Boss, don't let the losses think we've lost. In actual fact, we won. Think of how rare that is. Almost every other raid succeeded in overrunning the other rural star systems and inflicted tens of billions of credits in economic damage. The Bentheim region is bleeding, and they need to be shown a victory to prove they hadn't let the Visions beat them black and blue. What's being spread on the galactic net is too slanted. Right now, the LMC, in cooperation with the Bright Republic's propaganda office, enthusiastically spread out footage of the battle at the walls. In particular, the marketing department edited the footage they released in a way that made the two gold-label black beaks of the avatars of myth the main stars of the show. Although their performance had been above and beyond, VS found the manipulative editing to be a little too much. Their increased prominence came at the cost of recognizing the sacrifices of the other participants in the battle. Boss, right now, nobody cares about the dead, Gavin heartlessly replied. You just have to switch to another news portal to see, hear or read about all the tragedies Amodries has caused. In the midst of all that doom and gloom, the public needs something to cheer about. I don't see why we can't promote our Black Beak models along the way as well. VS eventually relented on the issue. He saw the advantages as well as anybody. Interest in the Black Beaks exploded once again. The third-party manufacturers received an influx of new orders, and the waiting list for the silver label Black Beaks practically doubled in a matter of days. In the next week, VS spent his full time on processing the aftermath of the battle. He attended the solemn funeral. He issued the payments owed to Sanyal Blin and the rest. He also approved plans to repair and strengthen the Mech nursery's defenses. All of that flushed down the LMC's liquidity down the toilet. The company spent almost all of its cash to afford. It was a good thing that the Black Beaks gained prominence again. With the increased sales that resulted from the impromptu marketing campaign, VS did not worry too much about the company's financial health. In the end, this was what made the Mech nursery worth defending. By continuing its operation unabated, they contributed to the war effort in their own way. Its loss would have weakened the Republic, and its preservation represented a rare ray of sunshine in the middle of the doom and gloom that followed the Third Indri's Legion's daring raids. What is Amodries up to now? While the raids had been an astonishing success for the intrepid Legion, it hadn't actually inflicted any significant material losses. The Bright Republic's ability to wage war hadn't been impacted at all. Right now, everyone in the Bentheim region dreaded Lady Amalia. The aggressive heiress was like a poisonous snake who slithered in the back garden of their house. Any attempts to root out her presence failed. She could be hiding anywhere. It was a good thing that VS had nothing to do with it. He left the headache-inducing issue to the Mech Corps and resumed his normal operations. Construction teams swarmed the Mech nursery and started patching up the gap in the walls. They also filled in all the craters and restored much of the turrets that got destroyed. People started coming back to work, and offices started to get lively again. Down in the manufacturing floor, the Mech technicians quickly restored all of the production lines and resumed their normal production. VS even paid a visit to the floor and took some time to fabricate 2 more gold-labeled black beaks. After an expedited testing process, VS quickly had them delivered to the Udis Mudriders. Even though their performance fell a bit short in the previous battle, VS still honored the unofficial agreement he made with Commander Huzon. Even though the Mudriders could fall into a black hole for all he cared, VS would catch a lot of flack if word went out that he stiffed a mercenary corps. Mercenaries did not take kindly to anyone who withheld their payment. Once he took care of all of those chores, VS left his subordinates to process the remaining issues and went back down to his private workshop floor. He still had a design to complete. As he stepped back inside his private workshop, he looked around but failed to spot Lucky's presence. He contacted security every day, but none of them had managed to find out where he holed up. "I hope you're still alright, Lucky." His cat should still be okay. His entire body incorporated a substantial amount of high-grade Roric bone. Its main trait allowed it to repair any broken or missing parts by itself. It did so by siphoning any available energy. This was a very inefficient process, though, so it might take months for Lucky to become whole again. VS sighed and turned back to his design. He activated a projector that displayed the progress he made so far. While he finished designing every aspect of the mech, it still looked very rough in his eyes. He still needed to optimize this design. "Let's get to work." He put his rifleman mech into a variety of mathematical models and let the processors simulate the outcome of different events. The results revealed various weak points and imperfections that VS hadn't been aware of when he first drew up the design. The simulations revealed a lot of problems about the laser rifle. VS designed it in a small and compact package by incorporating an alien crystal. The interaction between the crystal and the rest of the body of the rifle did not go very smoothly. At the heart of it, the compatibility issues revealed that VS did not fully understand the alien tech he incorporated into his design. VS did not give up on this matter. "I can still make this work." Several weeks went by as he continuously iterated on his design. The rifleman mech became more polished every day, and while the problems with the crystals embedded into the chest and rifle of the mech persisted, VS inched closer and closer to a solution. Sometimes, he took a break in order to get a status update on what was happening up above. Much of it sounded mundane and routine. The Bright Republic moved quickly to shore up the mood of the public, and the Third Emodri's Legion appeared to have made themselves scarce for the time being. "There's one thing you should know about, boss," Gavin said after he finished reciting the latest report. "Someone recently licensed your Black Beak design." "What?" Chapter 395 Licensed. Ever since VS debuted the Black Beak BPA-01, no one showed any interest in licensing the design. The MTA valued its licensing cost at a whopping 3 billion credits. For the same amount of money, a mech manufacturer would be able to afford another mech production line. Therefore, no company casually licensed someone else's design. "Who licensed my design?" "A medium mech manufacturer called Arcades Mech Design and Production. It's founded by Julian Arcades, a 20-year-old veteran in the business." "A woman?" "Yeah, and she's an apprentice mech designer as well, just like you. Some of the analysts in the business are really perplexed at her decision. She's a proven mech designer who graduated from the Ansel University of Mech Design, is more than capable of coming up with her own designs that are substantially more polished than your own work. A graduate of the AUMD meant she was a true insider in the Bentheim Mech industry. She wouldn't lack for connections to obtain a favorable licensing agreement from her fellow mentors and alumni. VS had been in the business long enough to know that the mech designers connected to the AUMD considered themselves to be the most foremost mech designers of the Republic. They often treated anyone who graduated from inferior institutions as second-class mech designers. They also regarded mech designers who became fortunate enough to study at a more prestigious foreign institution with a lot of wariness and apprehension. Many mech designers who originally came from the Bright Republic had forsaken their old home in favor of trying to make it big in the prosperous Friday Coalition. VS happened to enjoy the rare distinction of falling into both of the aforementioned categories. Someone like him was something of a pariah in their circles. So it came as a huge surprise that an AUMD graduate like Mrs. Arcades decided to license his latest commercial design. "Send me what you've gathered so far of Arcades and her company." Gavin transferred a bunch of files to VS, who quickly skimmed them over. He did not find anything unusual, but neither did he see any compelling reason why Arcades would want to work with his black beak. "All of her products so far are light mechs," VS noted with emphasis. "She designs a large variety of land-bound and aerial light mechs, but none of them have anything to do with the black beak, which falls into the medium weight class. Has her company shown any indications of gearing its production lines into producing the base model?" "As far as we know, Arcades Mechs is still in the process of delivering a major order to a large client. Even if they wanted to begin production immediately, they still have to work on their current backlog. So we won't know what she's doing with my design until at least a couple of months have passed." All in all, both VS and Gavin could only scratch their heads. VS figured that Mrs. Arcades might have noticed the charm inherent in the black beak design and wanted to figure out its secrets by working with the license. "Do you think she's trying to reverse engineer your secret sauce?" All VS could respond to that was wish her luck. Without any insight into the X factor, she had no chance of replicating his work. "If it's so easy to copy my work, Elemental Mech Engineering would have already released a striker variant of the black beak." VS did not forget about EME, which entered into a special licensing agreement with the LMC to produce the bronze label black beaks. VS always had the sense that Andar Neverland, the founder and chief designer of EME, wanted to do the same. So far, the EME hasn't released anything of the sort even after many months of producing the bronze label mechs. This indicated that Mr. Neverland achieved nothing that was good enough to go public. "Keep an eye on Mrs. Arcades and her company. It might be that she only licensed my design on behalf of someone else. Try to find out if anyone else is connected with this event." "Will do, boss." VS hung up after that and leaned back on his chair. No matter what, the fact that someone licensed his design under normal conditions meant that his prestige enhanced once again. Many mech designers constantly pumped out new designs every couple of months in the hopes that others picked them up. Entire design studios lived off this kind of business model. The better the designs, the more they earned. The beauty about running a mech design studio was that it cost almost nothing to design a mech. Sure, the studios had to invest in a lot of infrastructure, but the cost of setting a design studio paled in comparison to setting up a mech production plant. That 3 billion credits will come in handy. Currently, VS published the black beak under his own name, so all of that money went into his personal accounts. Added on with the money that he already earned from other sources, VS actually owned a lot more cash than his own company. VS had plans for his money, but that could wait until he finished his current project. He hadn't forgotten his main vocation. "I shouldn't get too distracted by all the money flying around. It's great that someone licensed one of my designs, but I can earn a lot more if I sell the mechs myself. He dove back into his work on optimizing his design. He had become very proficient at this work, so he constantly improved on his design with each subsequent iteration. At a certain point, every improvement only increased the performance of his rifleman mech by a fraction of a percentage point. The extra work put into further optimization wasn't worth his time anymore, although many other mech designers disagreed. I can only continue to perfect my design if I have a lot more manpower and processing capacity at my disposal. The LMC expanded a lot in terms of production capacity, but its research and development capabilities hadn't progressed beyond a one-man show. The limitations of this approach really started to grate on VS. Only the gimmick still showed some problems. While VS succeeded in stabilizing the operation of the chest crystal, the one embedded into the laser rifle turned out to be a lot more finicky. It took him an entire week to get the laser rifle to perform up to standard. VS spent way more time on fixing all of the bugs in his design, but it had all been worth the extra effort. His rifleman mech looked fast and lethal, exactly the way he liked it. VS caught all of the major flaws that he knew of. If he wanted to, he could publish his design right now. He'd be a fool to do so, though. I still have to fabricate a prototype. Even though he subjected his rifleman mech to millions of simulations, all of the modeling couldn't compare to a single physical test. After making sure his design required no further tweaks as of yet, he saved its latest state and left his private workshop floor. He first returned to his private office above the ground to handle the paperwork that piled up in his absence. Much of it seemed routine, so VS quickly processed the documents before calling over Jake to talk business. How is the LMC? It's still growing strong, the old man replied. Our production is bottlenecked by our lack of production lines. I recently became informed that a fellow colleague of yours licensed a Black Beak design. It was obvious what he wanted to say. VS forestalled his words. You want me to spend my money on another production line, is that it? The company will grow a lot faster with even one additional Benson production line. Lately, there's a lot of demand for these machines. It takes a lot of manual labor to make some of the equipment, so there's a waiting line of several months for their products. If you can lay down an order now, it will save us a lot of time down the road. His argument had a lot of merit, but VS quickly declined the request. I already have plans for my personal funds. For now, the LMC can fund its expansion by reinvesting its profits. Jake looked disappointed, but he did not have any rights to any money earned by VS in the first place. He knew it was something of a long shot to peel money away from his boss. There is another matter that needs to be discussed. The board of directors wants to convene soon to decide on a couple of important matters. Chief among them is the topic of issuing dividends. VS abruptly turned his full attention on Jake. Dividends, you say? Correct. The Larkin Sons and much of the board believe that the Living Mech Corporation is past its initial growth phase. Due to the bottleneck in production and sales, our profits have stabilized as well. Short of investing in more production lines, there isn't any other compelling reason to reinvest all of the company's profits back into itself. VS could argue the point. Just because the company's growth had slowed didn't mean it stopped entirely. All of the profits it saved up would eventually be spent on things that would accelerate the company's growth. Still, VS knew without Jake needing to say that the Larkin Sons hungered for money. With the war going on, they needed as much as they could get in order to support the careers of the Larkin Sons in active duty. As a Larkin Son himself, VS was sympathetic to their demands. He did not oppose the act of issuing dividends in principle, but VS did not wish for the other shareholders to be too greedy about the matter. Tell the board that I'll be present when it next convenes. VS nodded to Jake. Tell them that I'm not against this suggestion, but they can forget about it if they want the LMC to hand out most of its profits to its shareholders. If the LMC stopped investing in new production lines and instead gave away its profits to its shareholders, then the company would become stagnant, eventually reach a dead end. As the majority shareholder, VS stood to earn most of the dividends, but the last thing he needed was more cash. After discussing these matters, VS left his office and went back underground. This time, he entered the fabrication floor and approached Chief Cyril. "Chief, please schedule the Dortmund production line for my own use. I'm almost ready to fabricate the prototype of my next design." The chief whistled in appreciation. "You're truly ready to move on to this stage? Do you think it's too late? Or too soon?" "There's no sense of late or soon in the mech business. You're done when you're done. No one else can make that decision for you. Certainly, in a perfect universe, mech designers have access to an unlimited amount of resources to polish their design until it shines like a sun. But we don't live in that universe." VS agreed. "I hate to say it, but sometimes we can only make do with good enough. I don't have the resources to go much further at this point." They proceeded to prepare for the upcoming fabrication project. Each new design brought its own challenges. In order to minimize the chances of failure, VS had to spend at least a couple of days of simulating the fabrication process to see whether he could nail all of the critical parts. He didn't spend these extra days in vain, because VS also had to order a substantial amount of resources unique to his second original design. Once the new shipment of raw materials arrived at the mech nursery, VS readied himself to reproduce the design of his dreams. "I hope it works. I know it can work. It has to work." Chapter 396 Engineering Challenge. "Why can't I get it to work?" VS stood stumped in front of the 3D printer as he halted his fabrication efforts. The other mech technicians who watched from the sidelines couldn't help him either. Initially, fabricating the components for the prototype went smoothly. VS already practiced fabricating the most tricky parts, and much of the components used familiar materials employed in his other designs. The HRF armor plating posed no difficulty at all, although VS found its lengthy fabrication time to be a drag. It couldn't be helped, as the formula key draw was to refine a lot of cheap materials into effective armor plating. Transforming all of those raw materials took time that even the best machines couldn't hurry up. As for the now familiar Veltrex formula, VS knew all of its nuances inside and out. Parts which other mech technicians might struggle with came out of the Dortmund production line with ease. To be sure of their integrity, VS scanned each and every part with his vulcanized scanner. Even a deviation of 0.1% led him to scrap the entire part entirely and force him to fabricate another copy. Mechs could tolerate a lot of deviances, but just because VS could clunk some sloppy parts together didn't mean it would fly in the market. The MTA strictly certified every mech sold in the open market because they disapproved of the practice. VS stuck to a higher standard, so he was even stricter to himself than the MTA. The only unforeseen problem came when he fabricated the two light crystals. As the gimmicks of his second original design, the crystals needed to be attention-grabbing and unique. In order to amplify their performance, VS stretched their physical attributes to the limit of what he could make. The smaller crystal posed fewer problems. The main challenge with this smaller sample came when VS tried to assemble the laser rifle. Even though it was scaled to the size of a mech, some portions required extreme precision, and that was exactly the case with the smaller crystal. Still, anyone can assemble this rifle with enough practice, he determined after he fumbled around until he got the rifle to take on its intended form. The big crystal rested on the chest of his hunched mech. Though the mech's posture made the crystal a bit less prominent than he originally intended, it would still be able to mitigate energy attacks from the front. Any laser beams that strayed close to the chest would partially lose their efficacy in the vicinity of this crystal. The problem with this big one was that it was extremely hard to reproduce. It required a perfect environment and a flawless machine in order to recreate a large enough crystal. It always worked when VS practiced its fabrication in a virtual environment. He worked under perfect conditions back then. Right now, VS already ruined his fourth big crystal. He looked in dismay as the Dortmund printer spat out a huge crystal that was larger than his body but displayed a very large crack on its surface. "This is why you need to test out your designs for real," Chief Cyril said as he stepped forward until he stood next to VS. "More complex mechs sometimes come with hundreds of tiny issues that aren't apparent during the modeling phases. Especially with weird stuff like these crystals. This is alien technology, right? Those fancy models of yours probably can't wrap their math around its attributes." "You have a point," VS conceded. "The smaller crystal is close enough to what I've reproduced in my lab to work. This bigger one is a different story." He never physically fabricated a crystal of this size before. He vastly underestimated the actual difficulty involved in creating such a monstrosity. He thought it wouldn't be so troublesome to scale up a crystal according to his current understanding of the alien crystal technology. VS discreetly turned his attention inward. "Can you do anything to help?" The spirit of the crystal golem barely communicated back. Even though it was a complete spirit, it did not retain too much knowledge from its predecessor. It retained a lot of knowledge in some fields, but possessed huge gaps in many other areas. "Do you think it's a problem with my design or a problem with the working environment?" The chief scratched his head. "I'm not sure, but my gut tells me that reproducing the crystal is pushing beyond the limits of the capabilities of the Dortmund printer. It's like trying to cook a traditional meal without a kitchen." The manufacturing of mechs and its components always centered around the design, the materials, and the hardware. All three of these points needed to be satisfied in order to produce a good mech. Right now, VS encountered a shortcoming in the one area which he had never really worried about before. The formidable Dortmund printer which VS relied on to produce his mechs for the next generation started to reach its limits. Now that they recognized the problem, they could work on coming up with a solution. "Maybe you should scale back your ambitious design. Do you really have to include such a huge crystal?" VS pursed his lips. "I can make some compromises on its size for the bronze and silver label variants, but the gold label mech is my poster model for this product line. It can't underdeliver on its promises." That's the trouble with gimmicks. It all sounds well and good, but when you try to turn them into reality, you begin to realize that they're called gimmicks for a reason. Anything that's good enough to be included in a standard design don't come with so many issues. He basically faced two options right now. Either he could scale back his gimmick, or he could try to find a workaround for his problems. "There shouldn't be a problem with the concept. It's only our hardware that's failing us," VS summed up. "Problems with engineering can be solved with engineering." Cyril snorted. "That's easier said than done. What do you want to do? Improve the Dortmund printer? You don't understand a thing about how it works." "That's true. I'm thinking about using an entirely different approach to create the crystals. When you think about it, using a 3D printer to fabricate a crystal is like using a feather to hammer a nail. It's the wrong tool for the job." The insights provided by the crystal golem revealed that his former race utilized an entirely different method to make their crystals. Human fabrication technology predominantly pieced the crystals together at an extremely microscopic level, while the extinct aliens essentially grew the crystals in a more organic manner. VS could go on and on about the technical details, but the basic solution would be to imitate the alien race's method of production by creating a customized, homebrew synthesizer. "Instead of making our own machines, why not buy an existing one? They won't be tuned to create the kind of crystals I want," VS shook his head. I already looked it up in case I can simplify the production of the crystals. There's no easy solution out there. The machines that met his standard could only be obtained from second-rate states such as the Friday Coalition. He could get his hands on a basic machine that fit his needs for the ludicrous price of 100 merits. He would rather make his own machine than to cough up that much merits at once. Do you even know how to make your own machine? I've never made one before, but I already have a framework in mind. With my understanding of alien technology, I can probably kludge something together that works. Even if VS specialized in designing mechs, he possessed a broad breadth of knowledge that would not lose out to any of the engineers working at equipment manufacturers like Benson Industrial Machinery. He only lacked practice and familiarity with industry-specific methods, but VS had become somewhat familiar with the makeup of these kinds of machines. He personally worked on reconstructing the Dortmund printer by hand, so he wasn't working from scratch. How much time and effort will this take, though? Chief Cyril asked a very pertinent question. If it takes a couple of months or more to design a tailor-made synthesizer, aren't you better off with an off-the-shelf machine? VS faced a lot of time pressure as well. With everything that happened so far, the war between the two states risked becoming superheated at any moment. VS really wanted to finish his current design project before that happened. He tried to estimate how much time and effort he needed to put in the design and creation of the crystal synthesizer. Most of the technology involved is readily available. I only need to fabricate some custom modules in order to accommodate the alien technology. It's going to take some time, but not that much. Most importantly, VS did not intend to work by himself this time. In a project like this that fell out of his expertise, he figured that soliciting everyone's advice couldn't hurt. The entire production department led by the chief and Carlos started rotating in different shifts. They looked on as VS designed a crystal synthesizer in front of their eyes. He already had a good idea on how it should look like, but he felt much less certain about some of the details. He couldn't hope for the mech technicians to understand the entire machine, but their puzzlement guided VS into a deeper understanding of what he did. Sometimes, they pointed out a couple of faults that VS had overlooked, which saved him a lot of time down the road. 5 days went by as this open process continued. Both VS and the mech technicians gained a lot out of this exchange. On the 6th day, VS felt the crystal synthesizer's design looked good enough to reproduce. I don't fully understand how it works, but even I can see it doesn't come cheap. Chief Cyril spoke as he inspected the final design for anything else they overlooked. Unlike with mechs, you can't put it in a simulation and see whether it works. VS and the LMC lacked the right mathematical models to do so. As a company that mainly produced mechs, it had no business with designing and producing its own production equipment. VS would have to sacrifice a lot to get his hands on the right models. He would rather save himself the trouble and create the synthesizer on the spot. It was sloppy, but it worked. I think the cost of the raw materials alone will amount to about 250 million credits. That was not a light sum, but the LMC could handle the cost. VS only needed one of them in order to enable the LMC to mass-produce the crystals necessary for his design. VS used the Dortmund printer to fabricate the components. He then moved on to the assembler to piece the synthesizer together. Naturally, he did not fully rely on the machines to do all the work. For some of the more delicate components, he put them together by hand. At each step, he verified the assembly by scanning his work with his Vulcan eye. Any deviations from his design could prove costly, so VS was very meticulous about the assembly. A couple of days later, a crystal synthesizer half the size of a massive industrial printer rested in the corner of the Dortmund hall. After an extensive round of checks, VS fed the synthesizer with the necessary materials to produce a big crystal. After a couple of hours of work, the machine spat out a crystal with multiple cracks on its surface. VS, Carlos, and Chief Cyril looked at each other in dismay. Maybe it's just some teething troubles. They put the synthesizer to the test and let it grow more than 10 crystals in a row. 5 of them came with enormous cracks. 3 of them looked fine to the naked eye, but when they scanned the crystals, they discovered numerous microfractures. Only 2 of the crystals met the standard. What now? Chapter 397 Recovery. An 18% success rate doesn't sound so bad, Carlos remarked from behind. How much does it cost to grow one of these crystals? VS quickly estimated the costs. A couple of million credits due to all of the exotics. This specific composition is meant to be cheaper than the original substance. Can we recycle the failed products? They quickly investigated the failures, and it turned out that salvagers could recover much of the value. It required special processes only available to professionals, so the LMC would lose a fair bit of money in the exchange. However, at least they wouldn't lose tens of millions of credits on this entire endeavor. To VS, that was good enough. I don't have the time to perfect the synthesizer. We'll just have to make do with what we have. Right now, he wanted to move past this obstacle and finish assembling the prototype. The importance of finishing his rifleman mech design trumped any other considerations. He could always work on the synthesizer later. He set one of the flawless crystals into the only remaining cavity inside the mostly assembled prototype. After making all of the connections, the crystal appeared to be functional, but whether it truly worked remained to be seen. With the installation of the central crystal, VS only needed to wrap up a couple of matters to finish the prototype. When VS stepped back from his completed work, he began to admire the vision he brought to life, if only partially. Its hunched humanoid form and mottled green-brown coating gave it a sense that it thrived out of the spotlight. It functioned great on its own, but it showed its true value when employed alongside other mechs. The entire frame looked sleek and slim for a medium mech, and the smaller-than-average laser rifle only reinforced that impression. The only sacrifice to this form factor was its backpack module, which VS had included by default. Without it, his rifleman mech wouldn't be able to change its external body. The entire production department drooled over the prototype. They knew what a monumental work it represented, and what kind of effort VS had put into its design. Although the final design might look a bit different from this early copy, they already started imagining this mech on the field. How would it perform? What kind of mech pilots did this mech appeal to? Will it sell any hotter than the Blackbeak? It looks like an alien. That's because it's based on a dead race. The thing that creeped the mech technicians out the most was the weird head. It was basically a ball with holes spread evenly onto its surface. While that didn't do any favors to its structural integrity, its unsettling appearance emanated a faint psychological pressure. Combined with the incomplete X factor, and anyone who gazed upon the mech would be taken aback. Some time later, Chief Cyril asked VS where he wanted to put the prototype to its paces. We recently worked on setting up our own testing grounds. The recent raid has pushed its completion back, but we imported enough equipment to perform at least basic tests. I think it's best if we do the testing in-house rather than send it to the APMTG like last time. Sending it to a dedicated testing grounds would make sure that VS gathered the most extensive amount of data. However, the same data might also get leaked. I'm not sure the prototype even works as expected, VS said with a sigh. Before we proceed to the most demanding tests, we should first find out if the mech works at all. Basic testing will do for now. There's no need to put it on a ship to Bentheim. Designing a rifleman mech differed a lot from designing a knight. When VS designed the Blackbeak, he benefited from the fact that the type was one of the most mechanically simplistic mech types in existence. It featured relatively few complex systems and did not demand too much precision. A knight only needed to be tough and durable in order to work. Rifleman Mechs made use of a lot more systems, all of which needed to mesh well with each other. A fault in one system might result in a knock-on effect on adjacent systems, and so on. In the worst-case scenario, a catastrophic fault might even lock up the entire mech in the middle of a battle. Therefore, VS already readied himself for a more extensive testing phase. He planned to fabricate at least one more prototype in order to make sure his changes hadn't proven detrimental to the design. Alright, let's bring out to the testing grounds. VS did not personally plan to attend the entire test this time. He offloaded the work to the LMC and only made sure they measured the things he wanted to know, such as the performance of the two crystals. Who shall be its test pilot? VS was tempted to call up Melcher, but figured that it might be a bit too premature for him to get familiar with his latest design. Instead, he ordered someone else from the Avatars of Myth to take up that duty instead. A professional testing ground employed specially trained test pilots who knew how to push their mechs to the limit without breaking them. The LMC's testing grounds enjoyed no such luxury, but everyone made do with what they got. In the meantime, VS took a rare break from his work and tried to locate Lucky. His cat hadn't shown up at all since the raid, causing him to fret over the health of his feline companion many times. He figured that Lucky hadn't gone very far from the mech nursery, so walked the entire perimeter with his Vulcan eye pointing down at the ground. Although it didn't specialize in it, the multiscanner offered him the ability to sweep a wide area for specific signals. VS programmed in the attributes of Rorica's bone and began to walk back and forth along the grounds. Although the scanner wouldn't be able to penetrate more than a couple of kilometers underground, its current reach was much better than every other scanner in his possession. After half a day of searching the area close to the former gap in the walls, the Vulcan eye let out a loud beep. Found you! The scanner's readout revealed a very strong signal that matched the profile of high-grade Rorica's bone more than 1 kilometer underground. VS marked the spot and called up a digging team from the security garrison. The people of Sanyal-Eblin came equipped with a person-sized digger module. It started to drill through the ground by itself under the supervision of a security tech. 20 minutes later, the digger module reached Lucky's presumed location. Once the digger module climbed back up to the tunnel, it carried a very sad-looking Lucky. Meow. The cat had seen better days. His formerly milky white body took on a gray and lifeless shade. His back had a nasty hole that only just started closing up with the help of the self-repairing properties of Rorica's bone. Lucky! VS picked up Lucky and hugged him against his chest. You don't have to repair your body by yourself. Let me help. VS quickly brought Lucky's damaged body back and tried several ways to hurry up the repair process. He fed Lucky with a bunch of exotics and attempted to transfer energy directly to his body. It didn't work as well as he hoped. Somehow, Lucky couldn't take on energy directly. He ran on something different than normal, and the only way to get it was by digesting high-value minerals. Feeding Lucky worked better, but the cat didn't display much of an appetite this time. It was as if his stomach could only digest so much in his damaged state. Rest well, Lucky. I hope you get back up. Meow. Lucky risked his life to save the mech nursery from destruction. Though the price was heavy, they eventually came out on top. Lucky would recover, which was more than he could save for his shield generator. With less than 50% charge left, VS could ill afford another risky move. Thinking about the money piled up in his bank account, VS finally decided to expand the Avatars of Myth. He tracked down Melcher at the mech stables of the Avatars. Melcher had just wrapped up a training session with his subordinates, and was about to turn in for the day until he spotted VS. It's time. Time for what? Time to turn the avatars into a full-blown fighting force. Is your cadre ready? Melker had been waiting for this day. We still need to work on our team tactics, but we got the basic coordination down. It's a good thing we haven't lost any pilots from the previous battle. Fighting divisions head-to-head has instead boosted our esprit de corps. The men and women under my command already developed a sense of purpose and belonging. That sounds great, VS replied. The more his mech pilots felt like they belonged, the more they were willing to risk their lives for him. Loyalty always took a lot of effort to foster. In the next half year, I want the avatars to scale up to a company-sized force. I want at least 40 mechs and a matching amount of ships. It's not that easy to get our hands on some ships, and we need a no-nonsense captain to keep them under our thumb. I already have a captain in mind. Don't worry about that. I'd like to hear your opinions on what kind of ships we need to buy. Although I'm flush with cash right now, I can't afford to splurge on a combat carrier. Melker looked disappointed at that. It was the dream of every mech force to be brought from star to star with a purpose-built combat vessel. Naturally, both of them would never dream of acquiring a fleet carrier. Only entire states could afford to procure or construct such massive ships. Let alone the construction costs, VS couldn't even bear the running costs of owning a capital ship. The amount money spent on fuel, supplies, salaries, and more would bankrupt him within a couple of years. Even the more modestly sized combat carriers fell out of consideration. At this stage, VS reluctantly let go of trying to own a well-armored ship and started to consider more modest ships. With our current budget, we can consider two possible options. Melker spoke up after some thought. We can either go cheap and snap up a couple of old cargo haulers that have been converted to mech carriers, or we can spend a lot more to buy carriers that have been built for this purpose from the start. A step down from combat carriers would be the so-called light carriers. This used to be an informal designation for any private sector vessel that had been designed to convey mech for mercenaries and the like. They largely featured the same civilian-grade armor as the cargo haulers, but with thicker layers. They also featured much more reinforced structure and more hardened ship components. All in all, light carriers formed the best choice of conveyance among the stars for a personal force like the avatars of myth. The only problem was price. Those ships don't come cheap. Even a basic one can cost 1 billion credits, VS replied. He already did his research beforehand. Compared to a beat-up cargo hauler that some shipyard rearranged into a carrier, the costs are much more generous. A fully functional one can be bought for 200 million credits, while a less reliable one can be had for 50 million credits or less. Prices varied wildly in terms of age, quality, model, size, and more. The smallest mercenary corps often couldn't be picky, and chose to traverse the stars with dubious-looking rust buckets akin to the happy jelly owned by the whalers. Thinking about that old and decaying ship prompted VS to wince. He did not wish his avatars to ride on such awful carriers. Let's go for the light carriers. I can afford the expense, if only barely. It's worth the investment. After making their choice, they started picking the right model of ships. Chapter 398 Light Carrier. VS felt as if he turned back to 3 and looked at a catalog of model starships. Even though VS developed a love for mechs early on, he also enjoyed other marvels. What kind of kid didn't fantasize about gallivanting across the galaxy in a modern and fully crewed starship? As the owner of the Barracuda, VS enjoyed owning the sleek Corvette, even if he hadn't traveled on it all that much. It was the thought that counted. He could always rely on a quick getaway as long as he owned his own vessel. Many others couldn't say the same. From the age of stars, humanity became increasingly more dependent on starships to run their entire society. A single planet could never fulfill the needs of its citizen on its own. not in the long run. During the Age of Conquest, humanity aggressively developed bigger and better starships. The states that emerged during this time measured their military might against the aliens and each other by the size of their navies. Armed warships began to become more prolific during this time. With the development and proliferation of capital warships, weapons scaled to become more destructive as well. With some cannons capable of cracking entire moons, warships increasingly lost their allure and turned into objects of fear. By the time the Age of Mech came to pass, the Common Fleet Alliance worked hard to remove the dread and stigma associated with warships. They disappeared from the public eye, whereupon weaponless starships began to make a comeback. With the ascendancy of mechs, a demand emerged for starships equipped to accommodate mechs instead of general heavy equipment. Mechs packed into standard-sized containers still fit fine in all sorts of cargo haulers and transports, but mech forces couldn't be bothered with packing and unpacking their mechs in the middle of a war zone. We need ships that can launch and retrieve mechs immediately. Mech carriers emerged from two different strains. Ship designers modified the classic assault carrier designs that used to convey infantry or tank units from planet to planet. Mechs required a lot more vertical space in the hangar and launch bays, so the first combat carriers quickly became very expensive. Since such expensive vessels was out of reach for most private sector outfits, many clever ship designers started taking old, decommissioned hulls and converted them into improvised mech carriers. These carriers, converted from old cargo haulers and all kinds of other starships with large cargo bays, didn't seem very reliable, but they did the job without breaking the bank, and that was what mattered the most. Of course, VS would not consider buying these rust buckets. He could afford something much better. In between converted carriers and combat carriers existed a special ship classification called light carriers. It basically took the best of the two former classes and combined them into an economic but somewhat capable ship class that was the favorite of medium and large-sized outfits everywhere. Ship designers utilized thick plates, cheap civilian-grade ship armor, and a highly reinforced internal structure and hull. This gave the light carriers a lot more resilience in direct battle, though they would never be able to withstand the amount of punishment that combat carriers could endure. More importantly to VS, light carriers utilized their internal volume much more efficiently compared to converted carriers. The former had been designed from the ground up to accommodate mechs, while the latter only tacked on that feature afterwards. "We're going to need 2 big ones or 3 smaller ones," Melker stated as they sat behind a console and stared at a projection of commercial starships. "With 40 mechs, give or take a few, it's very difficult to find a good ship that can fit 20 mechs at once." VS nodded next to him as he navigated through the virtual portal. He narrowed down the selection of the catalog to light carriers that fell within his budget. Every light carrier that fit 20 mechs cost at least more than 2 billion credits. Even if VS could afford such hardware, he almost had a heart attack when he saw the prices. "These prices ramp up really fast. A light carrier that fits 15 mechs only costs a bit more than 1.3 million credits right now." This meant that VS would be better off buying 3 smaller carriers than 2 bigger ones. He would have to spend at least 4 billion credits to accommodate 40 mechs, but he could also pay 3.9 billion credits to fit 45 mechs instead. The latter seemed like a better deal overall until he realized that he needed to pay for the upkeep of 3 ships instead of 2. 3 ships allow us to bring more spare mechs or supplies, but it's going to be difficult finding good crew for all of them at this time," Melker noted. "You're the boss, VS. I'm fine with whatever you decide." It depended on what VS demanded from the avatars of myth. He initially established them because he wanted to stop relying on other forces for protection. He wanted to command over his own force of mechs that he could rely on to accompany him through these tumultuous times. VS weighed the matter and came to a decision. I think it's best to stick with 2 light carriers for now. Right now, it's a bit too troublesome to get 3 new ships up and running in a short amount of time. These larger carriers may be bigger and more expensive, but they bring more benefits as well. The bigger ships not only carried more mechs, but they also offered larger workshops and cargo holds. The extra storage would especially come in handy in expeditions that involved resource extraction. In order to drive down the cost, the smaller carriers squeezed as much space for mechs as possible, leaving very little room for other cargo. It's a good choice in the long run. Melker nodded. Look at this model. The L'Aquitaine Shipyard's Asperion Mark 9. The Asperion Mark 9 cost 2.3 billion credits, but for a ship that carried 20 mechs, it came with additional bonuses above the bare models. The Asperion in particular came with powerful thrusters seemed geared for quick landings and takeoffs. It's a very good ship model when you want to deploy in an active war zone, but it's not what I'm looking for. All of that performance comes with awful fuel economy and shorter range. It's a good ship for warmongering mercenary corps, but I'm looking for something with more reach. VS wanted a ship model that could match the extensive ship range of the Barracuda. This would help a lot if VS ever wanted to go on a distant expedition. The pair browsed the catalog a little more and found another noteworthy ship model. Melker zoomed in on the consolidated starship design and assembly's latest light carrier, the Remar Martis ICG-7F. This Remar Martis has the best range out of the list. It's incredibly fuel efficient and comes with larger fuel tanks as well. While it won't be able to match the Barracuda's reach completely, it definitely comes close. VS mused as he inspected the specs. The range is good, but I can't say the same for everything else. You're right. I wouldn't bring the Remar Martis anywhere near a fight. The ship designers working for CSD8 prioritized range and fuel economy over protection and cargo space. That might not sound so bad, but the ship cost 2.7 billion credits, which was way too overpriced in his eyes. As a mech designer by profession, he could recognize when he was being ripped off. CSDA marketed the Remar Martis for its range and fuel economy, but in truth it didn't cost that much to produce this model. Just with mechs, armor cost the most of all. No matter how sophisticated the engine and other internal components, they didn't cost nearly as much as an extra layer of armor plating. Let's look for ships with balanced specs. I think every aspect is important. He wasn't stupid enough to pick a perfectly balanced ship. Boring ship models like that compromised on anything. VS still sought a ship with more extensive range, but not at the cost of everything else. After an hour of scouring through the catalog, they came across an uncommon ship model from an obscure foreign shipyard that exported its products to the Republic. The KSG Naval Works Trieste TRLC 343 fit all of their criteria. The model possessed a generous range while managing to avoid skimping on armor and cargo space. However, the light carrier was a little larger than most, and came with a pretty high price tag of $2.6 billion each. VS fell in love with the Trieste designs. The smooth, curved contours of the ship complemented the sleek Barracuda, and the ship came with the biggest workshop compartment he had ever seen. The cost is a little much, but I can afford them if I want to. What do you think, Melker? I'm fine if you want something cheaper. The capabilities of the TRLC 343 look very good, but we can still opt for 3 smaller carriers if you want to save on money. VS shook his head. This is an investment for the future. I think it's a mistake to skimp out on something as good as this. Let's make this our first choice. The Trieste seemed really good, but a couple of other models came close while demanding a bit less money. With a selection of 5 different ship models, VS decided to make his selection and place an order later. Let me first send this list to Captain Silvestre. As a ship captain herself, she might be able to point out shortcomings that we haven't spotted. It would be a mistake to base a major purchase on the spec sheets alone. As VS very well knew, many qualities of a product simply couldn't be fit into a set of numbers. After he sent a brief to the captain of the Barracuda, VS and Melker moved on to expanding their roster of Mechs. If I decide to place an order for 2 Trieste-class light carriers, I won't have enough money left to acquire 31 Mechs at once. Not if I want to leave some room for upkeep. Even with his recent windfalls, VS did not earn all that much in a personal capacity. He drew practically no salary from the LMC as the founder, CEO and chairman of his own company, mainly because he never bothered to do anything about it. Even if he decided to open the dividend spigot in the next board meeting, VS still came up short. Melker showed his understanding. The Avatars of Myth doesn't need 40 Mechs at once. It will take time to find some promising recruits and train them to a level where they can be of use. I would much prefer it if you place an order for those carriers as soon as possible, because shipyards tend to take a long time to assemble and deliver them to their customers if they're made to order. You're right. The Trieste is made to order. Right now, KSG Naval Works has a waiting list of 4 months. VS held a lot of money, but it seemed that he always found himself penniless after another bout of spending. That's the price of power in this galaxy, Melker said. His lips curled up in a rueful smile. Small figures like me can't even dream about spending this kind of cash. I really envy you, VS. Between piloting Mechs and designing them, I would have gone for the latter if I knew you could earn this much money. Ha ha! VS couldn't control himself and laughed. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. I used to dream about becoming nothing more than a mech pilot. Both of them chuckled at each other. They both knew that they weren't entirely serious. VS achieved much more as a mech designer than he would ever achieve as a mech pilot. Melker was a true Larkin son who could keep a cool head on the battlefield, but wouldn't know what to do in the workshop or behind the counter of a store. I have a good feeling about the Trieste. They're pricey, but they're also beasts. It's best to invest in them early in order to get them ready for anything that can happen in the future. You're the one who's paying, VS. Just keep in mind that most outfits don't spend nearly as much money on a pair of ships. Chapter 399 3 Problems. VS returned to his penthouse office after finishing his discussions on expanding the Avatars of Myth. Considering the vast nature of their current expansion, it wasn't possible to expand their fighting strength to 40 Mechs within 6 months. It will probably take a year, if not more, he guessed. These things take time. If he wanted to, he could hire a mercenary corps instead, but that would be a huge mistake. They only ever cared about themselves. By establishing his own outfit, VS would be certain that its power belonged to him, and no one. He threw himself back to his work. With the prototype still undergoing tests at the nearby testing grounds, VS wanted to take care of any other matters that he neglected as of late. He turned on his terminal and went through the recent reports sent in his direction. Local politics. The self-bombing incident of Orinoco provoked an enormous amount of outrage. If the citizens of Cloudy Curtain seemed mad, then the rest of the Republic were absolutely head over heels about this incident. If not for the valiant defense at the Mech Nursery, the reputation of the entire planet would have already plummeted to the bottom. VS briefly skimmed the recent events. The investigators from Bentheim hadn't found any proof that led to the ones responsible for the devastation, but that didn't help the White Doves very much. Everyone pretty much assumed they did it because it fit their ideology the best. Naturally, the spokespersons of the pacifists vehemently denied the accusations, but even their strongest supporters started to waver. The White Doves went into full crisis mode in order to stem the bleeding. Whether they would survive at the end of the day or not, nobody knew. They survived this far without any problem. I don't believe they can be felled by a single crisis. Many citizens still wanted nothing to do with the war and the wider galaxy. The recent horrors taught some people that they couldn't bury their heads in the sand, but it prompted even more people to bury their heads even deeper. In her report, Kelsey predicted that the white doves would eventually find their footing with the radicals among their circle. What this meant for Cloudy Curtain as a whole, either VS nor Kelsey didn't dare to make any predictions. One thing was for sure. The LMC's influence had reached new heights. On both an economic and societal level, the company became a steady fixture in the minds of everyone who lived on the rural planet. That wasn't too shabby for a company founded around 2 years ago. VS turned back to his paperwork and went through all the other reports. The company's financial picture looked better than before. All of the recent spending put the company's financial health in a dangerous position for a time, but the LMC quickly climbed out of the hole with the help of increased demand for bronze-labeled blackbeaks. People bought them because they admired the battle footage of the 2 gold-labeled blackbeaks. The marketing department's excessive promotion seemed to be in poor taste to VS, but the public couldn't get enough. Since gold and silver label blackbeaks were hard to get, buyers turned instead to the third-party manufacturers to get a quick fix. Yumi even instituted a waiting list again as they received an unanticipated influx of orders. Vaughn Industrial also enjoyed a small boost in sales, though the effect was much less pronounced. Foreigners didn't care too much about the bright visual wars. Anyone watching the generational conflict from the sidelines thought that nothing substantial happened during these wars because the border between the two states never shifted very much after the end of each war. Countless mechs are destroyed and hundreds of thousands of mech pilots die in each and every war. The stars will be dyed with blood by the time this latest war will end. When VS read the reports, he spotted signs of an impending mobilization order. The Bright Republic had only switched to half a war footing right now. They hadn't mobilized nearly as much manpower and assets as they could have because it took time to organize everything. So instead, the Bright Republic stretched out the process in multiple steps. Right now, the reports suggested that the Mech Corps had almost finished mobilizing what could be brought to bear within the short term. In the first wave, they would certainly call up a large number of reservists, including many mech designers. Many of them would move on to supporting the Mech Corps in the rear but close to the front lines. VS believed that a mech designer like him escaped that fate. Someone of his stature would probably be called up the second wave, which would happen a little later but was not too long away. I have to publish my rifleman mech design before that happens. Even among mech designers, there's a large difference between those who published a single commercially successful design compared to those who published more. Publishing multiple successful designs enhanced his prestige, which improved his odds of landing a cozy assignment. It could mean the difference between mindless number crunching to actual design work. VS tentatively resolved to complete his design within a month, which actually shortened his time to a few weeks because his design also had to go through the MTA's validation process. There's barely enough time for me to squeeze in another prototype. He already had to hurry up the process and cut some corners in order to finish his second design in a reasonable time frame. Several days went by as VS reacquainted himself with his company. Besides holing up in his office, he also held meetings with the heads of each department. VS got a much better picture of the current state of the LMC after listening to the people in charge of its various aspects. All of them made some early preparations for the coming release of the company's second product line. The market for rifleman mechs was very competitive, so the marketing department carried the heaviest burden of all. Are you confident you can drum up demand for my second design? VS asked Gavin. Oh, it's dead easy as long as your design performs within expectation. We can sell a dead rat as long as it has some good points. Gavin's words reminded VS that his design might not match the expectations placed upon it. Even as he fabricated the prototype, VS got a sense that the mech had been a little discordant. At the end of the testing period, the results finally came in. VS received an extensive written report along with countless logs and a lot of recordings. Carlos, who had been supervising the tests, visited VS in his office in person. "I can already tell on the look on your face that the news isn't good. The prototype is largely sound, except for one annoying aspect. Let me guess. It's the gimmicks, right?" "Exactly so," Carlos confirmed as he manipulated the projector to display a recording of a couple of firing tests. "As you can see here, we got the rifle to work after a bit of kludging. We rearranged some of its internal components to get it to work, but we can get the weapon to work." VS nodded. "I'll be sure to study the modifications you've done to make it work. How did the big crystal fare?" "The center crystal is a bust," his old friend bluntly stated. "Oh, don't misunderstand, we got some things to work, such as the ability to draw in energy. It's the discharge that's the issue." "Lay it out on me, Carlos. I can take it." "There are 3 major problems with the big crystal. First, its output isn't steady. Sometimes it releases a trickle, other times it dumps its entire capacity at once." "So the control module I've attached to the crystal doesn't work?" "It might as well be a piece of scrap. Its existence doesn't make any difference." "Noted. What else is wrong?" "Well, our next problem with the chest crystal is we can't aim the light beam at all. The firing angle changes with each discharge. Sometimes the beam goes high. Sometimes it goes sideways. Other times it goes low. Only rarely does the beam go straight and parallel to the ground." VS began to frown. "This is something else that the control module is supposed to take care of. Have you checked whether it worked at all?" "We inspected it more than 20 times. All of the hardware works. It's just that the crystal outside ignores its signals for some reason." "Okay. The third problem then. What else is there?" "Well, the final issue is a fundamental design flaw more than a mechanical problem. You see, if the crystal released the beam at a straight angle, the hunch of the frame makes it difficult to aim it forward or upwards. The mech has to bend its upper body backwards in order to discharge the beam anywhere else but the ground. The test pilot told us that it's a huge tell that largely defeats the purpose of having a center crystal." VS already understood that point when he made those design choices. Even though his vision for his mech had changed to imitate the posture of the crystal builders, he didn't regret the choice. This also ties in with the control module. If it worked as it's supposed to, it allows the mech to fire a beam from the chest at the right angle. While that doesn't help too much if the mech pilot wants to shoot at something in the air, it should be fine on level terrain. All of these major problems came down to the control module. For some reason, it didn't work the way it was supposed to. VS scratched his head and tried to figure out why. It wasn't anything complex, and VS triple-checked each part that made up the control module, so he hadn't screwed it up. There was something more fundamental in play. VS found it strange that the control module worked perfectly in the simulations, but did nothing when he reproduced a physical copy. Carlos continued to fill in VS of all the pertinent information. Besides the malfunctioning gimmicks, the rest of the mech moved fast and smooth. According to the test pilot, it was the most comfortable rifleman mech he had ever piloted in his career. "I don't get it," he said. "Your rifleman mech is mechanically sound and strong on its own if you leave out the gimmicks. That modified laser rifle of yours isn't really necessary either. Sure, it cuts down on total weight, but it's much easier to grab a readily available laser rifle than to supply a custom-built one for this model. Why bother with these crystals at all?" That was a difficult question, especially in light of all the difficulties VS faced in trying to get it to work. VS knocked his fist against the table. No matter how troublesome it can be to integrate the gimmicks in my mech, the end product should be worth it. Mech design isn't all about the basics. The market expects more from us. Sure, I can publish a rifleman mech design without any bells and whistles right now if I wanted to, but what will that get me? Nothing. The performance of your mech isn't that bad. It's not good enough. Not if we compare it to the best on the market. That gimmick that you find so troublesome is our secret weapon and our only hopes of obtaining a share of the market. Carlos sighed and crossed his arms. You're too emotionally committed to this idea of including this toy into your mech. I know what's going on. You stumbled upon some fancy alien technology one day, and the first thing you do is try to find a way to add it to your next design. That's fine if you can get it to work, but who can tell if you are wasting countless of hours on a feature that will never meet our expectations? He laid out a very important question. In his eyes, VS fell into the sunk cost fallacy. He was like a gambler who lost an early bet, but kept making bad bets one after another in order to recoup his earlier losses. Chapter 400 Pairing. Unforeseen problems always popped up during a design process. VS previously did his best to minimize inexplicable conundrums by never working with technology beyond his means. For his first original design, he deliberately chose to start with a night mech because it was one of the most mechanically simple type of mechs available. Stepping up to a rifleman mech which featured a lot more systems interacting with each other meant that the chances of something going wrong went up. I'm not going to draw back because of a single setback, VS responded to Carlos. Sure, I can make do without the gimmicks and publish the as-is with a couple of touch-ups. But what does that say about me and my approach to designing mechs? That you're safe? Safe is boring. Safe doesn't drive any sales. The strongest maxim in the mech industry is that it's better to publish a mech with flaws but is extremely good at some aspect than to publish an all-round mech with nothing that stands out. This is different than that, VS. You're not talking about a flaw that can be worked around, but an outright failure of a core feature. What are you going to do with a crystal that's a dud? VS faced a lot of pressure to discard the gimmick, but he believed it would be a mistake to do so. It was better not to publish his design at all than to leave it out. The crystal formed a core part of its identity since VS initially set out his vision for his design. Certainly, the huge amount of time he spent on incorporating this feature also played a factor. He spent so much time on it already that it would be an awful shame to discard his previous work. Just like gamblers who threw away good money after bad, VS maintained his confidence that he could overcome this setback in time. He was honest enough to know that he might be digging a deeper hole for himself, but he just couldn't stop at this point. VS waited for the prototype to return to be shipped to the private workshop, upon which he scoured its entire frame. Almost every part held in place and performed within expectations. Even the control module appeared to be in working order. It just didn't work. Why not? VS scratched his head while furrowing his brows. In order to test out his suspicions, he removed the control module from the prototype and began to connect it to some of the smaller crystals he hosted in his labs. After adjusting some of the settings in the control module, the connected crystal responded perfectly according to the commands that VS sent out. That's strange. The control module worked with smaller crystals but not the bigger one. From what he determined so far, the problem didn't lie in the control module, but instead the bigger crystal. Maybe it's defective as well? VS brought in the second large crystal that his homebrew synthesizer produced without flaws and tested out the same connection. Again, it didn't work. Both of these crystals are flawless. They shouldn't differ from the crystals in the simulations at all? So what went wrong with these crystals? He started to perform numerous tests, and found a clue when he observed what happened to the signal being sent out by the control module. The signal seemed to disappear into nowhere once it entered the big crystals. I see what's going on. These alien crystals reacted strangely to certain input, and it must have treated the incoming signal as an energy source. The crystal subsequently absorbed the signal, preventing it from issuing commands. Still, how can I solve this problem? VS didn't understand why the smaller crystals properly recognized the signal, while the bigger ones treated it as an energy source. He must have overlooked something very substantial when he initially scaled up the crystals through extrapolation. Maybe I need to scale up the properties of the signal as well. He proceeded to tinker with the control module and set it to send out a variety of different signals. He increased and decreased its frequency, amplitude, duration, and etc., only to come up with the same fruitless result. There's something about this supersized crystal that turns it into something completely different than its smaller varieties. Experimenting with signals hadn't brought him any closer to a solution, so VS took a step back and tried to approach the problem from a different angle. Right now, a major discrepancy existed between simulation and reality. A mathematical model that tried to approach reality could never imitate all of its facets. VS knew that. He suspected that some obscure effect not baked in the models played a key role in the inability for the crystal to process the signals. VS proceeded to compare the data from reality and simulation and tried to spot all of the differences. There's too many differences. The datasets differed too drastically for him to make any sense where the problem lied. VS had to manually comb through each discrepancy. It was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. The work bored him a lot, and VS hadn't been able to pin down the reasons why these differences appeared. He knew too little about how reality worked. Not even a master mech designer dared to claim something similar. This might not be the right approach. Maybe he should turn to help. There wasn't anything preventing him from calling someone knowledgeable to help him out of this fix. VS considered sending a message to Master Olsen or Horatio, her assistant. What will that do for their impression of me if I walk up to them like a child who lost his toy? VS felt very reluctant to call for help for something he should be capable of solving on his own. To do otherwise was to admit that he had overreached. He turned to the crystal golem whose spirit lingered in his mind. The crystal golem largely stayed quiet these last few days. Can you help me out? What does your understanding of crystals tell you? The crystal golem responded lethargically, as if it didn't have much of a clue either. However, it did take the initiative to send out an impression of a crystal cube to VS. The crystal cube? VS remembered that the crystal golem had taken over his body and used its control over it to synthesize a strange crystal cube. He couldn't figure out its purpose, so he put it in the vault. What is that cube supposed to do? The crystal golem released the mental equivalent of a shrug. Its spotty memory didn't cover that area. All the spirit knew was that the crystal cube was a very important device to the crystal builders. Curious, VS decided to retrieve the strange object. He left the labs and entered a highly secure elevator that brought him down to the vault floor. After going through an extensive round of checks, he entered the vault and opened up the safe that held the cube. As he pulled it out, he stared at its transparent shape under the light. Is this a weapon? A processor? Or something else? The crystal golem built it for a reason, and VS believed that it played a very important role somehow. He spent the next couple of hours trying to get it to reveal its secrets. He connected it to all kinds of devices and sent all kinds of signals at it, only to come up with nothing. Even knocking at it with physical force failed to elicit a response. The cube behaved similar to the bigger crystal, but it proved to be even more inscrutable. After trying every trick in the book, VS placed the cube against the surface of the big crystal on a whim. Things suddenly started happening. Both crystals started lightening up from the inside. VS almost dropped the cube, but he kept his hold on it as it interacted with the other crystal. From the sensor readouts, VS quickly figured out that the circuits embedded into the structure of the crystals had become active for some reason. The entire process took about 3 minutes to fizzle out. Both crystals turned inert, and nothing VS tried out could replicate the process. Maybe it works with other crystals as well? When VS pressed the cube against the other big crystal, the pair started lightening up as well. They remained active for the exact amount of time before turning back to an inert state. Curious. VS proceeded to push the crystal cube against the smaller crystals as well. This caused the pair to light up, but for a much briefer amount of time. When VS plotted the data, the formula was relatively straightforward. The larger the volume, the more time the process dragged on. This is all very interesting, but what has happened? He noticed an immediate difference when he resumed his basic tests. The big crystal no longer ate up incoming signals, but began to process them properly. Its internal circuits appeared to be following different instructions this time that made them compatible to this control method. More than that, many other parameters improved as well, though not more than 10% in any single area. This held true for each crystal no matter the size. By now, VS slowly understood the purpose of the crystal cube, if only one of them. This is a key. It's a catalyst that unlocks the true potential of the crystals. It had to do with the circuits embedded in the structure. From the scans he made, VS noticed that the crystals hadn't changed, but the energy running through the circuits followed different paths. In truth, there was much about the circuits that VS did not understand. Even now, only a fraction of the total circuits ever did anything. I think I solved my problem now. VS set out to resolve the problem with the chest crystals and succeeded in coming up with a solution. While VS did not prefer to become dependent on a single object, he had no other alternatives for the time being. The crystal cube was unique and formed the key in getting the most important gimmick to work. From another perspective, its uniqueness was a good thing. It meant that others wouldn't be able to replicate his gimmicks without creating something similar to the unique cube. Good luck with that. The advantages became more clear to VS, and he grinned when he realized he possessed a monopoly on something. Only my gold label rifleman Mech will enjoy these extravagantly sized crystals. Every other variant will have to make do without this capability. The bronze and silver label versions would only hold crystals only half as large or smaller. VS hadn't determined the threshold where the control module's signals ceased to work on a crystal. With a clear direction in front of him, VS wrapped up his experiments and embedded the big crystal back in its socket on the chest of the prototype. He also took aside the laser rifle and partially disassembled it in order to activate it with the crystal cube as well. After that, he spent a couple of days making minor adjustments to the rest of the frame. VS hadn't let the problems with the gimmicks distract him from the other shortcomings. In order to save some time, VS decided not to fabricate a second prototype, but make his modifications on the design on the spot. While it was a bit more troublesome to change the shape and configuration of an existing mech, he still managed to accomplish most of what he wanted to do. As for the rest, VS went back to the Dortmund production line to fabricate the remaining replacement parts. After a brief assembly, the minutely improved prototype was ready to be sent to the testing grounds again. Chief Cyril and Carlos looked perplexed when VS informed them that he solved the problem with the chest crystal. You still don't understand anything about these crystals. Is it really safe to go through with using them? Carlos asked. I think the risks are manageable, VS confidently replied. I've tried almost everything to get those inactive circuits to work, but nothing happened. While there's a risk they'll activate in the middle of a battle and do something strange, I don't think it will happen very often. Although it sounded as if he was content to include a ticking time bomb in his design, VS believed it would take an extraordinary impulse to elicit a strange reaction. In those conditions, the rest of the mech might already be trashed before the crystal could do something strange. Let's get through the tests as fast as possible so I can make my final tweaks on my design,